I just ran to my room and came back. Woo, I'm out of
Just
breath.
don't do that. You'll get me out of breath.
I was like, okay, just breathe. Just breathe. Anyways, hey y'all, sliding in. Literally, okay.
Fresh and
But
shuffle.
huh? Oh God. At least I didn't fall this time.
Oh lordy, lordy, no, we can't have that.
Okay.
Take a deep breath, girls.
Whew.
Calm down. Hello,
I have to
chat.
get my
Welcome
blood
in,
pressure down.
everybody. I see some of y'all talking about how you want to move to Florida. Can I just tell you that right now my feels like temp in Florida is 39 degrees. Y'all don't,
Mhm.
it's cold. It's cold all over, apparently.
It's 58 here, and I have a long sleeve shirt on, so there's that. That
Well,
doesn't mean I
you're
didn't
probably like
sweat.
me. If it gets breezy, we're cold. I mean,
I
I can't
love
deal
it.
with this.
I love it.
You love it? I can't. It's all
Well, when
good.
I was teeny, I couldn't either, you know?
Well, I am super tiny,
Uh,
but still, I'm a Floridian. It's got to be 70 or above, and if not, I'm not happy. But yeah, we're feeling it too in Florida. We're cold.
mm,
Probably not as cold as some places, though. I know Idaho was getting some
oh
snow.
God,
One of
yeah.
my mods had snow already.
Dang,
Mm.
I miss that. Well, we get it like once a year, which is wild. I say wild, but it's pretty normal now.
Really, we
Usually
did.
around January, February sometime.
Wow,
Weird.
we never get it. Never, ever, ever. I think my nearly 60 years, it's probably 4 or 5 times. But what
Nearly
last
60
year we had,
years.
yeah,
What?
oh yeah, yeah. But
Oh,
last year we had
no.
our 3 days blizzard came to town. The
Mm.
first 24 hours was cute, but after that it was like, y'all take this blizzard shit away.
When me and mom went to Rexburg one time, first time, and we drove, we rented a vehicle from Salt Lake City to Rexburg. And so we're driving, well, she's driving in, and I'm just like, it was like a brand new Cadillac. So I didn't even know how to drive it. I was like, how do you put in gear, Well, it started blizzarding. I guess that's how you say it. I don't even know.
We don't
It
even
was
know.
a blizzard, plural, and so I was like, "Oh my god, I need a cigarette so bad. I need a cigarette, mom," and she was like, "It's blizzarding," and she was like white knuckled, and she was staying behind like this big truck, big 18-wheeler, because anyways, she stayed behind them and she was like, "Oh my god, we passed it up." And she was like, "You're not a good navigator." And I was like, "I don't know where the hell we are." you know. Anyways, so it was fun, I guess. I did get to smoke. So
Yeah, I got to stop and smoke. Lordy, lordy.
she wouldn't do it. I was like, "Come on, mom."
That's when
I'd
you
already
roll the
made the
window
whole
down,
trip.
Christian. You hang your head out the window and you just roll with it.
Don't think I didn't think about it because I did. I did think about it,
I know you did. The stuff we have to
but
go through to smoke a damn cigarette.
we went to I'm sorry to go so long with this, but when we went to Vegas, same thing. It rained 3 out of the 4 days we were there, and everybody was just like she was like, "Oh my god, people in Vegas don't know how to drive whenever it's raining," and it rains here. I'm sure it rains a lot in Florida too, so
Oh gosh, yeah,
that's
we yeah.
nothing.
Hey, look, you never know when you go to places it's different everywhere. I moved to Huntsville, Alabama one time, and I didn't
One
stay
time.
long, but while I was there, I noticed it was raining that day and it was raining hard and I'm driving around, I got my lights on, got my wipers on. I'm like, nobody has
Mhm.
their lights on. Then I get
Hmm.
home and it comes on the news that day, reminder starting tomorrow, it's the law in Alabama to turn your lights on. I'm like, well, shit. I thought that was common knowledge across the country.
Right. Yeah. Mm.
These people
Laws
trying to
are
kill me
weird.
out here.
Laws are weird,
I
you know?
know. Y'all got
The
bad
states
drivers
are
because you got
different.
bad laws. Jesus.
Yeah, it's common sense. That's what we do. Yeah. So yeah, everybody, this is Salty Sleuth Investigates. Okay. We just call her I call her Salty.
Yeah, everybody just
And
calls me salty.
she answers. So
I'm
that's really
always
cool.
looking for my lost shaker of salt. Bitches
Right?
somewhere.
I wish I could even do margaritas and I can't.
I
Ugh.
don't. I do it in thought.
Right? Oh my gosh. So they, Jane Doe says, "Stop complaining. I live in Canada." Okay.
Oh, no, I
You're
will,
right.
I will.
You're
I
right.
do realize I have it better than most, and my cold is not quite their cold, so
Mhm. I know, right? 17
yeah.
degrees in Rexburg was I was like, "Oh, yeah, I got this. This is good."
Yeah.
You learn to park your vehicle on one side of the hotel. I was like, "Hey, let's put it on this side of the hotel where the sun rises, that way it'll help." That's not fun. My mom did record me, using a scraper to get the ice off. I was like, "Whatever, Ethel." I'll call her Ethel because that's her
Yeah.
name. That's my mom's name. So, anyways, that's when I'm like mean business. I'm like Ethel.
Heck yeah. Hey, we've heard if we hear the word "oh boy" come out of your mom's mouth, that might
Mm.
mean business.
Yeah, she's like pulling her
You're
earrings off.
when your niece said that to pawpaw about her, "Oh, grandma granny just said, 'oh boy,'" we were all like, "Oh shit."
Oh shit. Yeah, mom, look, whenever after she testified in Uncle Charles's, for Uncle Charles's trial, that's weird,
Yeah.
huh, to say that. Um, she was swearing in and she said, they were like, "Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?" She said, "Amen." And she went up on this. She was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe I wasn't able to pick it up on the sound, but anyways, I believe her. And I
You could
believe
tell,
she
look,
said that. Yeah.
if from somebody like me who didn't know you guys, right? I've just gotten to know you on these
Mhm.
YouTube streets from your channel and the work you've done, and before I even knew who you were, though. Just getting to know the family and getting to know a little bit about Kay and Larry and the kind of people they
Mhm.
were, you could absolutely tell Kay had had enough during Lori's Arizona trials. Enough of Lori, enough of all of it. It just and I
Yeah.
think probably enough that more than we knew at that point in time. Now that we know more
Mhm.
about even this drama stuff that was going into play, I felt like you can absolutely see she had enough. And just like,
Yeah.
let me at her, let me and it's got to be hard to sit there and not want to say exactly what you want to say to that heifer Lori, you
To
know?
be honest, to Lori, I thought you meant to
Yeah.
Lauren. How about all of them?
Well,
You
her
know?
too. I mean, you'll get to her, yeah, and even
Mhm.
well, trying to for Kay to try to address Lauren during court, who does Lauren think she is? Leave Kay alone during that time,
But do
right?
you remember during that 9-hour live when she was shaming Janice, she was shaming Christina, she was shaming everybody for, "Oh my god, the family members are there to deal with this certain thing." I'm like, "A certain thing? It's the whole reason you're a trial tourist, right?" That's the new
Right.
word. That's the
That's her,
new
yeah,
phrase.
that is it.
Like,
That's what she
hooker.
wants to
I'm
call
sorry,
everybody.
I said hooker, but, I mean, it is what it is. That's not a threat, okay?
Well,
Anyways,
it's not cool of her to come out and be like Connor and try to gaslight people saying,
that's what she
"Remember,
did.
it's about the families," when, lady, you were causing drama for them at the trial,
Don't be
by
talking she talked a lot of shit about us that's still gonna come out one day.
it needs
And
to
that's
come
what this
out.
is all about.
Yeah, it
That's what
needs to come out because the it's still my biggest problem with this whole thing. I don't give a rat's ass about some girl drama. I know what happened. Y'all
mm-mm,
got all mad at each other in the Delphi. Not even to do with Delphi. Nothing to do with Delphi whatsoever. You just happened to be in the same location. Got into
mhm.
a little twist. A little twist in the panties happened there. And then now we're going to tell everybody what you've been saying, Lauren. All that aside, tell
I
us
think
what
she's
she's been
like that
saying.
all the time. I think
Exactly.
she's like this all the time. I
Yeah,
really
that's
do. I
just
don't think
normal stuff
this is
for her.
normal.
And
Yeah,
so,
and
but tell
mm-mm,
us, don't what I have a problem with is everybody wants to, applaud
mhm,
the girls who are exposing her, but you got to remember why they did it. They only did it because they got personally mad because she said something about them. They didn't come out and blow the whistle
mhm.
on her because of what she had said and done about family members.
Right.
It only
Yep.
got brought to light when they personally got mad about something. There's your drama, and I'm over it,
Yep.
and I don't want to
Mhm.
even, I could care less about all that.
And had
The
to go to court.
Yeah, well, I don't that whole court thing that Lauren pulled is a slap in the face of the American justice system.
Uh,
She's fine with watching your family be drugged through multiple trials.
Mhm.
and her
Yes.
coming to trial watch all of those trials, because
Mhm.
without her, we wouldn't have the goods. But she can't have Law and Crime stream her. Lady, first, don't come out and gaslight Law and Crime for doing their
Mm-mm.
fucking job.
Right.
You went to Delphi
Right.
crying about how you needed to go because we weren't allowed to have a camera, but here you are picking and choosing when a camera is convenient. I don't play that game.
Mhm. She
I
martyred herself.
Oh yeah. You got to be when people start wishy-washy, I call it. One today I'm okay with this, but tomorrow I'll be like, "No,
Mhm.
that's okay for this case." Or that's no, it has to be one way for all of them. It can't be
Mhm.
pick and choose when a camera comes in.
Nope.
We got enough of this, like Kentucky don't want cameras in. We got Morphew don't
Oh,
want a
no.
camera in.
Oh, yeah.
Lauren's over here thinking she's got some high profile murder case going down. And it's like, stop it, lady, with all that drama
Mhm.
because you're deflecting from what you really did to families.
Exactly. She's n it's like so I mean, like, we were saying backstage, I mean, Joe Schmo said he was becoming a reporter. He was becoming media, and I was like, "Mm-mm." You
Oh,
know, like,
he did. He went to a website and he
phew,
got himself a little journalistic ID card, like Bullhorn Betty's. I mean, I
m'kay.
could do it. There's
Mm,
websites you can go and I guess you can pay and get a little media pass. But the only reason that media pass was sought was
right.
because he wanted to sit in court with the big dogs with the media
Yeah.
pass. That's the
Well,
sole purpose for that media pass. Let's just be real.
exactly. That's a very good point. Just to
That's
be
he
on
told
Media
me that's
Row.
why he got it.
I mean,
He
there you
didn't
go.
he didn't like sitting in the back with the regular people. That
Well,
wasn't enough clout. He didn't have the bailiff in
mm,
his corner and the HTC and the Brian Enton of it all next to him and the Eaton and all them. That
well,
was
I
the
heard he
whole
could at
purpose.
least picked up their trash, because I heard they left trash,
Well, I'm
and they
sure they
expected other
did.
people to pick it up, which doesn't surprise me at
Entitled
all.
much, right? I just the whole HTC thing, and I think a lot of it got so glossed over with all the
Mhm.
drama of it and the making fun of her and stuff. I mean, I could sit here all day long and make
I
fun of
got
that
to.
lady.
I have to.
We can't. I mean, we're gonna do it, but as the
Mhm.
seriousness of what she did, because when I listened to your mom on your live,
Mhm.
I I don't know about a lot of people, but my mind was nowhere else except listening to what Kay had to say. Because I trust that lady with all my heart and soul, and she's not going to tell me a damn lie. Just bottom line, she's not. And
No
that's my
point.
personal opinion of Kay. And for her to sit there and talk about, because Joe tried to bring this up on that live. I forget if it was his, whatever that was, or my live.
Oh,
And
I
he
listened to
said,
that again last night.
did you? He said,
Yeah.
even because back when he was having his riff with her about the copyright stuff, and he was trying to say everybody hated her, and I'm like, who's everybody? I don't know everybody. I don't even know what you're talking about. Why do people
Mm-mm.
hate her? And he started saying something about her Lori Vallow coverage. I'm like, Joe, I don't know. I was like, I just watched a couple of shows she had where Kay and Larry were on there. I remember watching some shows back about the LDS that I didn't see anybody else doing, and I found them informative. But it was like looking
Oh,
at the
okay.
church as a whole. But that was as far as it went. I said, I told you that's what I knew about her, because he tried to
Mm.
make it play like I was like, oh, I'm glad you made up. I said, Joe, that's not what I even meant, and you knew it. I was like, I just didn't understand what the problem was
Right.
with her. But then when I listened, because I told him, I said, because I learned a lot about Kay and Larry through watching a lot of what Hidden True Crime did on her channel. But then when you listen to your mom talk about it, I got freaking mad because she said they began talking to Lauren and did some interviews. But then back around June, that's when she noticed Lauren's content was being repackaged and reformulated and um making it appear they were such good friends with them and
The, wait, are you
all of
talking about Lauren
that.
right now? You're talking about
Yeah,
Lauren?
about Lauren doing
She
that.
she started to update her thumbnails too. I remember noticing
Yes.
that.
So back
Yeah.
before the Arizona trials picked up, right? Her content was kind of like being reproduced, put out
Revamp.
there again. So
Yeah.
um just even though the few the ones I did watch like a long time ago were of your parents on there and stuff, and that's really where I got to know them and JJ. But when I heard Kay talk about it, the way that Lauren misrepresented it, you know what I mean? The way she
Mhm.
packaged it up and the way she put it out there, and to see Kay talk about it in that way and acknowledge that's what happened, that really irritated me because
Mhm.
she didn't need to do it that way. She didn't have to come out and present herself as some dear friend. She could have just said, "I got an interview with this family. Here are
Mhm.
some photos and stories of their loved ones we're going to share," and leave it at that. But you chose to go a step further, and we're
Mm.
best
Oh god,
friends.
yes.
You know, we're the whole best friend thing, and I was like, okay, that's cool. If
Mm.
I could see if Kay and Larry got close to her or whatever. I don't know them
Right.
like that. I don't know them personally, but for her to do that is wrong. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. It Are you okay?
oh
Thunder?
yeah, I
Oh, I
was
thought I
reading.
heard thunder.
I was reading. No, I was reading,
Sorry.
and I was like, yeah, I know about that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it caused a rift because I tried to tell my mom about what I was kind of observing and how I believe that Lauren and John and Lori Hellis were meddling in the case,
So
and
let
it
me
was
ask you a
not good.
question.
Go
You
ahead.
because it would I didn't know much about the Lori Hillis of it all. You know, way back in the like in the Idaho trials of it. Um, when did you start to pick up that something was wrong, or Lauren was not who she was
Oh,
presenting
I know
herself to
exactly
be?
when.
You know what I mean? When did you start picking up on that?
Whenever Lauren would not admit, because they had all these TV shows, all these court, all the people covering high
Hmm.
profile case, calling her cult mom, him doomsday Chad, or whatever,
Yeah.
doomsday prophet. Yet I mean, I still look for things that say he's a prophet or whatever. I have not seen anything that was like, I am prophet Chad, like follow the prophet, follow. No, 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 no. But I mean, there's a lot of insinuation, but that also goes par for the course with this with with Mormonism, period.
Yeah.
So just know that. Okay. So I mean, from an outsider, as an outsider looking in, you're like, oh God, yeah, he thinks he's a prophet. But then when you realize, and anyways, it's not as extreme as it is for as an outsider. But I noticed whenever Lauren would not ever like fully admit it was a cult or not a cult. Like she would not say one way or the other. And then she went on her stream. It was early on in, her YouTube presence, um, that I want to say even before Lori Hillis, um, she never would no, I'm sorry. She cried about, and it was like a now looking back, and it's like she was being persecuted. Her church was being persecuted in the comments because God forbid you say anything anything that's not like it's wonderful, it's a true church. It's
Mhm.
if you don't use their rhetoric, in my opinion. And
Right.
and I mean, I got so pissed off about that because I'm like, wait a minute. Listen, Linda, like you want me to sit here and empathize with you, which I'm an empathetic person. I have feelings, sometimes way too many. But you want me to put my shit aside and let's let everybody rip and roar through my family's case and discuss every little fucking detail, but you cannot, like put your shit aside, your beliefs aside, your beliefs, and then come to find out they're the same beliefs that Lori and Chad have. So
Mhm.
whatever. I mean, there's that. So it's like she was persecuted from the very same justification, the same belief system that was, used to justify marking my mom dark, you know, my nephew, my uncle, my step cousin. Tammy, it sounds like Joe too. Brandon, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you want me to be able to let's talk about my murdered family members, but you can't get over your belief system that she doesn't even sound like she's too true to, you know?
Oh, she's not true to that belief system at all. It's kind of a weird dance. These Mormon, ex-Mormon, post-Mormons, whatever they
Mhm.
identify as these days,
Yeah.
they walk this fine line of don't blame my church, but I can blame my church.
Yeah.
Let me tell
Yeah.
you what the church problems are, but you need to let
Mhm.
me explain it to you because you're not ever going to understand.
You know, I felt
And
like
that's,
that with Megan and
oh
with
God, yes.
Lauren and, when they would, go and I mean, I would have a lot of talks with Megan, which, I mean, it felt great because look, y'all, it's not a surprise, right? I have disjointed, my traumas, anyways, I'm just not a speaker, and that's just not me. I wasn't raised up in that high demand religion. I don't have it, thank God. Okay. I'd rather just be disjointed and be myself than to have that pressure cooker, right? I see it. I empathize. It's horrible, but I also see it being weaponized. And I see this competition thing going on. And I'm just like, what? And, it's like they're competing and I'm
Yeah.
just like, wait, what? There's a start
This
line?
girl,
Like
this sick competition thing bothers me to no end.
it,
It's like
I mean,
nobody has dibs on a
mhm,
case. Nobody has dibs on a crime, a defendant, the victims. This is everybody can talk about it who chooses to talk about it. Um,
right.
where when people, in my opinion, I'm not a reporter. I'm not
Mhm,
an
mhm.
investigator.
No.
I and I don't want to be involved in the heart of the whatever's going on with these
Mhm.
cases. I don't want to talk to their attorneys. I don't want to be involved to that depth. There are people out here clamoring to do that, and they'll insert themselves. And I've seen it so many
Mhm.
times. It got out of hand
Oh,
with
yeah.
Idaho 4. It's done. It happened in Delphi. It's happened in your
Mhm.
Lori's case over here with all her bullshit.
Yeah.
And and people can recognize it and see, well, they're jealous. Somebody got an interview and they didn't. Well, we need to start directly calling them out on that behavior. Sitting here
Yeah.
talking about it on these streets in the comment sections is good because it gets the conversations opened up. But when
Yeah.
people stop buying into it, the public buys into it, right? The other day when I had Andy on, I didn't advertise the show. I put it out 30 minutes before it came on. I didn't put her on the thumbnail. I didn't really, I
Mhm.
had a very vague little thumbnail, and then the thing wouldn't even work. So it didn't even show a thumbnail, or didn't advertise a guest. But people
Yeah.
showed up once the conversation started happening. And that's what
Right?
matters. And
Yeah. Mhm.
conversations need to move beyond, well, it's just they're just jealous because with Lauren, it goes
Okay,
far
that
beyond that.
stops when you're like, an adolescent, okay? That jealous, she's just I was thinking about this before we came on. I was blow drying my hair, and I was thinking, that excuse it only
Uh-huh.
goes so far, and it's a certain type of people that say that kinda stuff,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah. I don't
And
understand
we're over here
jealousy.
going, "Here's the evidence, here's this," and they don't wanna hear
Exactly.
that. You're just jealous. I've been accused of it. I'm like, "Jealous of what? Please.
Jealous of what?
This is
I
my
don't get it.
family. You don't understand. Perhaps you are just I don't know why people are here. I hear people, I see people, I read people, and I know who's been here. And you know what I mean? Even if you haven't been here at this channel, I do pay a lot of attention. I know I don't have a long attention span, but that doesn't mean that I can't, I'm very observant. And I love to see you guys all around, like you said, the YouTube streets, just learning, discovering, trying to understand and make sense out of these things, just like I am, just like you are. That's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing. Some
And you
people
should
are
be,
in it to win it.
yeah,
Okay.
you should be left alone over here doing what you've been doing. You haven't bothered
Mhm.
Lauren. You haven't said things about her. You weren't doing
Apparently I
anything.
have.
Well, you
I
existing. I mean, get over it, Lauren. I
it's like
read what she said about you in those texts, and I'm like, what? What can
mhm,
she needs to come on here and tell me one thing she meant by that. What about
yeah,
you was dangerous? What was it your research that was dangerous?
fucking right it was. It
Yeah,
is.
exactly. And she
Pardon my
didn't
French.
like it. Why? Because as far as I know, the Mormon women that I have been seeing, they don't put career above family. They're not
Mhm.
concerned about their eyebrows and their nail extensions or lash
Mm-mm.
extensions or whatever the hell these women do to themselves these
I've
days.
never I've
Not
never had I've actually
girl,
just
me
growing them
either.
back from lighting a burn pile outside. Okay. Can we just and my eyebrows, so I'm not even trying to,
I know I made fun of it one day. We was this
I
case
will
and this
draw them
girl
in if I have to.
there was this case we were talking about this girl had on these damn fake eyelashes and I made fun of it and some young girl in chat about had ate me alive. You don't understand. That's just normal. I'm like, honey, go if you want to wear your eyelashes, go ahead, but
I
I'm
mean,
good. I
whatever,
ain't
but
put
don't sit here and act like everybody does it. Not everybody's privileged like that, first
no.
off,
Not
you
all
know?
women put on fake everything and walk out the front door.
Exactly.
Some
Now
of us
look
are real and what you get, honey. It's just if you don't
yeah,
like it, don't look. Mama
yeah.
always said, if you don't like it, don't look.
Yeah, exactly. You ain't gotta yeah. Plus, oh my god, I've been listening to Jay, Every Day with Jay read Lauren's book, and I'm just like, oh my god, it's not just me. It's not just me,
I
you
couldn't
know?
even imagine hearing the words that come out that heifer's mouth about her life. I can't trust anything
Mm-mm.
she says.
No.
I wouldn't
She
believe a
said
word of
zombie
it.
today. Well, she didn't say it, but
She
zombie was read into existence from Lauren's book today.
she talked about a zombie in her
In
book.
2019, she published it, I wanna say in December of 2019, just like Barry Cox, just
She's
like
still
Melanie
she's
Gibb.
still Mormon. She's still
Yeah, it's like
Mormon.
you have
She's
to I'm
100% in.
dude, I don't know if you remember keeping up with, like, her interview. Lord knows I can't play it, right? She owns it. But,
Yeah. Oh, girl.
what's his face? Terry no, his name is Terry, but, Sean Littlebear, and he told Melanie Gibb, or he said he told Melanie Gibb that you have to have a book, and I'm like, "What, then you get a nonprofit, then you're in? Like, is that what this club is?" You know, because that's what it seems like. Very
I
basic
think
like
some
that.
people in chat might so chat, if y'all are when we brought up the zombie, if y'all are confused, that's a thing for these Mormons. They teach about
That's a thing for my family, y'all. There, right there, they were labeled zombies.
Yeah.
My mom got a zombie name. My mom's zombie name was Rhonda.
There's literally a whole website, not officially affiliated to the Mormon Church, but there's a whole website on preparing for the zombies that these Mormons will
Hmm,
teach you about.
I have not seen that. You have to
Oh,
show me one
yeah,
day.
I stumbled it upon it back when I was doing research,
Mhm.
and I read it, and I was
No.
like, "Oh my god, they are not preparing for the zombie return." Yet they were.
Well, I mean, the one thing so after Lauren pulled her shit and exposed herself, I didn't do anything. Christina didn't do anything.
No,
Nobody did anything except for
look,
Lauren,
I
Ruth, Johnson, Matthias, okay?
I don't know how far Christina woulda took that shit on TikTok 'cause I don't know that girl. I don't have to agree with the way she handled her business,
Mhm.
but I'll say this, I've been around a long time. There's a lot of nasty TikToks about people out there, way worse than what was put out there about Lauren Matthias. Honey, she wants to
Mhm.
complain, go look up Idaho 4 victims on TikTok and tell me what kind of videos you come back about them, real victims, dead victims. So she
Right?
cried about her little TikToks being done. Nothing was said. It was 70 TikToks total. Nothing
It
had
was
been put
true.
out about her, about her directly at that point. So she was making a ruckus about nothing. And she
She
even
was
called in that Boise body cam video, she's calling it cyberbullying.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, y'all heard that? And did you hear
Mhm.
how she was really dumping it on to Grayson? Like, it was like, she was it's like she was, like, looking at the cop, like, I know," like, basically coddling or kind of passive aggressively, like, pointing to it's Grayson. It's all in Grayson's head.
Yeah.
In a sense, like I was like, "Whoa,"
There's
because it
I
sounds absurd.
somebody left a comment today on my video about, Grayson being young, and they hope she's can get out of Lauren's control. She's only 24. I'm like, look, 24 years old. I had 2 babies and 1 more on the way. I was juggling school and work at the same time. I kind of had my shit together. I don't want to hear Grayson's a baby and
No,
that's just
mm-mm,
your personality. I was never that girl who played in the drama.
mm-mm.
And I couldn't deal with friends who stayed up in the drama. I was not that
No,
girl.
nope,
That's
me
that
neither.
girl, right? Yeah, I could see that she was probably manipulated by Lauren, into being more afraid than she
To
needed to
learn.
be. But at some point, these 24-year-olds, these 20, 21, 20, that's on them at some point.
She
And like
can vote, she can serve in the military, she can drive a vehicle, she can pay insurance, she's gotta pay, you know what I'm
thank
saying?
you.
Like, there's all
Y'all
these
quit
she owns a dog, she's very
y'all
much
quit sending
responsible
them
and capable.
18-year-olds out on the world unprepared. So when
She can
things
serve a
happen,
mission. I mean, she can have sex,
mhm,
all the things. She can get married, she
get
can get
drunk,
divorced, she can get
she can
effed
drink
up, she
tequila.
can scratch lottery tickets, she can go to the casino, or she can go to the bar. I mean, she
Have
can
a
drink all the
old
things.
men can buy her tequila in the bar.
Yeah, she can do, you know what I'm saying, whatever shots.
Yeah. I mean, it's just that with the excuses have gotta stop because
Mhm.
sometimes
And
people
look,
have
I
to.
was kinda like, "Oh, yeah, she's young," and then I was like, "No, no, no, no," and I just went through that whole list. I was thinking of all the things that at 21, I was a mother and a wife, and I was working and doing all the things, driving, you know,
Exactly.
paying my bills yeah, so,
Yeah.
um,
It's just
yeah,
it was
she's young and it's unfortunate, but it's like a hard lesson that she's gonna have to learn if this is not what she's about.
exactly. It's up to her. And somebody had been, she's, young, but she's been in this industry for several years. She's worked for
Mhm.
another podcaster who's been doing this a long time too. She
She
knew
didn't
what
stay
she was
there.
doing. And
I'm
I
just
felt like
saying.
you could, sometimes you get that perfect storm, those 2 people who will feed off each other, and it
Girl, you
feels
talking
like,
about Lori and Chad when you say the perfect storm.
yeah.
I'm just
So I
like,
felt
"Yeah,
like
girl, know that."
Lauren and Grayson fed off of one another, and that was her
Mhm,
perfect little golden child. Well, Grayson's so
mhm,
scared, you know. She's just it was easy to work Grayson up, and then she used her in
mhm,
that damn video. Andy and I never did watch the video on my show the other day, but we talked about it. But when Lauren interrupts Grayson and tells her, "But we're gonna let him explain to us what we do," but Lauren's got that damn camera perfectly fixed. That producer
mhm.
mode was always on.
Right,
It was never
right.
off. Yeah, yeah, and she's making sure she's holding it. She's barely looking at the officer. She's looking at the camera. She looks around her surroundings constantly and checking that camera. And I thought,
Yeah.
you are full on producer mode, and you need Grayson to play the part.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, 'cause Lauren wouldn't be Lauren. We have 666 people in here. Can somebody hear him come in or somebody go? I'm just kidding.
Uh, Salty, have you
That's
talked
a
to
weird
Joe
number I
at
happened to
all?
see. So you
No,
haven't? You
no, I have not talked to Joe Schmo at all. Um, I have no
yeah.
reason to. I would not reach out privately because I'm a very transparent individual.
Right.
But no, I've got nothing to say.
I have to say though, Salty, I appreciate you for just I don't know. I was like, damn, she could be a drill sergeant. You know? I was like, "Get him, girl. You go."
Honey, I got
Like,
4
you
kids, 2 of them's boys. Don't my mama was a hard
get
ass.
it, right? Like, "Hmm." Thunder and lightning for you, dude.
Well, I
Just kidding.
appreciate it, but it irritated me, Kresha, because I know the friendship I allegedly had with him, the friendship you had with him, right?
Allegedly.
And we had
Yeah.
been friends about the same length of time, I think. Um, I'm not even really. I feel like right after I started becoming friends with Joe, you became friends with Joe. So we both had this friendship with him,
Mhm.
and I knew we both had worked with him. And then I saw this happening in this Lauren bullshit, and I'm like, oh no, he's not being a part of this. He cannot. The fact that he couldn't see what just happened before his eyes, and that he wanted
Yeah.
to focus on that damn picture taking episode, and Jay calling him a perv. I'm like, no, dude, this is nothing about all that. And the song and dance I got for a week about going live and his real feelings about what happened, it was just too much. And I'm like, no, I don't put up with this. And what you don't do is cross the line with me when it comes to victims. And I swear it started with me with Idaho 4. I hold those 4 individuals very close to my heart for a reason,
Yeah.
because they were trampled on, and still to this day those victims are being trampled on. And now I'm seeing the same thing happen to the victims in the Lori
It's
Vallow case.
it's
Oh
been
hell no.
happening.
And somebody,
Yeah.
well, but still it's happening to the family members of Lori's victims,
Mhm. And people, it's
because
like people that have, immersed themselves into your own circle. Because 'Cause I'm the same, whether look, I'm just not as awkward when I'm not on camera, I'm more myself. But, I mean, um, I'm the same. I'm not worried about shit I said. I'm sure
yeah,
now back when I was drinking, yeah, maybe, you might
right,
take
right.
the phone away from Crusher, but I'm just saying, like, that's about, you know, that's the difference,
Oh well, here,
is
look,
I don't talk shit. I
I don't
don't, and if I
either.
do, I
I
say it
don't
right here.
either. And
Right?
I've only had to go up against one other person in this space, and I'm like, I'm not afraid. I know what I say, and I own what I say, and I know exactly what I say when I type it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Say
a
what you
fool.
mean and mean what
I
you
ain't
say.
raised no fool, right? There's nothing out there that I'm worried about. There's no screenshot. Now, the last 2 phone calls I had with Joe, both of
Mhm.
those phone calls,
Yeah.
I got a notification on my phone telling me it was being recorded, and then a sound come on to tell me it was recorded, and I had to, and I stopped both times. I said, "Dude, are you trying to record me right now?" I'm in the
What?
state. Yeah, I said, "I'm in the state of Florida. It
Oh,
is
no.
illegal to record me without my consent, and you don't have my consent." And both times I got a different excuse as to why that phone all of a sudden tried to record me. And out of all the
Mm.
phone calls we'd had, that had never occurred before until the last 2 times I spoke to that man about this situation stuff. I'm not
I'm
sure.
asking I'm asking Google, is it a one-party or two-party state?
I know what my state is. Florida, you
Well,
cannot record me, and you cannot produce it, and you cannot put it in a court of law in the state of Florida either.
Louisiana's a one-party, I know that. Indiana is considered a one-party consent. Now I'd have to find out if Arizona is. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't have
Yeah,
an iPhone. I have a good old Samsung S23 something something ultra
one
some
party.
shit. I got a good phone, but it was letting me know I was being recorded, and I don't know why.
Yeah, but
Like, I wish you
that's
would
messed
record it,
up,
release
dude.
that call, dude. Release that fucking
Yeah,
call.
but don't do that shit where you're not gonna freaking or
There's
you're just
nothing.
gonna shock me with it, like what are you doing, Joe?
I
Like,
don't
this
get.
isn't
Even
about
if he,
what people are doing to you, dude. This is about what you're doing to
well,
people.
if he was trying to record it, all he's gonna hear is me getting all over his ass like I was doing on the
Right.
live.
Can I listen
So,
to
like,
can we listen?
that's why I was shocked. I'm like, "Why is he trying to record
Okay.
me yelling at him,
Thank you, Heidi.
telling him he's stupid?" Okay, maybe he wants to play it back later because he likes to be yelled at. I don't know.
Heidi says it's a new feature that came in an update, so, hey, so
Nice.
there's that. I hate updates.
Good.
Oh god, I
Well,
do.
yeah, mine updates all the time, but usually 3 o'clock in the morning.
I usually have to delete all kinds of shit because it's like, "There's not enough storage," and I'm like, "Shocker." Anyways, thank you,
Oh,
Heidi.
yeah,
Um,
mine has over 3,000 screenshots on it. It's pathetic.
girl,
Yeah, yeah, it's bad.
I did that yesterday. Now I'm figuring
It's
I've
bad,
slowed
man.
down. Well, I mean, it picked back up recently because I look, if I leave a comment somewhere, I just take a screenshot. I don't know. I just kind of, I don't know. It's probably
Well, there's
freaking
just too much
unnecessary.
going on out there in true crime sometimes, and people slinging receipts all over the Twitter and over other
I
places. I'm like,
guess.
I need that. I need that. or a
Yeah.
document. There's no telling. There's no telling.
I
But
like the way
I
Kelly J she said the smartest way is to put it on speaker and record with an extra old phone. So,
okay.
right?
I
OG.
got some phones. I
Remember
got
when you
some
get punished
phones.
from the phones and or the phone and of course it was plugged into the wall like mine stays plugged into the wall still today because it always needs charging, right? But back in the day, the phones and my mom would be like, "You're punished." And I'd be like, "Oh no. Like whip me, please beat me." Okay?
Yeah.
Don't punish me. Oh my god, no. So, I'd have a little stash. Yeah. You hear me, mom? I had a stash in the closet. And I'd be like, "Okay." You know? Anyway, so
That's so
that's
funny.
about as bad as I got. Well, I was a smart ass.
Well, I don't think Lauren gets the part too, and she doesn't care, and I know it. But this
Mhm.
is what people in general, I hope, can take away from a lot of this, and not just with Lauren, but from other podcasters, mainstream media. It's hard to even to me to put a difference between mainstream media, legacy
Mhm.
media, social media. It's to
I
me, it's
don't
all
know.
media anymore. I stopped
Mhm.
watching mainstream media years ago. Everybody's like, "Oh, they're liars." Okay, well, fine. Well, I'll just quit watching. But apparently, all y'all who call them liars, you still watch. So, do
Well,
you?
it's like it's
But
migrated too. It's migrated,
uh-huh.
and there's a lot of sponsorships going on, and I've learned this
I
just
can't.
through
I can't with that.
observing other like other
I know.
situations, I guess you could call 'em. I don't know what to call them yet, but,
Well, when I feel
um
like a lot of people come to get their news from, like, I'll get my
Mhm.
news from social media, but now I gotta learn you also gotta learn that not everybody on social media is being honest either, and they're not always got good
Yeah.
intentions.
Or
Sometimes
they're not yeah.
way worse than the mainstream media
They
because
omit
out
or they
they'll leave out they'll misinformation on purpose. They'll leave out, really key information. They sometimes just want to feed a narrative and go out for clicks and dollars. Some people I don't even think believe Koberger's innocent, but by God, that's all that channel is going to be about because that makes the money. Um, I don't. There's nothing wrong with making money on
right.
YouTube. There absolutely isn't. But
Mm-mm.
people have to make their own choice as to where they go and consume anything,
Look, I
right?
mean, you can still sell your soul, so to speak, okay?
Yes,
You can
and it's
totally be a sellout in just being a human being, just a decent human being, and you can sell out on morality. So,
so many people do it, and it's hard. And some people come out and intentionally mislead.
mhm. Oh, yeah.
And
They
they
get off
know
on
it,
that.
they know it, they know it, and they do it, and they do it, and they just carry it on and
Mhm.
carry it on. Some come out and accidentally maybe fall into it and can't get back out. I don't know, but they have to make a decision. I had a decision to, and I use this as an example because I had a decision. Not, it wasn't a hard decision. Don't get me wrong,
Mhm.
because this is just who I am. But when started my channel, and I knew I would be covering Idaho 4 eventually when more documents came down. I could have absolutely leaned into Proberger's innocent or Proberger
Mhm.
type channel or whatever they're called, and made it just about that, whether I believed it or not, and rode
Mhm.
with it all the way home. And I could still be doing that today. But that wasn't how I felt. Like, I
Mhm.
didn't feel like that guy was innocent. So why would I go out and be doing all of that? I'm like, I don't know, so let's roll with that. And it's
Mhm.
harder. I think sometimes it's hard to go and figure out who's being honest with you, because
Right.
even, a big case can come along and have this great person that comes out and represents that case and everybody falls in line with them, but they're not a good person. Or that
No.
might be the only thing they decide to cover and really don't want to cover anything else. So they're, so where do we go from there with that? And if you come out
Well,
and tell me this and that about this case,
mhm.
I want to be able to believe you about the next case.
I wanna think from on my own, first
Right.
off, like, I
Right.
wanna have my
Exactly.
own thoughts, and look, I've so many times I've felt opposite of where everybody else was. I'm
Yes.
like, "Wait," and it's always so lonely where I'm at and where I land, and I'm like, "Okay, what did I do? What did I get? Why am I over here and everybody's over there?" And, yeah, so whatever. Look, and I was present for her 9-hour live. I was right there with my emotions wrapped up in it and not even paying it. I mean, I really wasn't paying attention. Yeah, she's throwing some shit on the thing and she's talking a lot. Does she ever go to the bathroom? No. Is she wearing a diaper? Is she sponsored, by the diaper company? Anyways, I just want to congratulate you, Barbara Brown, 733, because that was huge. That's your vote. That is your power. That's how I look at it. It's not cancel culture like we were,
Mm-mm.
um, what do you call it? Preached at, that she's not cancel culture, and right, I'm not either. I mean, as many times as I'd love to have Chad Daybell's books burned, it's pointless. So that I just have to learn to coexist. But I mean, there's no point. I don't delete comments. I'm not that's not me. But
No, I think the ability to have a good conversation, an open
yes.
conversation, and it be adult like is
Mhm.
lost. And for a lot of what I see in the
Yeah.
YouTube, I would say chats a lot of times, to me,
Mhm.
it's starting to feel like the way Facebook started to feel during all the political stuff. Hold on one
Mm.
second. My sister's yelling for me. Hold 1 second. Sorry.
She drops a political bomb in my lap, and then no, I'm figuring I don't do politics. I just follow the money, and it lands me in a lot of politicky talk, and I'm just like, "I don't know who this person is," and I mean, I feel so ignorant and so and I am. I mean, as far as politics, I have no use for it. I don't know how to anyways,
Oh,
I
Lord.
just it seems very I don't know. I just don't understand it. I had to sit next to my teacher in my civics class, and it's not because I was his favorite. It was because I was just acting like an ass. So, uh,
No, I
didn't do
think it's
well in that class.
I just think it's hard sometimes. I know it was hard for me when I first came to YouTube as far as for true crime, um, to figure out what channels I could personally trust. That they would have to align, not have to align with my views, but see things with common sense. And I'll give you an example. And I always, if I talk about it, I use this one example, and I'll never say the channel name. And no, it's not murder shit. It's another channel.
Oh, they're
And
gonna figure it out. They're
no,
smart
well,
here.
there's fine. I don't care if I don't really care.
I'm kidding.
I don't need to say the person's
They
name.
know what Santa's
But
bringing them,
but
okay?
it was a channel that did a lot of Delphi coverage, and I
Mhm.
would watch it from time to time because I was trying to figure out who I wanted to watch for Delphi coverage, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't like people telling me, and just I'm picky. I'll just let me go look for myself and figure this out, and then I'll share what I feel with other people. So
Mhm.
anyway, I went and I watched, and we got some documents down that absolutely were just like mind blowing and things like that. And then I would go back to see just to see what that person had to say. And then I'm thinking, damn, did you even read that document? Did you?
Right.
Because now I'm not even feeling this is not even a fair conversation. It's all about this is BS. But can
Right.
you tell me why? And then there was another channel with Idaho, it was that way. This is all
Hmm.
BS. It
Not
makes no
Idaho.
sense. Well, can we talk about why? That kind of thing. You know what I mean? So I think
Mhm.
it's even with Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers,
I
I
gotta
could
say
go
that
on
though.
and on.
My experience has not had that we've not had that side. There was, like, a couple Facebook groups
Right.
or Facebook pages or whatever that were like, "Free Lori," we're just like, "What are you doing, Emma and Joseph?" "What are y'all doing?"
It was
But,
such a
I
very
mean, it
different
was
type of
nobody like
case.
they're guilty as all get out, and I mean, I'd be the first one. I would. I'd be the first one to be like, I'd be fighting. I'd be fighting for them, as effed up as
Well,
that sounds.
Lori Vallow was just a whole different case than those
She's
other
nuts.
cases. And at the time, I don't know if it would have been different because was the fact that the children were involved and all of the things that I don't think Lori's case would have ever have escalated to the way these other cases I spoke of have on social media.
Mhm,
But social media play with Lori Vallow. It got
mhm.
crazy, and you could
And
tell.
COVID.
Yeah, and you could tell during Now with Idaho, because we did got the audio right for the trial, for Lori's trial, and at the end of the day, I can't even remember who I would listen to at the end of the night to listen to that. It was
Mhm.
probably whoever
Mhm.
had it on. Like, I didn't seek out one channel because I didn't know enough about channels back then to care.
Right?
Um, just
There's
whoever
politics
had
to
right, whoever
everything.
had that audio, I'm listening to that, not anything, the noise
Mhm.
around it. But,
Yeah.
and with the Arizona, everybody wants a piece of the action, I guess, when they're in true crime, and I hadn't even streamed a trial
Mhm.
at that point, but I did Karen Reed, right? And then I regretted it because it was long, it was
Why?
boring, it was tedious, and then I did Lori's, and I was
Mhm.
glad that I did because I wanted to see that full circle, because I
Gotcha.
remember the day I was watching CNN or whoever I was watching that day when they announced those kids were missing. And I remember seeing it on the news when Nate tracked her ass down to Hawaii. And I just could not believe this woman was sitting there walking away like nothing was wrong and wouldn't tell where her kids were.
Yeah,
I
he's like,
wanted to reach
"Lori,
the
where'd you get
TV
all that
screen.
money from
I mean,
in that baggie
yeah.
right there?" And
I
I'm
mean,
like, "Oh."
I'm like, holy shit, what is this woman doing? And I think for a lot of us, seeing
Mhm.
those final trials and watching the justice finally come down for Charles,
Yeah.
finally, and then for Lauren, it's giving me chills to even think about, because I see that video of Charles talking to the officer,
Yep.
trying to explain all about his crazy wife, and nobody's listening. And then that heifer wants to come out here and say, I feel like Charles Vallow, and nobody's listening. That made my blood boil. And Joe
Yeah,
Schmo,
look, I haven't brought tears to my eyes in a
I'm sorry.
long fucking
I'm
no, but it
sorry.
really is
No,
just
it's bad,
he
Kresha.
could he was
And
for if somebody woulda listened to him, just
exactly.
one person,
Just one
you
person,
know?
if he could just got someone to take him seriously,
Mm,
that what he was telling them was real, and
yeah.
how hard he was trying to fight, not only for him, he didn't even realize he was fighting for himself. He's trying
He
to
didn't
fight
know
for
he was in a
JJ.
war waged
Yeah,
against him
he's just trying
just
to get
like
these
these people
kids
do.
and
Mhm.
keep these kids settled and happy and safe while he figures out Lori's mental whatever is going on over there,
Yeah,
but he wasn't listening to. But for her to come out here and talk about that's how she felt, she was being treated the
yeah.
same way. Man, we are willing to give you the floor, and we did. And I'm
Oh,
appalled.
we
I
did.
was appalled at what I saw. That
Yeah.
display of bullshit.
Wambulance, like, "Mommy, mommy, mommy,"
Woman to
you
woman,
know?
that was a display of bullshit, Lauren, and you know it. It was manipulative. It was kind of like Megan coming out here with her little "let me
Oh,
explain empathy to you people" videos,
ooh.
which really boiled my blood as well, because I don't think that little girl knows the definition of a true empath. I think
Right?
she saw it
Yeah,
on Facebook one day and it sounded good, and she ran with it, and then she needed a
and
good
life
little
coach.
reason.
Yeah, life
And
coach. Keep
how
going.
you gotta come out to the social media and explain how you're not your dumb cousin, and you're nothing
Right.
like that dumb cousin. So now we're gonna go all these
Mhm.
videos in on empathy and all this stuff,
E-courses and
and then come out
yeah.
and double down with all these weird videos right after Lauren's statement. And then what really blew my mind, Kresha, and this really pissed me off for you, because I know Megan has been a friend to you, right? I knew you guys had
Uh,
talked. If I'm not mistaken, did she help you with your victim impact statement?
no.
Okay, good. Good to
I
know.
offered for her to because I knew that, she couldn't make one. And so I was like, "If there's anything you'd wanna say, let me know, and I'll try to weave it into mine," you know? That way I mean, the whole point, you're up there, you're in front of Lori, it's the only time she's gonna hear me, okay?
Yeah.
And, so the part about which is interesting, first off, because I feel like I got kind of plagiarized myself, if you will. And, but anyways, whatever, pick your battles. So what she sent it to me at like 7:30 in the morning that morning. And I mean, Jason, I had to end up driving all the way to Arizona because, like, my fiance, he had a couple strokes back in 2022. He had a thoracotomy back in 2020, right when Lori was being extradited from Hawaii to Idaho. I mean, just poo poo onto the head. Okay. It was just like, just Trauma Tour 2020 is what I call it. Plus, we had 2 hurricanes, but whatever. Those were just distractions. The kids were found that year. I mean, it was wild. But anyway, so I ended up having to drive all that just to tell you. I ended up having to drive all the way to Arizona, and so there was not much downtime. I didn't know that going in. I thought I was gonna be able to work on, my,
Yeah.
everything and just be able to just be on social media, while he drives, but no, 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 and that's okay. But we got there. She sent it to me that morning before court, and I mean, I didn't want to be late because God knows I'm late for everything. Um, and so what I did while I was sitting in the jury box with my family, okay, with my brother, my mom, my uncle, my aunt, my cousin, Brandon Boudreaux's family, they're awesome. They sat behind us and um anyway, so I'm sitting there like taking hers and like just I threw it in my chat GPT is what I did. And I was like, blah, I was telling it what to do. And I mean, I did not know what it was going to say till I got there, got up to the thing to read. So literally by the skin of my teeth was just like, hey, judge. And so, I mean, I was out of breath and all the things. I mean, it was just very overwhelming. Um, so I get up there and then I start reading and I can tell where it shifts into hers. And I was like, okay, okay. And then it started getting really deep and I was like, alrighty. So I just want to credit Megan for that. And then I just kind of jumped back on track.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
I was just curious because I was led to believe she kind of helped you make sure that I don't know. But
nope.
yeah, so after you went live with your mom came on,
Mhm.
um and they took it down or whatever. I think it was the next day. I think it was the next day. Megan
I
did a
didn't even
video
get
or
to
a live.
sleep. It was like before 2 something in the morning, wherever the screenshot is that whomever took, I think Alex Erickson is who did that or took a screenshot, and that's where I learned it. Actually, that's not where I learned it from. I learned it from Turtle Boy's chat.
Yeah.
Just happened to wake up the next morning. I'm, eating cereal or whatever, and I'm just like, I see a couple comments fly by on his morning live, and I'm like, no, my video, it didn't go down. I'm
Yeah.
thinking, what's she talking about? What are
Well,
they talking about?
I think it was the next day Megan went
Mhm.
live,
Oh, I
and
don't know.
well,
I couldn't keep
in
up.
that live, she had made the comment that what she would address was she was aware you had went live, and she didn't agree with what you and Kay had to say,
Mm.
and that she would take it up privately with you and Kay. And I thought, hold
That's
on,
awful rich, isn't
hold
it?
on. Girl, awful rich is right because we're here on YouTube, and Lori Vallow's cousin literally just told me she was upset with Charles Vallow's family and would
Yeah.
take it up with them privately. Why even tell me that?
I
Uh,
maybe she likes to hear herself talk, it turns out. Um,
so did she
and I
even reach
mean,
out to you and say, "Hey, Crescia,
she did, and I mean, I did share that,
you don't, yeah, you don't have to share any of that." But
I
I was
know
just curious
I
if
did
she ever
share
did.
it because
Um,
I'm like you, I'm transparent, and we're gonna like, everything else is in the open, so we're just gonna be out in the open, okay? Ding,
Somebody
ding.
commented, "What a cox." And before we get sidetracked, Mrs. Long gifted 50 memberships, Crescia.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even know they went up that high until, like, a couple like, I
Yes.
was like, "What?"
Yes, she did. She
Oh my
gifted 50
gosh, thank
memberships.
you. I'm sitting here, like, still trying to type a message because I cannot do the 2 things at one time. Thank you so much. I
It was
see that.
very generous.
Let me see
Very
if I can get
generous.
down there. 'Cause I have to
I just when
y'all,
you
so
know, it
slow.
was one thing for
Oh, oh,
everybody to
thank you
be
again,
doing all
Chuck.
the things, but to hear Megan say that on a live,
Yeah,
that she was
that was
disappointed with what you guys had said on your live, and it was pertaining to Lauren, obviously. And I thought, who are you to tell me you're disappointed? So what if you are? and then you're gonna tell
Right.
your chat that I'll handle it privately. That to me was disgusting, a disgusting move to make,
Mhm.
and I
It
didn't
makes me
understand it.
but it also tells me exactly what her research efforts are too, you know? And I do, I feel that way. She was because she was deconstructing from the church, which I mean, high five, right? Yay.
Right.
Alright.
Yep.
You're halfway there, basically, now.
Yep.
Because, I mean, I thought maybe a little further, but, and who am I to sit here and measure somebody's, whatever. It's her life. She can do
Rehabilitation,
whatever she wants.
Mormonism.
Yeah, do what you do. I'm sitting here looking for this, and I don't see it. 50 memberships. But anyways, thank you. I will be Tina, and also Chuck.
Oh, yes,
Passed
Fidel,
it
you
right
got
on back.
5
Right.
cent from Tina.
Thank you, Donna. Okay, there she
Nice.
is. Thank you, Mrs. Long. Z4Z. That's very snazzy. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Wow, I feel like I need to do, like, some production or something
Girl,
backstage.
I
I'll
don't
I'll dance.
I'm not an entertainer. If you come for all the bells and whistles, I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know how to do all that stuff. And
Thank you,
I'm too
Tammy.
cheap to pay extra
Oh,
for
right.
like,
I
whatever I
hate
use.
it.
Like, what do I
I
use? I
hate
don't
it.
use StreamYard. I use that other shit, Restream. That's it.
I know, I know. And this one's getting they keep adding more and more stuff, which is okay, but, then Zoom, that's why I was not into Zoom. I was like, "Oh my god." It was like getting in a
Yeah.
luxury vehicle and all the
I don't
things.
know. Sometimes I get distracted when there's a ton of stuff going down on that
Mhm.
screen. Like, I
Yep.
usually just lay in bed and listen to a stream, but they're
Oh, yeah.
showing stuff I wanna look at. I need to look at that and, that all that I got that kind of brain. I like clutter free. There's things in my way, I'm distracted.
Um, well, so that collab you did with Andy, I was like, "Oh, what a prize," like, I was and it was such a good conversation, it was engaging, and I was just
Oh,
like
thank
I
you.
mean,
I
I
have to
listened
be
to you
honest, I've
guys.
been wanting to get Andy on for a minute. I mean, I know of Andy because of the Delphi community, right? I've listened to her streams before. I've followed her on
Mhm,
Twitter. I had never really interacted with her like that before until this stuff come up with Lauren. Um, and I think I saw her in chats a few times and Twitter and just started having conversations with her, and then
mhm.
she liked what I did with Joe, and so kind of started our conversation. But yeah, I was looking forward to that conversation, and that kind of happened on a whim. I mean, we had
It
talked
was
about
awesome.
doing a conversation, but that particular day, I was literally snuggled up on my bed watching that Boise body cam, getting so mad. And I reached out to Andy and said something, and she said something back, and I'm like, "You want to go live?" And she's like, "Okay." And so we did. About 30, 40 minutes later, we were
Yeah,
live. And it was a great
it was good.
conversation, and because she's such a great person to have a good conversation with, and I knew
Yeah.
I could have the type of conversation I wanted to have with her, because the conversation I was hoping to see, I was seeing everything but that.
Yes, I needed to hear
You know what
y'all's
I mean?
conversation. I was like,
Yeah,
"Okay, good. Yes, yes, yes." Y'all were
yeah.
I was like Lauren and John. I was check, 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 check. Ha
Yeah,
ha.
I wanted to have that conversation. I've been wanting to see it across the board, to move
Yes.
on past the goofy eyebrows and to move past her weird marriage. And we all know she's the workaholic breadwinner and he's the daddy that stays home. We know. But I also know that this woman set up a family during a time of grief when they just wanted to get their loved one's story out there. Hear me. It reminds me of Ethan Chapin, know
Oh,
who I am. And when Lauren stood right there in Boise, now calling her alleged stalker a
yeah,
cyber bullier, and I'm thinking, bitch, in Idaho, I cannot legally call Brian Koberger a stalker. And he said he walked right into that house and killed those 4 young people. Younger than
yeah,
Grayson, mind you. And that 19-year-old girl over there in Idaho that was awake during the whole thing, that did all that weird stuff, got torn down, even by me. And she's 19 years old. But people want to go over there and talk about Grayson's 24.
Right.
Y'all standing right there in Boise, Idaho, where Brian Cobra, because and also because you had to go cover Coburger for us, because God forbid I wouldn't have known what was going on if you weren't there. We go pretend we weren't going to have cameras in that courtroom, Miss Thing, but you're going to approach the person you sent a cease and desist to at the Coburger um, press conference. Can I sit here? What's that
Mm.
movie with that weird
Right.
kid that says
You
you
know,
can't sit
you
here?
don't yell in the damn courtroom, okay, first off, and if she
Yeah,
would have, they would have been escorted out.
there
That's
she
just a
was being
simple,
a
easy,
trial
peasy
tourist,
lemon squeezy.
Crescia.
I know them damn T and
She was
T's.
being she was a trial tourist when she showed up in Delphi, she was a trial tourist when she showed up in
Mm,
Arizona, and
mm.
she was a trial tourist when she showed up at the Coburger sentencing. Miss Ma'am, you don't cover those cases. You barely touched Idaho, and you barely touched Delphi. But all of a sudden, we need you there, boots on the ground in the courtroom, ass on a seat.
Yep.
If we don't have that, we have
Well,
nothing.
you don't I could imagine me sending a cease and desist to somebody and then
And then
expecting to
asking them,
sit
"Can you
next
have a
to them.
seat?"
The
Right.
audacity.
I
Like,
know.
who is you, lady? Who is
Right,
you?
who are you? Because I wouldn't
Ah,
wanna sit next to you if I sent you a cease and desist.
no. Might get
I
to
that the
court
whole
duty.
point is not to talk to each other, right? Don't talk about me, don't look at me, don't even I don't exist. But excuse me, can I sit next to you? Because I gotta cover this Coburger sentencing. Uh, you the guy we can't call a stalker? That guy? And his phone pinged ma'am 23 times in the vicinity of that home, and we still can't call that dude a stalker.
Mhm. Right.
So
Well, it goes way far back, Susie B, and I mean, I get it, some people don't know, and I commend you for being able to stay out of it. I mean, for me, it goes, well, you said Kay and Larry. So basically, there are some text messages that my mom actually saw back whenever it was my Uncle Charles's justice, the first trial where Lori Daybell represented herself pro per.
mhm.
And my mom actually saw some screenshots where Lauren talked some shit about them. My mom, I don't know exactly. I don't pry, so that's just me. I mean, my mom shares whatever she feels like sharing. I don't, I believe her. I believe what they said, and I saw. I'm gonna have to pull the screenshot up too of what Lauren said about me and another of one of my friends that I met along the way who was an ex-Mormon, who was helping me really, really. She was helping me a lot. Okay, and anyways, I mean, it's really, and it's all. Oh, wait. And so what I believe is still going to come out. I believe like Lauren staged this entire stalker thing. I believe she had to pin it on somebody to try and stop these texts of Lauren's, these alleged texts of Lauren's from coming out. And uh-oh, I lost. I lost Salty. She can come back in. And anyways, so there's these I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I'll pull them up here in a little while though, and you'll see. I mean, it's really exploitative, especially knowing that Lauren talks shit about my family, and I mean, it's even alleged that she talks shit about the actual victims of this case of Chad and Lori Daybell, and that would be Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, and or Joe. I'm just saying. Um, and I heard it was actually Tylee, and I hope like hell it's not. Another thing that was alleged that she did was, but I'm gonna pull that up too, so I don't wanna double speak, because I'm gonna share it here in a little bit. So if you just hang tight, um, I'll let you know here soon. I'll try to tie it in as best I can, but I'm also gonna pull Salty back in, and I'm gonna pull Andy back in, or Andy in. Hey, Andy. Sorry. Get
You're
back in.
like, oh God,
Hey,
it's like,
testing. Can you guys hear me okay? Do I sound okay?
It's popping.
yeah, it's popping a little bit. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, you throw
So
me a
I
link. I'm like, yep, all right.
Yeah, I
So
was like, "Come on." Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure this out. So am I popping?
Yes.
Okay, because I need to come out, leave, and come back. I'm on my phone now because for some reason I was on the PC and it just went all wonky, but I was hotspotting the PC. So I'm trying to
Mm.
join on my phone. I just didn't know how it would sound for you guys.
Yeah, mine used to do that too. I had my Apple, I don't know if you're on an
Okay.
Apple,
I'm
but
gonna leave. No, I'm on a my Samsung. I used to be fine when I used to come in on the phone, but it's been
oh,
weird lately. But I'll
yeah,
go
come
out
on.
and I'm gonna come back. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well,
Oh, I
hello.
hate that. I know. Hey, hey. I know, right?
I've
How we're on 2 different cases in 2 different, lands, it seems like, and then yet we clash. We run into each other. And it's
I
like, "Wait."
know. Well, I've been wanting to. I mean, I've been in,
Mhm.
wanting
Research
to
mode.
talk. Yeah, I've been doing some research, but yeah, I'm just very, very interested, and I just want to thank you for coming out and just sharing your story. Truly, because I think that somebody in chat earlier said, hey, I just unsubscribed. And I think that when when I think about, at least this is some of the stuff I was thinking about when y'all were talking, was that, when you think about news or media or journalists or whatever you want to call them, you vote with your subscription, you vote with your buying a membership, and unsubscribing to somebody that you've been following for a long time because they do something that just is absolutely devoid of any integrity, let alone just straight bullshit. That's taking some power back, and I liked how you said that because it's true.
Yeah, it's not cancel culture. It's
Hell
different.
no. Hell no. 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 You act like a fool, you need to be treated like a fool.
Exactly. Like, I'm
Sorry.
not gonna promote the behavior. "Hey,
Mm-mm.
how you sound now, lady?"
Hey, I think I should be good now.
Oh, that's
Yeah, you're
good.
not pop, lock, and dropping anymore.
Okay, I'm back on the PC now. I'm back on the PC. Now my swamp
Oh,
signal is showing good and strong. Um, I hope people don't confuse this as like we're trying to cause like a cancel culture
oh, no, no,
thing.
no, no, no. Nope.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-mm.
Um,
No.
but because it's nothing to do with that. Not for me anyway. Not
No.
my bigger picture.
I like how
Um,
Andy said it in the chat earlier, but I can't remember it to repeat it. So,
uh-oh.
uh, but
No, you just vote with it's like, well, Crush was saying it. You vote with your subscription. You earn trust. Like, people
yeah,
can listen to me or not, but if I say something or do something that is shitty, lacks integrity or whatever, then you can move with you can unsubscribe, you can not
yeah,
watch what I do. And that isn't cancel culture. That's just being
right.
having
Using your
integrity in what you
yeah,
consume,
Oh, I agree because I do that. My unsubscribe button works
Oh,
well.
hell yeah.
Because there's people I would subscribe to in the beginning of certain cases and listen for a while, and it didn't take me long to figure out this may not be a place for me. Just unsubscribe and
Yeah.
move along. You know,
yeah.
because I always said I can't be the YouTube police, and like
No.
I'm not going to go around busting everybody out, calling everybody out, and because the minute you start doing all of that, you got all these creator wars happening, and that's not no fun. I'm not here for all that. I would rather call out the defendants like Stefan Stearns or
Mhm.
people like
Mhm.
Lauren who want to come in playing cowboy and hijack cases for their benefit and use families to bank on that because she was absolutely trying to grow her hidden true crime brand.
And I
Yeah.
would be right there behind her, and I actually had just subscribed back to her, okay? Because I mean, I took that power, because that's the only power I have is that subscription, is that view, is that, I'm not one of these people. I've never reported anybody. I've never,
Right.
like,
Yeah.
didn't your stream go down, Andy?
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I didn't even get to see it. I was like, man, I was so looking forward to it too.
Oh, I'm gonna put it back up. I just haven't had time. That was about the copyright board, and boy, oh boy, yeah, it's
Struck a
pretty
chord.
interesting. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
And that's interesting that Andy did that show, because I took a deep dive a few weeks ago, and was when I looked, that's when I stumbled across this document that I found, and it was all about the LDS, the Mormon Church, and how seriously they take copyright and the copyright law, and how they teach about it within their teachings of the church. That is
Mhm.
you own that, right? And how if I was to go live and talk about the Mormon Church and played anything that they actually produced themselves and put out, I'm going to get struck immediately.
Mhm. Oh,
And
yeah.
they and so I don't know how much of that was actually preached to people who were Mormons like Megan and Lauren and Joe, because Joe really had a hard time with her little strike, which I get it. She struck Sleuthy for the same reason.
Oh, that was I can't.
Word for word. I felt
Oh
better
man.
once I heard Sleuthy what, Sleuthy
Yeah,
Goosey? I
yeah,
was like,
yeah.
"Okay, alright, so she's
They
not."
got
I
it.
mean, I
Yeah,
still feel
Joe and
targeted,
I did it.
but
So Joe and I reviewed the interview on his channel. We would switch off usually with our Delphi stuff. We like on my channel one time, there's the next. We just kind of like wrote, not even putting much thought into it, right? Well, that particular day, we did the Jerry Holman interview review on his
Mm.
channel, which was a good thing, I guess, because he got struck, not me. But
Mhm.
you know, but Sleuthy did the same thing when she got it over on hers, and she got struck as well.
yeah,
Well, back up too, and I think that and Krusha, maybe you and I can catch up and talk about this sometime.
strategizing.
Well, but yeah, because the thing
We're
is that what
learning
happened.
copyright law.
Right, because the thing is that, the Sleuthies, both of them are back up because Lauren, this is what I found with, and Salty, I think, got an earful of this the other night, so I won't belabor it too much. But, when there are creators out there that utilize the systems in YouTube or copyright strikes, or, hell, in Delphi, we had de facto swatting
Oh
that
my god.
implicated. Oh yeah. So I mean, but the thing is that these things are designed to intimidate and chill speech, right? Well, the thing is
Allegedly.
that, oh, totally. And so like the thing with Sleuthies, she just waited Lauren out, and it
Mhm.
got dismissed because Lauren
Mm.
didn't follow up, because I bet she was hoping that Sleuthy would just go ahead and turn tail and run. She doesn't know Sleuthy. I
Mm.
mean,
Not like
because,
that, no, mm-mm. She didn't know her at all. Yeah,
uh-uh. And she doesn't know that she wasn't gonna put up with that. So,
and
you know,
I don't know if Lauren ever honestly intended to take it any further than those initial strikes, to be
right.
honest. She told him that the reason that he got struck was somebody in her camp did it. I said, well, you know as well
Mhm.
as I do as a YouTube creator, then somebody had credentials to access her YouTube account,
Mhm.
her channel
Yeah,
account.
that's exactly how
Because
that sounded like
it's
it
up to
played out.
me who gets into my account and strikes
Yeah.
anybody
You give your
Yeah.
or
password
does
out
anything.
like I did to my moderator that one time, not the ones I have now, but,
Yeah.
that's my fault. That's on me. That's not that person. I mean, unless there's a work contract, I'm not in that business, I'm not in a business period. I'm just here, like, just sharing my journey, my research.
Well,
It's
there
different,
are tools in the YouTube app. The YouTube Studio has tools that will tell me if somebody, I guess, like shares something of mine or mentions me, different things that will come up back there. They'll let me know, but there's nothing ever worth striking anybody over. You know what I mean? Not like that. So I don't
Right.
know where, if Lauren just struck them because she's a bitch and just da 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 da, or but I don't think she ever intended to take it further than those initial strikes. It's just her.
But she did. But she has.
I
Yeah.
mean, with
Yeah.
you, I mean,
Yeah.
she's like, then you go back to this LDS teaching stuff and all this copyright stuff they're taught and how important it is, and
And
it's
she
like, is
thinks
that
she
what?
owns my family. She thinks she
Right,
owns me.
and
She
she
thinks
doesn't.
she's the boss of me.
She
And
doesn't
I mean,
own
this is
the
proven. This
case.
is people have come forward and said, "Hey, yeah, no, she wanted me to be your minder basically
Well, here's the
and
thing
keep
with that
you
whole
on the rails and to
What?
keep you from asking questions. And not only that, but say that my mom put put them up to it. Like, so I was
Okay,
being told
so
that my
let me
mom
ask
was,
Lauren this: if we need to get
What?
one of those YouTube
yeah,
defense
girl,
attorneys out
yeah.
here to answer some questions, maybe. So if I was going to be a judge or anybody in that realm and talk to Ms. Lauren, I'm going to be, ma'am, where did you get the content for your content?
Mm-hmm.
How did you
Yeah.
obtain that content? Where did you get it? Who gave it to you? If Kay Woodcock herself did not give that to her, then tell me where you got it. You went to the Facebook and stole it?
Mhm.
So,
It
My
originated with
question,
my family. But we were
one of
talking
my,
about her we were talking about my mom's experience with Lauren and John. So I'm like, I wish I'd have never pulled up the damn video because I mean, I could have found my own damn pictures, right? Because they originated with my family, first off. So let's just put that out there.
well,
I
obviously they
mean,
did, Krisha. I mean, I'm just saying, if she can't
well,
produce
maybe she
where
needs
she
to
got
hear
them
it.
from, obvious
Right.
she doesn't know the victims. She didn't film the videos or take the
right.
photos herself. They were supplied to
Yeah.
her by someone. And if it
No, they
wasn't
were
the
not.
family, then who
She
was it?
she
Then where did
sent
she
them
get them? That's what I'm saying.
off
She
the
took them where?
internet, off
Off
the
Facebook, right?
off social
Probably.
media.
Exactly.
Well, I
Mhm.
wanted to
So,
ask a question. Just I had one question I was thinking about was that did she ever, and this is just more of a nosy, and you can tell me to piss off, but did she ever have your family sign anything saying,
Nope.
mm, oh,
oh
girl,
girl.
Andy, damn it, damn it, man. Mm.
All right. I'm just gonna write that down. Okay.
Yeah.
Noted,
You don't
duly
have to. You
noted.
don't just remember
We're
it
taking notes.
because it's one
I'll
of
get the
those things.
notebooks. Mm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, like we've I've converted. I don't wanna drag like, I'm not trying to drag I know y'all aren't, but
No,
I'm
I
just
mean,
telling
it's not.
people that that's
It's
what I'm doing. It's my choice.
people.
It's your
I told
family.
my mom I told my mom before I even was planning to go live that Sunday, and I couldn't even hold it in till Sunday. I went live that Friday, and Lauren and John scheduled that 3 or 4 hour whatever,
Oh
when
God.
Dr. John, uh,
Mm-mm.
joined in on the bashing, and,
Mhm.
they scheduled over me, which is normal. That is normal for a day in the life of Crush, okay? Easton right here on Difficult Research, okay? Just getting mowed over. No kind of acknowledgement ever, okay? Unless it suited her. Or if like I would be in her comment section during her live streams, I'd see my parents there, I'd see my uncle there, I'd see my family there. And I'm like, "Hey, yay," but I would make her acknowledge me. I would send her a super chat, and I would be like, "Oh,
I
keep up the
heard
good
you say
work."
that,
You know?
and I heard you say that, and I thought that was so interesting that to get her to acknowledge you,
Imma
you
make
had
her
to
say my
super
name.
chat her ass, right? Or
Mhm.
yeah, right.
But then
And
yet
it's
she's
like,
sitting there, and my kids are hearing her, see my parents in the chat, which gives them credibility, right?
Mhm.
That's that, and I didn't know how to explain it to my parents, right? And I've tried, and I just was that's I had to create boundaries because I just felt so unsafe and so alone, basically.
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's not, I mean, we were going through other things. It's not like, hey, let me just, and I mean, how I took it was, all right, well, they're my parents. I'm not their parent. So
Well, the
do what
way
you
I
do, boo.
so you look at Lauren and you see how manipulative she really can be, right? Or really is, not can be,
Yeah.
Mhm.
is.
Calling them mama and
So
papa.
then I
Oh
look at
God.
Kay and Larry, and then
Uh-huh.
because I'm a people watcher. I'm an introvert.
Me
I
too.
like to stay at home, but when I have to go out and about, I'm studying these people because people fascinate me because they're weird. Humans have weird habits. And so I
Forever.
watch them. They're just, I entertain myself.
Yeah.
So Kay and Larry seem so down to earth and open. I feel like Lauren just easily not that they were easily manipulated. She took such advantage of them at a vulnerable time. Kay already had so much going on with what to deal with the Lori Vallow of it all. I mean, she's being labeled dark. She's having to sleep with weapons. I
It's
heard Kay
insane.
describe, I don't know if people heard what I heard when they heard Kay. And I didn't hear this until recently during the
Yeah,
Lori's last trials.
it was on
But
my, live stream I had my
girl,
mom
it made
on.
me want to cry because I don't
Me
think people
too.
realize the depth of what Kay has been through already.
Mhm.
Will you tell them? I mean,
Yes.
you'll tell it better than
So
I
I
will.
don't know if I remember it word for word, but basically there was this one time Kay recalled, and she talked about it on Kay on the live that night at Crush's channel,
Mm.
that so she had been labeled dark. Brandon had been labeled. I think at this point Brandon had already been shot at. Um, she had to
Charles was
sleep.
murdered. The kids were
Yeah, Charles
missing.
was already
God.
gone, the kids, everything, and
There's a
they
cult. You don't know who the
yeah, there's
cult
a
is.
cult running around. Lori's out there, doing whatever Lori wants apparently.
Alex. Yep.
So, but Kay had to sleep with weapons in her own home
She would.
and
She
away,
said
and
that.
she had to position herself on a couch
Yeah.
in a way that if a shot come through the window, it wouldn't have took her out by way of her head.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
She
Mhm.
carried her pistol from room to room to room to
Live
room.
with that for a moment. To know that you cannot lay on your own sofa and relax for what
Mhm.
5-10 minutes you might get because your grandbabies and all your brother. Come on, you're already
Yeah.
carrying a big heavy burden there. So if the woman gets a chance to lay down for 10 minutes on her own freaking sofa, she's got to worry about a bullet
Mhm.
flying through the window at the
Yeah.
hands of Lori Vallow. And
Yep.
then here comes riding in Lauren, gonna be the keeper of all things, and I'm gonna bring the story of JJ and Tylee to life for you, Kay.
Mhm.
I'm gonna give you a voice for your family. And I'm gonna package it up in a neat little bow later when it suits me and pass it off as my dear friends.
Yeah,
In the
that
meantime,
mm,
and talk shit about your daughter behind your backs.
Mhm.
Called her names.
Have people look after her like she's
And
my monitor or something. Like, who are
like you
you,
need a
lady?
keeper. Like
I'm
you
older
needed
than
a
she is.
keeper. I think so. What I wanted to know for sure if she knew about any of the research you were looking into, and
Yeah.
when she found that out,
Probably watched me
and
the whole
did
time. I mean, I found her in my comments,
so she
in
was
oh
my
really?
watching
videos.
the stuff you were
Yeah.
doing from way
Mm.
back.
Yeah.
So I
Yep.
wonder if it was because you were going hard at her quote unquote church,
What I took
or
from it was, from uh, one of the people that came forward, and actually said, "Hey, I was approached by Lauren, to be your minder, to keep you quote unquote on the rails." And I'm just like, that's an interesting
uh,
term.
Okay. All
eh,
right.
eh,
Mm-mm.
let Andy have the
Mm-mm.
floor.
And then
No.
say that it was my mom that put them up to it. You know what I mean? Like,
What?
Mm-mm.
yes. And so I
What?
asked my mom, not probably last week. And I mean, it's just these things I don't want to have to ask my damn mom. Like, but I'm
Of
like,
course
Mom,
not.
because I already know the answer. I know my mom didn't put anybody up to do that. And she's like, no,
I think if
you
your
know.
mom wanted no, wait, can we just
But do
get
you
this
see
straight? Don't you?
the risk
Look, I think
that
I
this
know Kay
caused?
enough to know that if anybody's going to keep you on the rails, Kay don't need no help from no damn Lauren Matthias.
No,
All right,
no,
so she's telling
Uh,
people to keep you on the rails for why is it her business
because
what you're doing?
I mean, just go. Well, I'm gonna pull the screenshots up, so that we can see what Lauren said about me.
oh, Lord
And
have mercy, Jesus. Okay.
I know everybody do your thing.
Ooh.
Praise Jesus, right? Holy hell.
We got to make sure Crusher don't go off the rails, guys.
I know. I need some training wheels. Okay.
Don't we all, girlfriend?
I do. I do. Let's see. Oh, y'all go ahead. I
And,
gotta sit here and look.
you go ahead because also the another there's like some just the biggest takeaways for me was Megan going live saying, "I'm not happy with Cray and Kate and Crusher. I'll take it up with them privately," and the web
Mm.
sleuths messaging you
Oh
before
my
you
God.
went live not to spread misinformation.
Not
That
just
was
that, but
I you
after
I
on
I don't even
another
know if I
live
heard all
stream.
of that.
On another live stream that I was invited on to. So, I mean, it wasn't like I hosted it, okay? But the other creator expressed an opinion that, okay, I don't control other people. I don't know if they don't know that, okay? That that's not how real life works. Like, you don't control what other people say. Like, I
Right.
have, like, I can't I'm not going to either. I have no desire to,
Mm-mm.
to do that. Everybody's
Mm-mm.
responsible for their own crap. And
Mhm.
so I received like 8 different emails. I don't know if it was by accident because they kind of seemed to be within the same minute. Um, asking me to correct the information. This was by Websleuths, by the way, and correct the information, correct the person, delete, trim that part out. And I'm just like, how about whenever you you know, come out and say you're not for Lauren, okay? And then you're not gonna be her freaking you know what I mean? Like you wrote letters, you wrote declarations or whatever they're called
Mhm.
to the court, lady.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And you have shamed people, you have kicked people out of your comment section. You have betrayed my family as well. And if you are high if you think that you're gonna freaking do a fundraiser on the backs of Tylee and JJ this year,
That's
you
ridiculous.
got another thing coming.
What?
You got another
Oh,
thing coming, lady.
oh
What
my
Oh,
God.
yeah, still plans it and everything. I'm just like, "Oh my god, yeah,
what is she
no."
planning? What does she do?
Mm-mm.
They do a
Mm-mm.
fundraiser every year
Mm-mm.
for, the end of the world, right? Because Lori and Chad believed it was gonna be the end of the world, on July
Uh,
22nd, so that she does, like, an all-night thing, and so, hey, last year or this year, I'm sorry, she raised money for JJ's, school, right? Life Academy, which is fine and dandy, but that's before I knew all this shit was going on
I think
and
there's
what she
motive.
was tolerating and
Mhm.
doing and saying and, appeasing Lauren, basically. It's like she's controlled by her or something. It's the
Mm.
weirdest
it's just
freaking
it's
behavior I've ever seen.
it's just so strange to me. And the thing is like I and you know the reason that I think that it's important to talk about it is not only because I hate seeing people who are victims of crime, family members, who are have victims of crime getting taken advantage of.
Yep.
Well, I hate that, but I also hate people that try to represent themselves as being
Yes.
upstanding and reputable people in the news business, and that she's just not. And there's so many, and I think that I don't. e- There's nothing to that word. She's not a reporter. She's not a journalist. She's, in my opinion, right?
She's
But
a
I,
freaking YouTuber.
right. Just like
Mhm.
exactly. And
Mhm.
and guess what? That's okay. Just don't make up bullshit
Right.
about your cred and your integrity and your ethics,
And
because
she
that's an
did that with
actual thing.
Christina. She
Yeah.
did that with reporting her cyberbully or whatever. She was saying, "I'm a reporter, they're trial tourists," or whatever. They're fangirls. They're you know what I'm saying? Like,
It's gross.
degrading,
Mm-mm.
minimizing,
Well,
diminishing,
and I think to
dehumanizing.
Andy's point, there's a
Ugh.
lot of people out there right now running around calling themselves journalists,
Yeah.
um,
We know
even
one.
on social media, but the
Oh, wow.
integrity is not there.
No.
And just because you shine light on one particular, I don't know, case or subject, if there's legit issues in that case or subject, then maybe you've shined a light on that, and that's
So
cool.
so many more to go, though.
But if when it goes beyond that is ridiculous. But the integrity is just not being met today that once was there. I
Yeah.
grew up in the 70s. Andy and I had this conversation the other day about the time we grew up in and the way journalists were, and we're recalling and remembering Ashley Banfield back in the day, going undercover
Yeah.
in Afghanistan and everything, and people that see Ashley Banfield today, they have no clue of that part of her long before she's doing what she's
Yeah.
doing right now.
Yeah.
Um, I grew up with, Hugh Downs and Barbara Walters, and my mom watched all the criminal shows that were out at that time, and anything about the law she loved. And she would talk to me about different reporters and integrity and things of that nature. You know what I mean? And so I always pay attention to where I got my news from. And that's when everybody started spatting off and back in the day on Facebook about we can't trust the media. I was like, well, y'all just now figuring that out. That's weird, but okay.
Right.
We have to take everything we hear with a grain of salt, basically, especially. And Andy, do you recall? I don't recall what triggered this, but I talk about it sometimes, and I have to go back and do research on it. But it's been so many years for me now. But I recall back in the day, I'm going to say early 80s, I think it was, a lot to do was had about sources and reporters having to give up their sources, and how the courts decided no, they don't. It was like a huge deal. There were a lot of reporters trying to be sued by different things, and newspapers and things like they want your sources. And the
Right.
papers were fighting back, and the reporters were fighting back. No, we don't. But that made me pause and wonder, of course, we know we can't always trust sources. So that's where we
Right.
have to come in with our level of intelligence and know that, and not just take it for granted. So that it's hard to find people you can trust in this space sometimes because of that lack
Well,
of integrity.
and the thing is too, is that just for the record, journalists, reporters, whoever have no special protections. We don't,
Right.
unless your state has passed a law that has that's called a shield law. So everybody can be. My thing is that everybody can be a reporter. I think YouTube has potential. I think a lot of places have potential.
Yeah.
Just have some integrity and some ethics, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
And that's my thing. It's like it doesn't occupy some rarefied air. It's the rarefied air is integrity, ethics, and following just some general, rules of practice, and taking it seriously, not being a jerk. I mean,
Yeah.
Jesus, it's not that hard to not be an
You
ass.
know you know you know
You're
what
right.
always bothered me, Andy, was you heard it here first.
Oh my God.
Something about
No.
that phrase that
Mm-mm.
it just would
Mm-mm.
piss me off automatically,
I'm
like,
Oh
not going to
no.
hear anything first on my channel unless it's accidental
Mm-mm.
because I'm
mm,
late to the party.
oh,
Yeah,
man.
No.
it's that got to be there first. But what
Yeah.
Andy's saying,
Mm-mm.
having that integrity
Yes.
all the way around, and when people start to get messy and they become the story, like in the Sebastian Rogers case, for instance, there's no more talking about Sebastian Rogers. The people talking about Sebastian Rogers are talking about each other, and they all made a mockery of that case early on. So they all kind of like gathered up together now, and that's just what they do. So whatever. But that the child's not talked about hardly anymore,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
So when you become messy, can I trust your reporting at this point? And that goes back to the integrity, you know.
Right.
And people wanted to say that that's what that I was doing to Joe. It was just drama. Salty needs to take it offline and ask, whatever she's mad about. Like, hold up, I am not some scorned ass woman with a problem with a man on social media, and I'm out here airing my dirty laundry. No, no,
Exactly.
no. Back it up. Get it right. I tried to handle that behind the scenes. But
Mm-hmm.
he wanted to keep pushing the envelope and come out and say shit all everywhere, all over social media. No, come say it with me, your friend. Come
Right.
talk to your friend about it. That's how I felt about that. So that to me, I wasn't like getting into this messy drama stuff because I don't do that. I don't approve of it, Um,
It's
so it's
gross. I
it is
hate it.
gross.
I
It
mean,
is.
truly, it's like no. Look, I'm gonna jump off because I just jumped on and uh, didn't want to step in too much, but I want to go listen. But I do want to connect. Crush, I got some stuff I would love to ask you, and salty as always. I want to,
Yes.
but
Yes.
that would be great. I would look
Is
forward to it.
is a date.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'll
Yeah.
hold you to it. And Salty, I'll hold you to
All right.
it.
I'll talk to
Well,
you soon, Andy.
thanks for having me, y'all. It was really nice to be around. Thanks, Crush. I really appreciate it.
It
You're
was good to
out
talk
here.
to you
You
and
too.
just actually talk to you, you know?
Yeah, for
It's
sure. All
important.
right. We'll talk soon.
Yes.
All right. Thanks,
Thank
Chad.
you. Have a good night.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I also wanted to bring this up. I've been sitting here on this same comment,
Okay.
and it's from Young Black Economist. And
Mhm.
how she is getting information that's not supposed to be released from who? Cop Connection. I'm telling you, Lauren is involved in leaks. And that's not even the comment I was trying to hover over. Here it is. I
What
want
leaks
to
did she
know.
think?
This is what I believe too, young black economist. I want to know how Lauren claims to have heard jail calls of Lori in Idaho, which are not subject to be released through FOIA. Idaho doesn't release calls, yet Lauren claims to have heard them. Girl, so I straight up clipped these earlier. Okay, so I planned on sharing these tonight,
She claims
or
that
just
she
these
heard
clips
she
of
claims that she FOIA'd jailhouse calls with
she.
Lori in Idaho
Mm,
prison.
okay, you know how there was always well, maybe you don't. Maybe you do. I don't know. Somebody might. But there was always like this uh, I'll say a whisper campaign. Okay, I'll say a
Mhm.
whisper campaign because that seems about appropriate. And it was about who's communicating between Chad and Lori. And we always just assumed Emma. We assumed John Pryor. We assume family member. I don't know. Like, I don't sit there and like lose sleep over it, whatever. They still are not going to be together. They're still convicted, same old, same
Right.
old. So it's like, it is what it is. And, I'm not a control freak. So, um, anyways, so I listened to some clips from, she had Annie Elise on her channel, Hidden True Crime, did on April 5th, 2025. And so I, grabbed a few clips because I was like, "Oh my god, she looks like the cat ate the canary," in my opinion. Whenever Annie Elise asked her, about this very question. And so, anyways, I just want to share with y'all. But I
Yeah.
also thank you. I've been hovering over that comment because I'm like, yes, yes, I believe
I
we
love
have the
Young Black
culprit.
Economist.
Yeah. So I clipped this from your because I couldn't find it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So this is from Salty Sleuth Investigates. This is from her x.com. And it says, I think the thing that makes me the most mad is that I don't like hypocritical self-righteousness. Krusha and Elmom, that's my friend Jen, okay. Krusha and Elmom are great examples, but they are small. So we can be mad but roll our eyes. And then she goes on to say, these two have a big following and control a subreddit and still act like this. She's talking about Jordan and McKay. And then she corrects herself down there. Looks like a mid text. Okay. Says, to correct myself, I don't just roll my eyes at Kresha. I find her actions despicable and destructive. I think I can handle it more because her brain doesn't seem to comprehend anything comprehensive.
Mm.
Jordan McKay know better. Mormon stories made J and K, Jordan and I guess McKay. Yet they steal their slides the entire show and call it theirs without shame. So why is she meddling first off in Mormon stories business like this?
Right.
Okay.
And
And secondly, she's talking about Jordan and McKay, accusing them of stealing, just like she accused me of stealing. Um,
she
she
calls your actions despicable and destructive.
she's not trauma informed. She's not, she's talking shit behind my back
Mad
and
shit.
being like, "I love you, Christian," to my face.
That's
Okay?
so. Oh
And
my
that's
god.
a bitch, if you ask me. That is
Yeah.
a bitch if there ain't never was a bitch before. I'm sorry, I just said that all slang and everything, but
No, that's
that I
cool.
mean, square up with me, be a woman. Don't it's so gross. It's so gross,
I
and this
told her,
is so
when
kindergarten.
she needs to explain her words to me because like those word analogy people, despicable and destructive. What the hell was so despicable about Kresha, and what the hell
I
was so
agree with her.
destructive?
I
What
agree.
was so destructive? Your
Well, first
research? I'm
off,
going to go back to that. Was the research destructive? What the hell are you talking about?
I don't think that you're supposed to use comprehend and comprehensive in the same sentence. I'm just saying. I'm no genius, but I guess she is. But I mean, I get it. It's called I have ADHD and I have. I mean, I'm not making excuses, like, I know this, I am
Look,
upfront with
here's the
everybody,
thing.
like, I'm
Look, here,
disjointed,
here's the
but
thing, Pressure. You don't owe anybody anything because
you're
this
right.
woman needs to come out and give an explanation for her behavior.
Salty.
John wants to come
She
out and
needs to
tell
girdle
me,
up her loins.
yeah,
I'm sorry,
John
I
wants
had
to
it on
come out.
tap.
Well, John will come out here and tell us that we are to ignore those types of texts right
Yeah,
there, but we need to
mhm.
focus on her body of work,
Her
her
work.
hidden true crime body of work, because she has
Yeah,
style like Brad Pitt. Um,
right.
so we are to ignore this stuff. Focus on that body of
And this
work,
is just
sir.
one
That
leaked
body of
message.
work is all. That body of work is a little jammed up now because of this shit right here.
Yep.
Because your wife's
I think
personal integrity is in the tank.
yep. I think that she, made up this is just my theory, okay? I just believe she made all this shit up about having a stalker to silence Christina because she allegedly has receipts that can burn her false kingdom down, okay?
There's no if, ands, or buts about it. The girl's got receipts that can do all that.
Right.
And she
And
started
mhm.
her when she's in Boise, she's calling it what it was, some cyberbullying stuff. And then she moved into, now I'm going to take it next level and call it stalking. Lauren is
She's
just this type
threatened.
of person.
She feels threatened
Look, if
by her own shit.
Lauren doesn't even need to be having these kind of conversations with people
Mm-mm.
about a
Nope.
family of victims' family. I don't even understand why she's having these conversations with people about
And
you.
not just these, we're talking about where she's having people look after me and keep me on the rails, remember?
Yeah, and there's
So,
no reason for any of that. Is it a
mm-mm.
content creator thing? Is that where the content
Okay,
creator thing comes into play? Because otherwise,
slavery is not a thing, okay?
why would you need to?
So,
It's
it's
not
not
like
my
you're a
owner,
fucking suspect, Crescia, and it ain't like it's an unsolved case and you are a suspect. Go keep an eye
right?
on Crescia. You know how these cases get, all the high profile cases, there's a family member on these YouTube streets that people suspect did it. We don't have that in this case. Thank God. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just what
no, I
so she
do.
needs to explain herself on why she even thought she had to keep one of her side eyes on you.
I know.
It
It's
makes no
maddening.
sense, except, and you can't call it jealousy. So was she afraid of your
Yeah, I
research
know.
that you're putting
That
out?
I'm like, jealous of what?
Mm,
Jealous of what exactly? 'Cause
that
this is my family, there's a difference, okay? Like,
jel
she's fucking with my family more, like, outright now. I know that for fact now.
that word has
I and
nothing here.
I was there for her 9-hour live when she looked distressed, and I believed her because I wanted to believe a quote unquote victim, okay? I wanna start with that,
If we
okay?
make it about
And
jealousy, then it's gotta be about some girls being jealous of each other,
yeah,
and
I'm
that's
not
not the
she
case
can move
here.
on. I
Yeah,
wish she
that's not
would.
it's not as simple as jealousy in this case.
Mm-mm,
And look, I have a hard time with that word because I'm not a person that has jealousy. And I
mm,
noticed it years ago when I was married that I'd never got jealous. And I thought, is there something wrong with me? Because people always be jealous about everything, right? People's always jealous about their man, their woman, whatever. I'm like, damn, that's got to be a hard, rough life to live, full of jealousy all the time. I never
mhm.
understood it because I never felt it. I never looked at something somebody else had and felt jealousy. So when people say, "Oh, she's just jealous," I'm like, "Is it that simple to people?"
It
Because
seems like
it's
it, huh?
so complicated, right? There's layers to this, and it's complicated. Um,
Mhm.
we could chalk it up to silly little girl drama
Some
all
of
we
it.
want. Some of it is. That's what
Mhm.
started it, in my opinion. Looking at
Yeah.
what all they say happened. Like, see,
But I just
y'all.
think that she got and she's in a habit. It's normal for her, for Lauren, in my opinion, to talk shit about people behind their backs, and I think this
Obviously,
is
it was,
nothing new,
'cause
and so
talk
this is
to her
just damage
employees.
control, and
Well,
this
didn't
was
sh
a very well-hatched plan. At first, I was like, "No way. She needs to go talk to some damn PR people," and then I was like,
that's what I
"Whoa,
thought.
hold on. she is doing a Hail Mary right now because if she gets ahead of this, frames it the way she does, and in the same time, she's also like
Yeah.
harming people that she sees as annoying. They just bother her.
She was
This
gonna try to
woman
get ahead
of
of it
4
and
children, she wanted her locked the hell up, wanted
she
her behind bars
she absolutely did, and she wanted to get ahead of it and control the narrative and go make everybody look bad as she could to get the
so she
jump
could
on
play the
things.
victim.
And
Right.
I don't know why she decided that was gonna be the better idea versus going ahead and going to court
Because
because
it gives her plausible deniability,
well,
and
yeah, and
it's like a trickle effect, you
you
see she's
can't
still maintaining.
yeah, you can't go on a live stream and say you had to pull your court case because Law and Crime was gonna stream it, but I'm gonna
Right.
sit here for 9 hours and tell you all about it, but it's not drama.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then, the words, "I have a stalker," that big old thumbnail, we're like, "Oh my god," I'm thinking guy in the bushes, person on the grocery aisle following you. What do we got here? Some obsessed man would I don't know who would be, but whatever. That's
It's
not
the
what we
same
had.
tactic.
We got some
It's
girls got mad at each other. And like I said earlier, this girl got mad once the talk became about her. But it is obvious Lauren was talking smack with her employees
Mhm.
because they are the ones that know things. So I can't look away
Mhm.
from that ever. Um,
Nope.
what are you going to do? It's your boss talking smack to you. What do you do with it? You just sit on it, right? Whatever. But do you stash it away to use later? I don't know. But what
It
happened
sounds
was,
like some Scientology shit, man. It sounds like some damn Diddy tapes or something.
yeah. I
It
mean,
sounds like some damn
look, I
blackmail.
guess. I mean, women. I hear tell they can be petty. I
Tim
stay
Ballard
away
does
from
this,
people. I
allegedly.
don't do. I don't do. I just don't. But I know people can be petty. And I know I
Well,
heard the story. I
yeah.
know what I heard I know what Lauren and Grayson and those Christina chicks, whatever all them girls' names are, in Delphi, she took Grayson on full time for Grayson taking
Have
damn
to.
notes for her. And then they went back to the Airbnb and she invited Grayson to stay. And those other girls got mad. Don't want Grayson
It
there.
it can't be because she just said she was annoying. I'm like,
I
there's gotta
did
be more than
whatever.
that.
Yeah. So some bullshit was said. Now we're all mad. Now we're going to go make TikToks and we're going to do all this because we got mad at the Airbnb in Delphi. Okay, trial tourist. Now I got to
Right.
hear about all that. But because we have to hear about all that, now we're finding out what Lauren was doing to families for a long, 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 long time. And to go all the way back to Gigi, trash talking Gigi at some point.
Yep.
I can only imagine what she said about that Southern lady. Probably called her brainless, uneducated, and all kind of things that we women here in the South get called.
And she's been nothing but, I mean, straight up respectful. I've never felt exploited by Gigi.
Yeah,
Her and
right.
Fruit Loop
I was
interviewed me
gonna
a long
ask you
time
about your
ago.
experience, but because
It
I
was
watched
great.
Gigi a little bit about during the Lori Vallow, Idaho trials.
Mhm.
I would watch some of Gigi's content as well as Lauren's and get like the updates and stuff. But I never got a bad vibe with Gigi. Never.
Mm-mm.
I
Nope.
never felt any type of way about her. So I didn't know what y'all's experience. I didn't see anything but y'all having a good experience with her or decent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
But I know
have
some shit
no
was said
complaints.
about
I love
her.
her.
So
I mean, she just hasn't crossed me, you know what I mean? Like, and I say
right.
crossed me. She
She's kept
hasn't.
it professional and, like, had
Yes,
integrity, I guess.
and has been very supportive. I mean,
Right.
I don't ever speak for my parents or anybody else for that matter. I keep hearing like a bell ringing, like when I talk loud and it's going ding, I'm like, where is
When
it
the bell
at?
tolls. Oh,
Right? So, yeah, like I've never had a bad experience with her, with Gigi. I've never heard her talk ill about anybody. I
right.
mean, it just was never. I mean, of course, I was not at the trial every day at all four, trials.
Yeah,
Um, but I mean, she's been nothing but respectful,
yeah, I
and I
don't think
really
anybody gives
appreciate
the
Gigi. I really do. She's old
yeah,
school.
right.
She reminds
She's
me of like, just
she's a different
how
kinda woman than Lauren is, I'll just put it that
classy,
way. Yeah.
classy.
Well, I bet in Lauren's eyes, she's not, but in my eyes, like you, she is, but they're very different women.
Well, you know
and
that well, thank God,
very,
huh?
very different women, right? And so for Lauren to even go out and say things about her, even back when, um,
Mhm.
it
It
shows
also
a pattern with her
something
and the kind of person she is, right? And her lack of personal integrity in her own life she has none in her work life then.
you know, it made me think how, shit, I forgot, shit. Hold on. It was about, oh, it'll come back. Oh, I don't remember. Go ahead, because I don't remember it.
No, you're good. I was just looking at chat for a minute, and I think it just to me it just shows this pattern with this woman, and
Mhm.
but the part that gets me the worst through the whole thing is people are out there who are going to absolutely take advantage of families at every turn.
Yep.
And it started, I get with your family, there may not have been um,
I think
the
it's because
amount.
there were a lot of us.
Well, the amount of social media that reaches out in these other high profile cases, like I said, in Lori's case, it was a very different. The circumstances, the crimes, everything about her case was so, 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 so different than, say, Idaho 4 and Delphi and things of that nature. Different sets
Yeah,
of problems and
and
types
a
of
way of
crimes.
handling it too, like,
Yeah,
different family members, there's not just me, there's Colby, there was Annie, there's,
right. And so you go
Adam
to,
and Rex, you know what I'm saying? So
right, there's a lot of dynamics there. You look at Idaho 4 and there was 4 different families there,
mhm,
right? But only one
and
was,
kinda
like,
the
really
same here.
outspoken.
Right,
But
that's the
and
difference, I think.
that family was relentlessly okay, I know Steve Gonzalez did put himself out there, but guess what? He can do whatever he wants and say whatever he wants. That was his daughter in that bedroom, not mine. I have a daughter in heaven too, so I'm gonna let him have the floor.
I'm
But
sorry for your loss.
well, thank you.
Really.
It was a very, very long time ago, and I've sat with it for many years, but I do appreciate that.
It didn't make it
It
easier.
No, I would no, it just you learn to live with things, right? You learn to
Right.
live.
Yes, you do.
So you learn to
Adapt and
live.
overcome,
Yeah,
for
exactly.
sure.
It's a process for sure, but there's no timeline, so
Mhm.
you get
That
there,
I've learned the hard way. Then I'm like, "Yeah, there's no time limit on this grief
Yeah,
thing."
you can't sit around and wait. But see, the difference with me, Kresha, and what I go back to with these criminal cases, the fact that I have lost a child, I always knew where she was and why. I
Yeah,
didn't have to worry about was the person going to be caught today. It was a
right.
medical
That
thing,
helped.
right? So it was a sudden medical thing. So I never had to worry about where's my child because she's missing. I never had to worry about going to a trial because somebody
Right.
is responsible for her no
Ended
longer
her
being
life.
here.
Yes, I
Right.
get that.
And then did that closure word, quote unquote closure. Y'all don't
Mhm.
have that. That doesn't ever come. It's learning to live with. But the difference between my case and like your family's, y'all have to go and endure all those trials. I don't know when that final process step comes for y'all. And I felt
Yeah.
like it came for Kay during Lori's Arizona trials. I could almost feel this weight lifted off her shoulders that had been sitting there for years. Just
Yeah.
Charles needed his justice. And then by God, I got to be there for Brandon too. Um, I just feel like
Well,
people need to
thank
leave
y'all.
her
Thank
alone,
you.
right? And let the lady rest. And then here comes Lauren's bullshit.
Right.
And here comes Kay, trying to do the right thing. Even when she was talking about Lauren, she was still concerned for Lauren,
Yeah, I had never heard my mom never told me any kinda conversation she had with Lauren,
right?
she never gave me a heads up about it because she was just, I guess, trying to be discreet about it. I don't know. I don't we haven't gotten there, and I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna hold it against her either, I mean, it's just
I
not
feel like
top
Kay Woodcock
priority.
might be that lady everybody can tell everything to. She's going to hold everybody's whatevers. She might tell
Yeah.
you what she's going to think, but she'll hold it, whatever, until she needs to let it out.
It's
But
like once I realized that, oh my god, she is doing this to
yeah,
protect her own words, her own shit talking about my family, that's when I was like, "Oh, hell no." Because not only that, I was sitting here trying to be supportive of her and this alleged stalker. I didn't. I wasn't sitting there paying attention. I usually don't.
Yeah.
I go
Right.
back and listen to things, and thank God that's what I do. I ran across Burnt Toast, and I enjoyed the shit out of her. I wish she'd come back to YouTube quick. But, I mean, just going over it again, I enjoy going over it, like, all the stuff I had to go over with Julie Rowe, with Chad, with Lori, with Jason Mao, with all their boring droning on about Mormonism, and I'm just like, I'm not Mormon, so I'm like, who's Nephi and who's Moroni?
Right.
And is Moroni Jesus? I'm sitting there trying to
Yeah.
figure out, and I'm like, "Wait, they're talking about Joseph Smith. Are y'all Mormon?" But no, they're ex-Mormon. And then you have to know all these things or not know, but you have to learn these kind of things, and it's a lot to learn. It was like culture shock, okay?
It,
But I
it is.
mean,
It is. And I think
it
that that goes back to also getting where we get our information from. And I saw, I when people began to, when certain people begin to notice you and your research here, after this Lauren stuff came about, and people were learning about Lauren through other channels that were
yeah.
holding big lives about this Lauren Matthias lady. So I noticed some activity, and I noticed comments, and I noticed certain channels starting to interact, and I see people trying to make connections between this case and or what's going on here with other things, and my head's starting to spin at that point, and I'm like, no, can we not? Can we not? Because this is totally, totally separate, all of it. Just because Lauren struck some people over a Delphi video, just because some shit went down between her and these messy girls in Delphi, it had nothing to do with Delphi.
She's the
And
common denominator.
right, well, it even in the Idaho 4 case with what
Oh god, yeah.
like some of the social media people that would reach out to the family there and just inundate them with, I know everything about the case. I know who the real killer is.
Hmm.
They're going to
Oh, yeah.
listen. There's
Yeah.
a family covering a case. If I go into a case covering a case, I made it a conscious decision about if I ever got involved with a family member that I needed to be real careful about how I did that,
Yeah.
because there is one family that I talked to, other than you, of a victim's family, locally. We have a missing girl.
Yeah, I
Tiffany's been
heard you talk
missing.
to Tiffany, yeah.
She's been missing for a long time,
Mm,
and long, too long. We have
yep.
another one, Danielle Bell, and Nancy Grace is going to do a story on her here real soon. And boy, her Danielle's sister's social media is ramped up right now. I got to do a show on it. But anyway, um, talking to her mom off and on through the years, I know what she's endured from so-called media,
Yep.
so-called social media, people who want to slide into the DMs and say things,
Yep.
people who want to tell you, oh, also, if you pay me, I'll tell you where your kid is,
Mhm.
things of that nature. It gets
Or
real.
if your mom does not pay
Hmm.
me, just tell her that that's the reason this little girl, Dol what's her name? Dolce Alvarez or something like that. I have the screenshots. Um, if she doesn't tell me, it's your mom's fault. She could, I guess, give the attention to that person,
Hmm.
like if my
Yeah.
mom had acknowledged her or if the police would have, she could have got the anyways, it became like this little girl is getting raped because your mom. And I mean, all this was shitting on my head all in 2021, right when those indictments came down for Lori and Chad.
Yeah.
Mom and Larry and my daughter, they took off to Rexburg. And I mean, I just was so, and it was like JJ's birth month. It was, Tammy's birthday is
It,
the day after mine. I didn't wanna breathe. Like, I felt guilty for breathing. Like,
oh, I'm
they
sure
don't get
you
to
did.
and I'm
Yep.
breathing, like, I don't wanna breathe.
There was a Kaylee Gonzalez, mother from Idaho 4, did an interview, and she made a statement in that interview, and it, girl, I stopped for a moment. I literally put it on pause because I was on replay watching this interview, and I put it on pause and I just sat there in silence for a moment because I felt it in my gut. Because she said that she's standing there looking out the window, and she didn't mean anything by this to anybody. I don't care how people feel about this family. Don't. But she's standing there looking out the window, and the world is carrying on around her. You
Yeah.
know, the kids in the street are playing, the birds are chirping, all the things. And she just wanted to scream, "Stop.
Yeah.
Kaylee's dead. Stop." And I understood that. It's like, everybody just stop. Stop what the hell you're doing and don't make a move. Just stop and let me breathe.
Freezing.
Let me breathe. So
Yeah.
I get that. But you guys did not expect what was to come with it becoming the high profile case that it did. Because what
Yeah.
mother traipses off to Hawaii and doesn't produce her children? The next thing you know, this is
Where's my fucking
everywhere.
pants? Like,
And it's
that
not
is
just
just
a
bizarre.
local news story, right? It's no longer just a local news thing for you
No.
guys. This is
Charles was
nationwide,
dead. Right. And then
right?
that's when, then I learned who Joe Ryan is. Then I learned who Tammy Daybell is. Then I learned
Right.
who Brandon and Melanie are, and
Mhm.
who are what and what?
Wow. All
I
these
mean,
players and
all
people,
these
right?
people, right?
Yeah.
And none of them
And now
got.
you got to navigate this new world you live in now that you
It's not
never
new.
expected to be
It's
there.
just
No,
deeper.
I mean,
It's like I could have used somebody with a real journalistic
right,
zest.
right, to
I
help,
need one over here, please.
right.
This is bad. It's been bad and it's been covered up.
I see that,
Mm,
and that's a shame that you didn't get that, because I think that would have been an absolute godsend if somebody could have done that and done that right and gave
that's
you
not
that
how the
guiding
world
hand.
works.
Unfortunately, it's not how it's working right now. It's all
Right.
about, if I can get to that family first, I've got the
Mhm.
scoop. And then guess what? I'm locked in to get all those clicks and views.
My
You
source,
know,
and I mean, I
and
haven't told anybody this, but my source also revealed that certain things were just kind of spoon fed to my parents by Lauren, allegedly by Lauren with the Mormonism stuff. And so here I am, sounding like a fucking crazy person because it is crazy. Trust me, I'm right there with y'all. You know, it's not my crazy though. It's like I gotta go there. It's like I have to like hang up my regular clothes, and put on some freaking Alice in Wonderland shit and be sideways
yep,
and up is down, down is up. It doesn't make any sense. But I mean, I'm
I
kind
kept.
of have been learning the ropes, like how these people, like you said, people watching, how they move, their mannerisms, the
Mhm.
speech patterns, the things that they say, the dog whistles that they use all the damn time. Lori's using them, Tad's using them right
I
now.
got, yeah, I got going over to Joe's channel and listening to the Daybell stuff. Just I couldn't, because I already knew. Oh, I knew more. Let's just put it that way, about the facts of the case, and that was getting old. But the conversations being had were the same conversations back
Yeah.
during the Idaho trial, when everybody wanted to go
Mhm.
on and on about Chad's book, and this is about sex and money. I'm like, can we move
Right.
on past
Right.
those bonuses? Those were
Mhm.
bonuses. Let's just, can we be, if I, in my
It's a
opinion,
bonus for everybody. Money, power, and sex. What else? I mean, isn't it?
well, yeah, I
Th
mean, exactly. It was so
Something
much more,
original,
in my
please.
opinion, there was more to it. Um, the
Yeah.
reasoning, Lori's original reasoning behind why they did what they did, it's not an easy subject to talk about for people. And look at, we've had this Ruth
I
lady, whose
Mhm.
husband drowned in the lake trying to swim for Jesus, and then she threw the
Yep.
baby in there after him, and the 5-year-old baby went in. Okay, where it's
Mhm.
that is what it is, people. Jesus told them to. There's a lot of this that goes on, and it's a very uncomfortable conversation for a lot of people. But I
Mhm.
think it's an avenue that needed to be explored more. And like what went on in Delphi in the woods there, that type of cult situation is completely different than what Chad and Lori were doing,
Mhm.
in my opinion. It what
It's
people
like the same kind of it's the same kind of,
the only
crimes, but different groups, different belief system, that's all. That's all it
it,
is.
the only
It's
thing
corruption. It's
yeah.
corruption, and everybody can see corruption. You can convict corruption. You can't
Well,
convict
to
belief,
call it
you know?
corruption, you'd have to say there was corruption in Lori's case, but Lori was found
Well,
guilty. No, but you
I
mean
believe
like
there was. I do,
in
but
the investigation part of it and stuff,
uh,
or
I mean, somewhat,
I'm talking
yes.
about the ritualistic aspects of what
The
happened in the
ritualistic
woods in
aspect.
Idaho. Yeah.
These
So
yeah.
what the people in Idaho allegedly I'm sorry, Idaho. What went on in the woods in Delphi allegedly is completely different than what Lori and Chad were practicing in their cult
I don't know.
um, stuff, right?
I
Well,
mean,
it's
it's a
not
bit like I
not
said, it's
so much
different
different.
beliefs,
They're different beliefs and different types of
but the
ritualistic
same
stuff. Because when you
yeah.
talk about Julie Rowe and you go implementing what she brought into the group, right? What
Well, I mean,
Chad,
Chad and Tammy and Zalema all took the same course that she did by
I,
Dr. Bradley,
I know
uh,
what I'm saying is Chad. So Chad's form,
Nelson.
what Delphi was, are um, certain types of gangs, right? And they were white
It's
supremacist groups. What Lori and Chad were doing were bringing the LDS belief system and
mhm,
incorporating Julie Rowe's certain form of spirituality as far as the
mm,
portals and things of that nature were coming in.
no, that's
Zulema
Tom Harrison,
also,
and
well,
yeah,
yeah, because Julie talks about it a lot. I've researched Julie because I know about
yeah.
spirituality and I know about some things. And when I listen to Julie, and then I go and I listen to Chad, and then I go and
Mhm,
listen to, I can start to see what they were forming and bringing in and creating as their little cult, right? In Zulema, I always have some questions because I know I got questions about your heritage and what you brought into the group.
mhm.
Um, Now you've created your own brand of ritualistic stuff over here. Now,
No, I haven't
I
created it.
no them.
Oh,
I can
I'm
create
like,
all. I can
yeah.
create. I'm an energy person. I can get offline right now, crack my window, and I can start creating. Now it's up to me if I walk in the light or the dark. It's up to me if I want to send good vibes and energy out that window to the world or if I'm going to send darkness. Incorporate some of this stuff now that Chad and Lori were starting to incorporate into their belief system and their weird stuff. It's a lot to unpack when you get into the different aspects of what you can be a pagan and walk outside and sit in nature and guess what? You're performing a ritual.
Mhm.
It's as
I was
simple as that. Now, if you want to go a step further, there's all kinds of rituals you can perform. You can perform a ritual before you go to bed at night, certain things.
mhm.
I'm
Yeah,
just saying, I don't want
doesn't
people to
have to be
blur the
nefarious,
lines.
right.
You cannot compare
But
what
we know their intentions were not good.
yeah. No, no,
That's
no,
where
no,
I'm
God,
like,
no.
like,
Look, the
people
second
get
Lori said my kids were becoming zombies, they
yeah,
were being,
they were
now
marked.
we got the demons coming in, and now we're zombies. You know why? Because those portals y'all opened, I
What?
guarantee y'all didn't open a circle of safety first. Julie forgot to teach y'all that part. And y'all got over there and went rogue in the woods like the people in Delphi. That's when things go awry when you go rogue. So you didn't probably you didn't open that portal correctly. And you didn't do anything correctly and you let those demons fly right on in. You know what happened in Arizona, if you want my opinion? Lori
Yeah.
got the last laugh because that portal wasn't shut yet. And everybody in that courthouse, not you and your family, but all those people, Joe, Hidden True Crime, all of them, fuck all them reporters she hates.
Mhm.
Lori's getting the last laugh. But I closed her portal once and for good. She's gone. I took care
Oh
of
my
her.
lord.
I did.
That's why I didn't feel heaviness there. I did feel heaviness though in the Idaho courtroom. Bad.
Yeah.
Like, it was so like, like hospitals, I don't know, just, like, I'm a hypersensitive person, okay? But
She kept
it
making
what
eye
it
contact
was
with Joe.
how
I heard about it every time it happened. I'm like, keep doing that.
look, look, Salty, House of Frio 1960 says, "What all do you think about Lori Hellis filing a lawsuit against Nate? I did not hear this. Is this
I
where
had
did you
no
read it?"
idea.
Oh my gosh, I don't know what to think because I just
For
now am
what?
entering my mind.
Sharing for
I
sharing
guess,
her book
could
with
be.
Lauren.
I don't wanna this is just rumor until it's not confirmed right now, so don't
Well,
everybody lose
yeah,
their
that's what
mind.
allegedly that's what she said she got it from, right? She claims that she got it in an email
Yeah,
forwarded to her from him because she's like, oh, she said she overheard him and what's his name, Justin, talking in line about it. She's like, oh, I didn't
yeah,
get my
Justin
copy because you
Long
just, yeah,
and yeah, Nate
and Nate were
allegedly, I don't
talking.
know.
And she said she heard them. And she said, oh, can you forward me my copy or can you forward it to me? I didn't get my copy. And Nate's like, sure. So, hell, I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't,
And I mean, again, I was already looking into that aspect of mainly because of who owns I follow the money, and again, I try to make sense out of it too. Um, but, who owns the news company, there that was the main, source for information on the Chad and Lori Valadebo, the case about my family's murders, and, I mean, there have been times when I'm like, "Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm, yeah, mm-mm." Like, I knew better because that was not what I found in my research, you know?
yeah. Well, with the
And
mainstream media, there's a lot they don't report. And the thing about social media is we know so much more than juries know. We know so much more than what we just saw on court TV or in
yeah.
that little mainstream media report we just saw about a lot of these cases. Even with our own research and different types of things that go on, it can be super frustrating, I'm sure.
Oh,
And they're
yeah.
not going to touch on that stuff. There's no,
Especially if
you
they're
got
the
to
same
have,
case. It's a little frustrating, I'm not
yeah,
gonna lie,
because
and I
I'm,
mean, my people everybody that visits here, they know where I stand on this, and I mean, again, it doesn't mean I hate anybody. I don't hate Nate, I don't hate Lauren, I don't hate Lori,
mm-mm.
and I don't hate Chad, okay? I don't
Well,
hate my ex-husbands, okay? It's just not
right.
in me. So, I can sit here and I have to, like, compartmentalize, and I can appreciate the investigators, I can appreciate everybody that testified, every juror, that it changed their lives, they stopped their lives just to hear the case, and decide based off evidence. And so what I'm doing is just going through this journey, right? And as I'm going through it, I'm looking at all the things that they won't touch, the things that they can't touch, the things that,
The things that
people
they
wall
can't
off and
touch.
say, "Oh, no, no, conspiracy, that's bad," because they call it a label because I know it sounds weird, but again,
Well,
it's not
they
my
think
weird.
the best way for them to package it up is this cult leader, to chalk it up as a
Yes,
cult, another one of those little cult leader thingies. But
and they're just crazy.
I'm
They're
old
just
enough to
crazy.
know I've
Yeah,
seen documentaries throughout the years on the Mormon Church, on the LDS, right? And the people who escape the compounds. Of the ones who have all the wives living in the compounds. I mean, I watched the Waco stuff unfold on TV. Um, there's just a lot of things I've seen. I've seen all the documentaries on what's his name, the guy in prison now, the leader of the what's I can't fuck I can't I can always see his
Warren Jeffs.
stupid ass, but yes, Warren Jeffs, all the documentaries on him. So it's not a stretch to see what Lori and Chad took away. And I think people want to, it's not just Lori and Chad. You go look at Jody and Ruby, um, and they were Mormon LDS. there at some point, is it just okay, well, these were the people who were already going to be on the fringe, these are the people that were already a little loony, these are the ones who already had a little mental
We're
health. They're
fringe, they
not
label. Yeah.
yeah, they're not the all of us, the majority of us aren't like that. Or are you not
And
really? Who's willing to
yeah.
take a hard look at that anymore? I haven't
No,
seen
not
a
a lot of
good
people.
right. Haven't seen a good documentary in decades, actually, other than the polygamy parts and the Warren Jeffs of it all and the abuse of the children, and that's horrific in itself. But the offshoots of these and what they actually teach, because the people, somebody commented earlier about, well, I think, well, I know who commented it, and I'm not even going to say, well, my wife was a Mormon and we didn't know about no zombies. Well, go and talk to real Mormons, and you might learn something about preparing for the returns of things like that. And Krisha, I don't know if you've seen it, but on Peacock, well, Bravo and Peacock, Heather Gay's series has been airing,
Mhm. Yeah,
and I haven't
bad
finished
woman.
watching it
You
yet.
know,
I started it.
her grandfather, I wanna say, somebody she's related to who's on emeritus status. I mean, he may not be now, he might have passed away since then, but he was one of the first, apostles on emeritus status to invest in Operation Underground Railroad, along with M. Russell Ballard and,
I thought
pretty
I
much all
heard
the
you say
apostles.
that. Okay.
Pretty much all
That
of them,
makes
allegedly.
sense, because she was totally raised Mormon and became
Oh, yeah.
got out of it. Um, but I started the series,
I
and I haven't finished it. And even to know the and it's reminded me of the teachings, right, of the church and Jody, even. And look
yeah.
how much abuse they were inflicting on those children, Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Frank. Um, and you can't just say, well, that all that abuse Jody saw or whatever. No, Jody, the church sanctioned what Jody was doing. They were
Oh, yeah.
sending people to
Yep.
Jody.
Mhm.
That
It's
was
just
their
for going
go-to.
and
That you,
blessing.
you
Yeah.
exactly. You got to go here and get your therapy. It's so important to go to Jody. And so you have to at some point explore the secrecy of the church too. Bothers me because you don't want anybody on the outside knowing anything. That's not any kind of transparency. Is that what is that to me? That's a red flag. What are you hiding? Um,
Yeah.
at one point, the Southern Baptist Convention had a lot of control in this country, and I'm in the Bible Belt, and oh boy, that they used to have a lot of pull. And at some point, people started pushing back against that,
Mhm.
and they ended up, it was no longer a thing. But when you have a stronghold like that of one religion, right, or such a secrecy around one, and that falls under the separation of church and state. We have that here. We have the freedom of religion here, but at what cost? When we don't have to take kids to the doctor in the name of Jesus Christ, when I can throw my baby in a lake and say Jesus told me to, my husband can swim to his death in the name of Jesus, or I can say my kids are zombies today and we need to get rid of them. I mean, and it's not okay.
Right.
And what causes these people to go and do these things? What causes Catholic priests to do what they do in the back corners when nobody's looking? We had that scandal for years.
My thing
These
is, it's the cult continues is what it is. It's a much larger movement, and if people would just kinda zoom out
yeah.
and look at the bigger picture, the bigger movement, that's what I'm tracking. Not just the Mormon movement. No, 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 no. I mean, this goes really this goes global is what it is. And I'm like, "Oh my god." I've even and it doesn't even sound sensical whenever I say this. It sounds really, like, I don't even know what to call it, but I'm just like, "Why can't they just be regular murders?" Like, why did my aunt's murders have to lead to, like, the biggest global freaking biblical conspiracy known to man? Why? Because that's what this is. And I don't know. I don't want to. I sound crazy, and it's by design, y'all.
No,
That's
you gotta,
how
well,
this
you need
has
to stop
continued.
saying you gotta stop saying you sound crazy because you
Does it? It
don't. I
feels
mean, it's just
crazy.
It can
It
make you
is.
feel crazy because there's so much to unpack with
Oh my
when it
gosh,
comes to
it's
organized religion, right? It's one of those subjects that's kind of like politics. People are gonna, but if you
yeah,
come, if it's a conversation you are here to hear, there shouldn't be a conflict unless have an open conversation about it, right? Not even gonna sit here and tell everybody all religions are bad. I personally don't do organized religion. I was raised
right,
Baptist, Southern Baptist to be, in fact. Um, Preachers are all up in this family, but that don't mean I need to go to church to know what if I'm right with God or whatever. That's my own personal thing. But
right.
I have a problem with the organization of it and the teachings
The wealth.
sometimes. The wealth of it all is ridiculous because that's the root of all evil, the
The
money.
Mormon Church is the wealthiest church in the United States of America for sure,
Well, yeah,
and
they
it's like
demand that
the
they have.
wealthiest by per capita.
Right. They have to give a certain percentage, every whatever.
Yeah, 10% of their income, but gross, like not even after taxes. They have to give it before taxes. And also, like, just know that in Florida, they have bought up a lot of your land there.
Oh, well,
A
everybody's
lot.
trying to buy up land in Florida for years and years and years. What
Yeah.
Disney didn't take, everybody else is trying to come take. We got
Well,
trans.
you mentioned it, and so I'm gonna tell you that M. Russell Ballard, he was good friends with, Bob Hope and Art Linkletter,
Yeah.
Kids Say the Darndest Things, and, uh, he was in with Disney. They all
Well,
that's
they
what this
know to
is.
stay down there in Central and South. I don't. I see. There's two parts to Florida, and I'm in that one part. I'm not from Central Florida or South Florida. Let me just say that. I'm way, 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 way on the opposite side near the Alabama line, Florabama. If y'all know where the
Are
Florabama,
you a Bama fan, though?
God no, girl, I do not roll
Okay,
tide
good.
nowhere. I don't do the football. I don't do it at
Roll Tide.
all. But if I did, I would be like, "Go Gators! I got to represent. I'm from fucking Florida. I
Hey,
can
I went to
spit and
high
be
school,
across
and
the
we were
street."
the LaGrange Gators, so there you go.
Everybody around me is like, "Roll Tide." I'm like, "Yeah, roll away with that shit." But whatever. I don't do football.
Oh, cinnamon hot,
It's
hot, hot. It
overrated.
makes your head spin, man. I'm just
I
like,
think of
"Oh my
football
I
like I
gotta
do
keep it on the
organized religion. I'm sorry. It's just
I
overprivileged
gotta keep mine
asses.
on a swivel at all times, it feels like that's why I'm always so dizzy." No.
So what is chat been up to? You got a lot of people here tonight, Crusher. You got a
Yeah,
lot
I
of people
do,
in
we
chat.
do, and
I'm so during my lives, I always stop talking. I'm like talking to my chat. I'm like reading what chat's saying and talking. But I always find myself doing that. But no, I
oh,
think chat
wow.
a lot of people feel the same way. They're just like
You don't have
with
to do the controls, so I
I
get
know,
it.
it's kind of nice to actually sit back and be able to go on a live and run my mouth and talk to my friends and not have to do anything. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the people though, I like to gauge what the community thinks, as well, because what's really because they the communities are the
Mhm.
if you, they they're the support of not just channels but of the victims of the crimes. They become embedded in these cases they follow, right? And then
Yeah.
when they find you online and you're like, oh, not only are you just you Crescia, you're also Charles niece, and people see that. And then like you said, you have Colby over there doing his thing. I rarely watch Colby, and it's nothing personal to Colby. It's nothing. I think that the fact that he's doing great,
Yeah.
man, because of
Yep.
check it out, you're Lori Vallow's kid.
Yep, he's just on a
That's
different path, and that's totally
right.
fine, and it's
Right.
normal,
It's
you
so
know?
normal, Crescia, and that's a
He's
lot
got his
that's a lot of
tribe and
that's a lot to carry to know that that's your mom, and
mhm,
what she did to
I can't even
everybody.
imagine.
I know.
I
So
can't,
him
I
over there
can't.
doing his thing, I think that and it also I can see that it's also healing power for you and for him because you've got these communities around you. But then it's also absurd to me that people like Connor wants to come out and not
Right?
just do her own thing, but double down on telling
but
us all there's something wrong with us
be
if
the
we
authoritarian on it, and it's like, "Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
don't even give me your opinion. Don't come tell even if you wanna give your opinion, okay, fine, but don't make videos telling me how I'm
that
the
this
bad
is this, and this
person.
is how it went," and, I
Yeah,
mean, I don't sit there and try to say what people are thinking and
or
why they
trying to
reacted the way they
explain
did.
empathy. Trying to explain
Yeah,
empathy to us and how we lack it if we
yeah,
don't see this, and I'm like, "That's so weird."
mhm.
It just got really
Yeah,
bugged me the wrong way.
especially when you're still coming out of something, like, I'm not healed. Like, I even told Megan this once, I was like, people go to your channel because you like to answer questions, and I don't have the answers. Like, people come to my channel because they bring the questions, and we sit here and ask questions. So it's like, what, and she
Right,
kinda
and
giggled about it, but, I mean, that's exactly what it is. She's got all the answers, and,
well,
you know
does she now? What
"Hey, Natalie."
I think it
Oh, we're
looks good
making
on
gumbo right
paper.
now.
Some people like to have all the answers. I don't
I
have all
don't.
the answers. I'll have to
Yeah.
unpack it with my peeps, and so what I usually say,
Mhm.
"Well, we'll unpack this together and see what kinda conclusion we end up coming up with." But
Yeah.
I've seen it, even, with the Delphi case, not so much like with mainstream media, they stayed so neutral. With the social media got real messy with Delphi and Idaho 4, and in your case with social media as well because of HTC. But it's with the
But it
links that
opened up
she
some connections too,
right,
so
the links that she went to get her story,
man.
HTC, I'm talking about hidden true crime, going to the links
Yeah.
that she would go to get her story, including trash talking people along the way, being this messy ass lady. But over in these other cases, same type of thing, but on a different level. It just what got messy. Um, and enough's enough sometimes because these cases don't need all that messy. They just don't need it. Victims don't deserve it. The family members don't deserve it. You deserve to be out here doing whatever you feel is necessary.
I like to
Lori
dig.
Vallow's convicted, put away. Chad
Yeah.
is convicted and put away. There's not a suspect at large. There's not a person of interest. We're all still hunting. There's not a, oh my God, do they got the right guy situation? So I don't
Right.
understand what the problem would be other than you're tearing down her church.
But I really wouldn't have been as supportive, or I mean, again, this has just been my way of dealing with things and my way of dealing with the world that this has, created around me and all of this, my family members that are dead, is that it's wild. And I just wanted to go my way of going about it was to go and watch everything that I could, everything that I can. I'm still like this, okay? So it's just my way of learning um trying to understand a situation, but it's not just a situation in this. I've had to learn parts of psychology, parts of the legal system, parts of the
Mhm.
judicial system, parts of an investigation, just so many, how to work a YouTube channel. Now I'm learning about how to, go against somebody suing me for copyright. I mean,
Yeah.
the it never ends. And then not only that, but like all the connections to the people in and around Lori and Chad's circle that aren't behind bars, that continue this belief system, that have been safeguarded in this sense because people did not expose them when the time was there to expose them. When Jody and, well, actually Chad and Lori first, I say 2019, 2018 is when they cropped up, but 2019 is when they started their deadly, path. And then here comes Tim Ballard, and I'm like, "Holy shit." And then it ends up being involved in Chad Daybell, the weekend that Tylee Ryan was murdered. Okay. Then you have, anyways, all these people are interconnected. And I know this, I don't want to bore y'all with the details, but and then uh, you go from there, and then here comes Jody and Ruby. And I'm just like, "Whoa, who are these ladies?" You know, like, where'd they come from? But they're the
Yeah.
same movement. They're connected to the
Mhm.
same man. The same man that
The
Julie and Chad would go visit, and
yes.
allegedly, what he
Um,
would teach them how to portal, which is remote view.
yes. Well, the thing about
It's a lot.
remote viewing is not just something Mormon is not just a Mormon thing.
No.
It's
It's a spiritual type thing.
it
It's
is a
also
you can
MK
also
Ultra-ish.
journey. You can
It's
also call it journey. Okay, you
yeah,
can
like a
journey.
psychic.
You can leave your
Mhm.
you can enter another dimension. I've never journeyed. I don't wanna. I don't
Yeah.
wanna enter a new dimension, and
No, I'm good.
I got
I'm the
anxiety.
ground bitch. That's what I
Right?
always say.
Yeah.
I'm the
I
ground
got
lady.
put my feet on the beach, please, barefoot
Yeah.
on that clear quartz crystal. I need to touch that sand because I don't know about all that interdimensional travel. I don't want to journey like that. I don't mind getting into a good meditational state and just being there for a moment, but don't take me nowhere. So I don't want to journey and I don't want to time travel and spiritual, all that stuff. Go into the
Yeah.
astral planes, but there's many different forms of stuff. But what you're talking about within the church, right? Um,
Well, it's with this
and
guy, Tom, who's a
yeah,
therapist.
but they
I
they
mean,
they just incorporated kind of like
I
what
don't
was
know what they
happening.
did.
Well, it's because what people can easily get walk away when people hear
Mhm.
stuff about Delphi. If they don't know the true backstory, they may walk away with some witchcraft stuff, right? Which
Yeah.
probably absolutely
I've
ties
been there.
into it.
I've been there with like, "Oh my god, this is witchcraft." Like, I'm
But
trying to figure it out still, you know?
well, there's different forms, okay?
Exactly. It's intention.
So yeah, but there's still different forms and different things that go into it. We had a case here locally one time, and this was God decades ago, a couple decades ago, and the guy happened to be Wiccan, right? So he goes into the home, and it was a nice neighborhood, my ex mother in law's neighborhood actually. He goes into the home, and he unalives his mother and brother,
Oh my gosh.
and while he's in there, he stages that home.
Mm.
So when the story broke of the
I think I know what
murders,
you're talking about. I
well,
do.
when the
Older
story
guy?
broke about the
Yeah.
murders, it quickly hit the local media. Wiccan, Wiccan. We're like, oh my God, devil worshippers are all over the town.
Yeah.
That's what people's first run to was. I was like, hold up, maybe not, but everybody was freaking out. Well, come to find out, it was, but he happened to be Wiccan, right? So he
Mhm.
got mad at his mom and brother and he killed them. So, but when he
I'm like,
did
"Well,
do
how is
that,
that your
when
powers,
he did
though?"
it,
That's just
he
like Lori and Chad.
yeah, so when he did it, his Wiccan kicked in, I guess, and he ended up moving objects around and staging the scene. But he that was just all there was to it, right? It wasn't like the group of Wiccans came in, held a ritual, and sacrificed these people.
Right.
He didn't kill them to sacrifice them, so you couldn't say it was a sacrificial Wiccan killing. He just happened to be Wiccan, and he happened to stage that scene for some reason. I don't mean to laugh about it. I'm just
Right.
saying there's different things, and you can whatever was going on in the woods in Delphi was different things that were incorporated to make one, right? And Chad and Lori did the same thing. Chad took all the things he liked and brought it into his I always say LSD,
Yeah.
LDS beliefs
Mm.
that he grew up and
I
lived by,
mean, actually, it turns out that Joseph Smith was the same way. It's just the
right?
history we've been lied to, y'all, not just in Mormonism, but
Yeah.
everywhere.
Mm.
So it's like, okay, that makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that Chad was doing sigils, and that's where, these anyways, I don't know. I don't have it figured out, but that's about where I'm at right now. So yeah, I thought authoritarianism just kinda got the same sense, but behind Lauren and John were their credentials, right? These alleged credentials. Now I'm just like, "Oh my god," but they have been turned into a weapon, in my opinion. They have been weaponized along with the legal system, along with the copyright law. Everything is weaponized. And
Oh
it's
yeah.
scary because I need them to just be normal, but they're not normal right now. They're not well, in my opinion. And it's concerning, and I don't wanna feel concerned for them, you know what I mean? Like, I just
No,
wanna
I
go on
mean,
about my business,
well,
but
the
their
concerning
behavior is
part is
concerning.
you it concerns you because you know that they're out there teaching these things in different
Yeah, it's
forms and
scary.
varieties. And how many more Jody Hildebrands are out there? How many more Chad
Right,
Daybells are out there? How many more people are out there doing the same shit in the woods like was done in Delphi? How many,
right,
what was done in Kentucky to Bill and Peggy Stevens? Because they say that was absolutely a ritualistic crime scene. Whoever killed those old people spent hours and hours in that apartment townhouse with those two old people and staged everything in there and moved objects all around. And at one point, they got a tip that it could be tied to Delphi, and Delphi said, "No, nothing to see here."
right, they shut the shop down, and it's like, Helen Keller is dead, and I mean, she was blind, and I feel like she can see, okay?
Exactly. Girl, I
And I'm
remember
just
doing
like,
deep diving
"What are
her in
we
school,
doing?"
man. Hell, I was like, "Damn, Helen Keller, the girl
You
overcome a
don't
lot."
To
Um,
me, you don't get promotions, you don't get reward or I'm sorry, awards, you don't get rewards either. I mean, you shouldn't. Like it just seems so wrong. And I mean, again, I don't know these people. I don't know. I'm just an outsider looking into that case from the side, and I've followed a lot of what Lauren shared, okay, from her reporting. I also followed Lawyer Lee. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like I just kind of would if it was kind of slow in our case, then okay, I can handle that now. I can handle a little extra. But I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of Idaho 4 at all. I mean, at all. And so I'm not one to speak on these things, but I do notice the like corruption part,
Hold
I
on
can't
one
help it.
second, Kresha. I don't mean to interrupt. Danger, you still here, Danger, my old pal? You have a
Danger.
question?
Woo, woo.
He says subs have questions.
Okay.
No, I
Well,
don't. Nobody's asked for support and donations, but we don't interact. Well, you got a question, I'll be willing to answer it. You know that. You
I'm
know
looking
that.
for
I don't know if that. I don't see a question though. I'm trying to keep up with chat and read what everybody was
what's the
saying and
chat.
talk to you at the same time.
Don't give up.
And I think the chat's relaying what we're saying. A lot of them can pick up on what we're saying here because I see that with what their comments are. Because I always, because it's not always about what I think or what you think. I always like to see what they think as well,
Oh
because
yeah, it's so
I'm not
important.
like you because I don't look down at chat expecting to see trolls and stuff. Like that's not what
Or
I go for. I always
yeah,
talk to the people, but I'm not used to a large chat either.
it's
The other
it's
day
a
when I
little
had a big
it's
chat, I think it
intimidating.
overwhelmed me and the mods. Or they were like, "What just happened?" We had a large chat all of a sudden. But if you guys
That's
do
a good
have any
point.
specific questions for me or for Kresha, throw what do they say to do?
Yeah,
Throw a question mark or something up there. I don't know what to do, but
I'm glad you're doing better, Dr. Von Decay, and I'm glad to
oh,
see you here.
nice.
So glad to see
Very
you
good.
here.
I love Dr. Von Decay. I'm so
Yes,
glad.
she's
So glad.
lovely.
Um, it
Well,
really,
I
really
do
is.
wanna show y'all a couple things. So,
Yeah, you had something you were
before
going to
the
queue up earlier and we got sidetracked in conversation. And if y'all know me and Kresha,
it
y'all might
happened.
be here all fucking night.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do because Watts the Obsession True Crime, what she did was she had heard one of my lives, and so when I shared the information from my source and then kind of filled in, what I believed was going on, with the whole, Lauren thing with the jail writing to Lori and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it's gonna kinda go into this and the Annie, Elise thing, and so what she did was she built on top of that with another source, okay? So it kind of fills in the blanks, and then she cut it down to a shorter video. I'd like to get through it, but, anyways, we're gonna have to kinda watch, quite a big chunks of videos here for a little bit
That's fine.
to
I
get to
never
the
did see
bottom of
this.
this one's mess, okay? Ugh, go ahead.
I hadn't seen this yet, so that's fine.
All right, ready? And so I'll put her link in the chat, What's the obsession? True crime.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
And wait till you hear the truth, because it's going to help us understand what is truly at the center of the Lauren Matthias stalker scandal shit show, guys. And it is some pretty gross stuff. Allegedly, as far as I understand, according to a lot of people, including this inside source. And because I am both a sensible human being and also a professional behavioral therapist, that's what my career is, I can say at the very least, what we see here is some very, very bad and hurtful human behavior being exposed in the public by somebody's own doing, by the subject's own doing. Bad behavior exposing itself. Let's get into it.
All right. I love her music, though. Oh, my gosh. Okay.
As not serious, as untrustworthy, right? They're dismissing you as frivolous, as silly, as being engaged in a catfight, as a dispute between mean girls because you're female. Because the stalker wasn't following you with the gun. It doesn't matter. People can't handle the type of vulnerability.
I'm looking for.
It's the way she sits there. Oh my God. And just soaks in what he's saying. You know what I mean? She's so disinterested in what that man's saying.
Here we go. All right.
Matthias stalker scandal shit show. So, interestingly, exactly 6 months to the day before that, the true crime creator Annie Elise made an appearance on Juicy Scoop. Take a listen. Well, before we listen to what Annie Elise had to say on Juicy Scoop, it's important to recognize what was going on in April of 2025. According to Laura Matthias herself in her declaration, everything started to go down with her and the person that she was alleging was her stalker on April 9th, 2025. Literally 2 weeks before Annie's appearance on Juicy Scoop.
This started on April 9th, 2025, when my stalker confronted me in the courthouse in Maricopa County.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think she's got it sped up, and so then I have it sped up, and then, let me back it down.
I was like, dang,
holy cow.
My brain cannot compute.
While I was reporting on the Lori Daybell trial, the stalker came up to me, cried, and let me know that she had heard what I had said about her, and that two former contract workers were releasing my text messages that I had with them during their time working with me.
Okay, so then Laura Matthias also goes to talk about some interaction she had with Janice, also in April of 2025. In her mind, the shit is getting deep, and here she is talking about that.
So I was walking into court late, and I was on the phone with my husband, John, the only time I can catch up with him. And as I walked up to the courthouse, I noticed that Janice was out there, standing there with no apparent reason to be standing there, and I thought, oh no, my heart sunk. What if she's waiting for me? And so for safety, which I had started to do, because she's good friends with my stalker. In fact, when I saw my stalker and she had confronted me in the courthouse, she'd actually been with Janice. They'd been together. And it made me nervous. So I said, John, I've got to go. Someone's here at the courthouse and I'm scared and getting worried about everything. He knew everything going on. I'm going to just put my phone camera on just in case, because I'm just worried. And that is why my phone camera was on. It was just in case. And I was walking into the courthouse. That was my goal. The doors were right there. And unfortunately I got scared and stopped and played the first video I had. So the first one, unfortunately, my nervousness, it ended. I want you to know, too, that Janice did a declaration, and in her declaration to the court, she actually stated that I approached her. Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened. Well, I'm going to talk about stuff. Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened. Okay, I feel threatened by the danger. So then let's stay away from each other. I think that you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened. Oh, really, Lauren?
Okay, let me speed it back up.
I have some juicy scoop for you, actually.
Give it to me.
So a girl who used to work for me, in the true crime circuit, who went to these trials, I found out that she has been messaging with Lori, putting money on her books, pretending to be a Mormon herself, that she's like relating to her on all sorts of. I sent her to the first Lori trial, and I never knew any of this, and I just found this out maybe 2 weeks ago. I was so sick to my stomach, like I couldn't sleep. I was like, because she started messaging her while she was covering the first trial, and so I don't know if it was like she was fangirling over her or became so fixated she didn't realize like this is real life. She's not a celebrity, because you know how people are like obsessed with Chris Watson stuff too,
right?
But full on started like a pen pal relationship with her.
So wait, this girl was working for you like with research and stuff?
Mhm.
And so how had you already let her go before you found this out?
She left and works with another, with a different news company.
Okay.
Mhm.
Company.
Do you think it could be like a lesbian thing?
No. I think it's more of a fangirl type situation.
And just wanting to get close?
Yeah. And like,
And just being the one that's like, I'm the closest to this woman and all
but
these
she's not sharing it with anybody. That's what's so bizarre.
Right.
She never told me that they were in contact. And this started while she was still working for me.
So how do you message someone?
They have
in
prison portals.
Just that little detail right there where just know that she hasn't told anyone. So that's odd,
And so
right?
how had you already let her go before you found this out?
She left and works with another, with a different news company.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you think it could be like a lesbian thing?
No. I think it's more of a fangirl type situation.
And just wanting to get close?
Yeah. And like,
And just being the one that's like, I'm the closest to this woman and all
but
these
she's not sharing it with anybody. That's what's so bizarre. She never told me that they were in contact. And this started while she was still working for me.
So how do you message someone?
They have
in
prison portals where it's almost like email.
Oh,
Mhm.
but not to your knowledge, has she gone to visit in person?
Not to my knowledge.
And then she gives her money for like the noodles or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And like created a whole
So-
fictitious backstory of her own upbringing. She's not
Dude.
Mormon. She said she like did all this research trying to relate.
connect,
Yeah. And just bizarre.
Okay.
So bizarre. And she was
Well.
at this trial covering it too for the new company that she works
How
for.
to tie it in.
Crazy.
Which I'm like, do you have any integrity? Like,
No.
and yeah, it goes so beyond that too, because she has advocated to be an ally for the two kids, that she has talked with
Better.
some of the like the family members, Kay and Larry, and
The grandparents of the
the
little
grandparents.
boy.
Yes. Sorry, I think I said survivors. Meanwhile, she's messaging Lori and befriending her. It's so sick. It makes me sick.
I just want you to take note that I linked a video from the channel Difficult Research with the host Kresha, who is a family member of JJ Vello, Charles Vello, and Tylee Ryan, all who were victims of Lori and Chad. I was surprised when I was watching her channel one time a few weeks ago to realize that she was presenting a theory about what she felt Annie Elise was really saying in this Juicy Scoop interview. And it was very similar in many ways to what I was theorizing, different in some ways too. But it was kind of on the same path. She had mentioned a source that she has in that video. Please go watch it again. It's linked in the description. In that video, she mentions a source that she has regarding, information about what it was that Annie Elise was saying. And I just want to note that the source that I am referring to is not the same source that Kresha has. I asked her about that, and she said she really admires Kresha, but she has not ever spoken to her. So it is definitely not the same source. Now, I also want to say that I am not
Good.
proposing that I have all of the answers here by any means. This is just one little piece of the puzzle that I happen to stumble across. Let me know what you think about it. And there's still a lot more to figure out if you choose to go down that road or dive down that rabbit hole. So I want to know what you guys think. And,
I agree. Danger zone for sure. And we're going to answer that question too, because I'm dying to about Lauren. I've been saying it from the
where
jump.
does this tweet
I'm trying
line?
to like it. It's like I go to move it and it pins it to my mouse. It's weird. So, sorry. I have a fight with it all the time.
And
But
let me
let's-
just say, but what she said about, what the girl reaching out to Lori or whatever. And so
Mhm.
journalists across the board, social media, mainstream media alike, people will reach out to these defendants.
And they become celebs.
Some of them do it for all different reasons.
Oh,
They
yeah.
do it for many different reasons.
We see you, Gypsy.
Many different reasons. Hell, they've done it. I can name you all the cases we've done spoke of. It's been done in.
Mhm.
But they do
But
it
it's a
to
way.
get that story, to get that interview. How long do you think Nate had to work to get that interview from Lori?
Years.
A long time. Like she said,
Mhm.
long time coming. And I
But
was like,
mean,
oh
a lot of
boy.
people don't get this part yet. That's the part that's not that I'm trying to bring to light right now some more.
Yeah.
It's becoming more and more apparent. So y'all
Yeah.
ready? Holy
Yep.
crap.
Go from here. So what you're going to be watching right now is an excerpt from a live stream that I did on Wednesday night,
Thank you.
November 26th. Allegedly, allegedly, according to this person who has been verified, who is a source, who is has a relationship with all parties involved. Nevertheless, we must say allegedly, right?
Yep.
The story that Annie Elise relayed on Juicy Scoop, and we're going to listen to it again, was told to Annie Elise by dun 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 Laura Matthias herself.
Oh yeah.
And it is not because Lindsay or anybody else that worked for Lauren actually did reach out to Lori or put money on Lori's books, but it is because, and we're going to recognize a pattern.
Let me stop real quick. I want to say thank you so much. Hawkeyes Loves Nature. Appreciate you so much. That is so generous. Thank you, Kresha and Salty. Awesome live. Stand for truth. Keep being you, Kresha. Only if you'll continue to come around, okay? And let me be me. I really appreciate you for that. And yeah, thank you.
I thought I was unmuted. Hawkeyes is amazing.
I know.
I love having Hawkeyes come into
It's a
chat.
beautiful community, man.
Yeah.
It's amazing. All right. Let me back it up just a little because it's Lauren, okay, according to this other source, which is really cool because it's two sources now, y'all. Double angle, you know?
Put money on.
Huh?
Oh, I was just going to say, before you get started back on that, for Danger's question, you've known Lauren a lot longer than I have, right? As far as looking at her evolution of her.
Me?
And his question was, yeah, I mean, because you met her way back when, and I did not. I didn't know of Lauren till like YouTube streets. Anyway, his question is, anyone know when she started to become wooden and looking so unhappy?
Dissociated is what I call it, but I'm not. I don't have credentials. She just looks.
I don't know when that change started with her from I don't know if it ever was a normal person.
No, I mean she used to engage and she used to not be like a robot. She used to not have all these fillers. I mean, not as many for sure in her face. She used to have a personality and she used to not be like a robot. Again, a robot is what keeps coming to mind. It's like MK. I call it MK Ultra, okay, because it's like my slang word for what it appears to be going on.
There's two things at play, I think. Part of whatever she's doing with the control and the narrative of her messy life, but also this woman who wants to appear to be polished, Instagram ready, has it all. She's not only does she have this successful career, but she looks perfect. She was getting her clothes like through this rented thing. Yeah, you saw she did a video or infomercial or whatever that was, where she talks about how big she gets her clothes. And I remember thinking to myself when I saw that how superficial she felt. No, she just privileged, yes. I expect that in some ways, but she's just, to me, appeared to be very superficial. She's all about those looks. Got to be perfect at all times. And then I got to have the perfect husband. And look, he has this fancy job and this degree, and he stays home and takes care of our child. She's out there saving the world, right?
Role in that.
Well, it does, and
so does, I think, unresolved childhood trauma. Again, I
don't know if she was also. It felt like she's also that woman. I'm going to go out and do my career. You can stay home and raise that kid. I don't think she had the.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? That some women do choose that, and that's okay. There is nothing wrong with a woman having a career and the husband choosing together as a couple for her to go out and have that career and him to stay home and raise a kid or two. I don't have any problem with that at all. But is she taking advantage of that? Is she that type of person? Right?
I don't think she's happy. She doesn't look happy to me.
She's not happy at home.
With emotions.
She's not happy. Being a wife and mother is not enough. And I don't think having this career was enough.
Controlling me. I'm just saying. And it's like she's very good, in my opinion, at triangulation, at manipulation tactics. And I mean, again, these are things that like red flag to me early on, but I also I just didn't know what she was up to quite exactly at that time, but what it appeared to be, it was really not good, you know? And I mean, again, I was dealing with my family's murder trials and their deaths and just all the other things. This is just like a subtopic off of the major topic, you know? Like that's what
Mm-hmm.
Lauren is. And she's somebody that I should and my family should have been able to
To
um,
trust.
trust with,
You
like,
should
you
have been
know,
able
as
to
a
trust
vault.
her and lean on her, and
Right.
y'all were probably
As she
thinking, "You know
presented
what?"
herself, as
Yeah,
she
she
presented themselves.
right. She kinda knows how to navigate this stuff, we don't,
Mhm.
like that, because when you overwhelm the families, look, messy or not, think what you want. In Sebastian Rogers' case, the minute his dad took to social media, the minute Katie and Chris came to social media, boom, it was on. Sides were
And
drawn. People wanted
Summerwell,
to
yeah.
get their hands on them for all they were worth. Same thing with Idaho 4 with Steve Gonzalez.
I'm starting to see that
He did,
this is some
he
advocacy work that I can
yeah.
do in this
I
area,
mean,
maybe
it's
Colby
just
too.
and y'all don't know which way to turn. I swear, if like
Mm-mm.
it's like when
It's
anybody
okay.
could have reached out to the inboxes of you guys, anybody,
And they did.
all different
They did.
channels. You know what I mean? Different channels, different media outlets. And who do you go to? You think you should be able to trust them all. That they all should have good intentions, but
Mm-mm.
they don't, especially
I
when
mean,
there's a ratings involved. So with mainstream media, you got ratings. Here on social
competition.
media, we got clicks and views. It's all the same. It's fucking views and ratings,
It's
you know?
monetization. It's
Yeah.
a
And
commodity.
like I
And
said,
it goes
there's
all the
not
way to CrimeCon, y'all, so if I know and
there's
I'm
nothing
probably gonna
wrong with
put a
earning money on the internet, but by God, earn it for the right reason.
yeah.
Don't come out here and go and hold hours long lives tearing down
Oh,
this
I do
woman
that.
right here on the screen. Now, I mean, I'm just saying the people what I mean, because I was a little offended when people decided we can go tear down Lauren and make a bunch of money doing it and call everybody in true crime sorry ass grifters. I'm in true crime. So peace
Right.
out. I couldn't sit there for that. I couldn't be a part of that because I'm not any of
A
that.
hypocrite, right?
Yeah, that's weird. So I pieced out on all that. I just couldn't do it. I know she looks weird. Yeah, I know. I can fucking see it. you know,
But my
so I didn't need
conscience.
to sit there for hours and talk about it. Things like that, it's just irritating.
But
But
it's like once you dig into her and, like, her book and her personality and looking at the lens of hindsight, that because 'cause I'm questioning everything now, and I'm wondering if a lot of people are feeling the same way. Like, "Oh, no," like, their masks came off completely,
oh,
exposed themselves, and it's like, that's how I've done with Lori, you know, just going back and reviewing things that like, okay, well, I mean, they weighed
and
in on
that
this.
had to be a hard
They weighed in on every aspect of my family's
right.
murders.
So think about that for a minute, Crusher. Like you just said, that mask that Lori wore. People don't
Mhm.
realize that when they want to
She was
talk
my aunt.
about the fact, because I listened to what Kay said when she was interviewed, I would hear things a lot of times. Well, I can't. Li-, I would hear it from a specific person. He would tell me, "Well, I can't watch Lauren's interviews because I can't get past them eyebrows." I'm like, dude, I'm not even fucking looking at her because I'm solely
Right.
focused on the person being interviewed. That's
Mhm.
why I'm here listening, not because of that chick right there.
I've
It's
had
nothing
to
to do with
barrel
her.
through it.
It's got
I have
nothing
to
to do with
sit
her.
there and swallow my
What I'm
pride
talking
so many
about, though, was
times.
her interviewing your family,
Mhm.
right?
I've had to
So,
swallow my shit,
when I listened to
you
Kay
know?
talk, though, in those videos, and then I learned that what Lauren was really up to behind the scenes, and it's bothersome because I know other families are out there gonna go through it. Y'all will not be the last ones. There will be the next family. There will
Yeah.
always be the
There's gonna be
next
another
family
one.
because
Yes.
without these damn cases that Lauren's chasing, ma'am, I'm a true crime channel as well. May not be as big as you and all the bells and whistles, but we're
I
we're
love
we're, we're the
the
same.
littles and the
Um,
bigs. I like visit them all. Okay, my mama was a very hardworking businesswoman. Okay, they owned a couple businesses. My grandfather was a self-made millionaire, and he like okay, they taught me to support small businesses. Okay, and that's kind of how I treat others. Like I appreciate the support. No, we're not sponsored, and I don't want to be. Because I feel like that's when you kind of
yeah,
sell out.
that'd be weird.
Yeah, it is.
I gotta sit
Try
here and
branding
push the
murder.
latest
It's
face
really,
cream or some shit.
really weird. But
Yeah,
it's also my job, and I mean, not my job, but more or less this is where I spend my time and my research, my work.
me
Just
too.
trying to. I don't know. So
Look, I can
I
barely get
have
to a
bills,
live stream
but
about true crime because that's all
yeah.
I do. And I'll get a notification on the back end from YouTube telling me
Hmm.
I'm not suitable for all ads because of my content. It's what we talked about a crime. So then I got to
It
go back and
wasn't
say, well, can you
safe.
manually review it because it's fine? Then they'll come back and say, oh yeah, you're right, it's fine. I'm like, see, it was just true crime, but it's because they'll pick up on a few sub things, right? That we say,
Yeah.
and it flags it as maybe not suitable for ads. So I'm not going to be getting no big sponsors, and that's not my end game. That should never be. I don't want that to ever be what I came out here for. People want to support my channel and support me. That is fabulous, and I appreciate it. It doesn't happen all the time. I feel like these people are just like me. There's not a lot of extra income to throw around, and there's a lot of channels out there screaming for it. Screaming for it.
Yeah.
And giving you all kinds of entertainment for it. And I don't entertain. I talk
Mm-mm.
about crime.
It's
And I
my family's, it's not your
Yeah.
content,
No,
like
your family is not entertainment. There's nothing
mm-mm.
entertaining about what I talk about. Um, so I come to the table. I love the forensic part of it, how they got there in the investigation. Reading the documents in the Lori Vallows case in the Idaho docket, they were all there in that neat little package that Idaho likes to lay out. I had it for Idaho for the Koberger case. We got it for the Wanderer case. All Lori's appeals, I can go right now and click on it and bring it up and bring up the latest document in Lori's appeal. I read all that stuff because that's what matters to me. And there's some interesting things being said in those appeals documents, Lori, by the
I
way.
know.
Stupid heifer.
Well, I wanna answer, TXL,
Go ahead.
you're on the screen. That's a difficult, name. And why has nobody said anything until our 9-hour podcast came out? I want you to know, trust me, this is something that I couldn't even convince my parents that, that I believe that they were being exploited, okay? So it's like, it's not safe. It was not safe.
Well,
Even as a family member, it was not safe
yeah.
because people will cut you, okay? And
Really, for her to,
I'm
because Pressure
exaggerating.
tried to approach her mom early on,
Yes.
red flags about her. But your mom said something in the live that you did that I guess she was aware of, like you said, she had become aware of things Lauren was saying behind the scenes, right? And I guess your mom and her had a conversation at some point because she said, Lauren, I told you, let it
Yep.
go. Let
That's when
this
my mom
go,
called the
and
police.
whatever, let it. Don't do anything. Don't do anything, Lauren. Just let it go. But Lauren didn't choose to do that. And I'm
No.
listening to Kay say what Kay was saying, and like I said, I am never going to call Kay Woodcock a liar. I have no reason to ever think that woman's going to stand up and exaggerate a conversation or anything, or even get out here on a live stream and talk about that and feel like the need to address it alone. So she's not going to come out here and tell me a lie. And I dare Laura and Matthias to stand up. And that's one thing I said before you ever went live. I said, let this witch stand up and call them a liar. And damn, if I doubt you go live and all that happened, man, my blood was boiling. I was like, let me at her, because that's where I draw the line. You go
She
play in the
exposed her.
dirt with these girls, but you better leave the family out of it. And
But she
that's
just really exposed herself even more.
mm-hmm.
That's how I look at it. And I have an amazing team of mods who really kicked ass and put the content back out there this week, and I
I
haven't been
know
able
it
to
was
even
great.
tell them that yet.
Yeah. And
You
hats
know?
off. Well, didn't sis help you with that? Or
She did it.
she did it. Yes, sis. I didn't get a chance to thank you in chat the other
I was
night
like, "Oh, no, I
when
didn't
it
put a
was back
statement out. Oh,
on.
Lord."
I thought that's
And
what
I'm like,
everybody I thought
"Oh."
that's what I was seeing in the chat. Was I was like, "Okay, so sis, hats off.
I
Good job.
know.
Good
I
job."
don't even I wish I had I wish I could pay them. I do, because they work their asses off.
Yeah.
All my
Well,
mods,
they
yeah.
care. Hey, when you can
And
build a good team of mods that you can trust,
yeah,
that
yeah.
goes a long way.
They're not just mods, they're my friends,
Exactly.
and I love them, and I appreciate them. But let's get through this, okay? All right. Okay. More Lauren. Lauren.
Dun, dun, dun. Lauren Matthias herself.
That was perfect.
And it is not because Lindsay or anybody else that worked for Lauren actually did reach out to Lori or put money on Lori's books, but it is because, and we're going to recognize a pattern right now. This all makes perfect sense to me. It is because Lauren knew, of course, that she had this idea to get in Lori Vallow Daybell's back pocket to get that exclusive interview with her. And her son Colby does come into the situation, but I'm not sure if I want to talk about that yet. But Lauren wanted to get ahead of something that might come out because she knew that she had this plan to get in Lori Vallow Daybell's back pocket to get an exclusive interview with her for her benefit, for Hidden True Crime, obviously, to, make the podcast more popular, to make more money, to be more successful. Me, I, as you guys are saying here in chat. And welcome, Justice A. Druzy. It's always great to see you. So Lindsay is one of the people that Lauren pitched that to, and is one of the people that Lauren knew firsthand about her bad behavior and her really fucked up idea to have somebody contact Lori Vallow under this auspice of, being a Mormon, of connecting with her however she could, all the ways that we know you connect with other people, having commonalities, asking her about things that might be important to her, near and dear to her heart, like, her supposed faith obviously is, and kind of the weird twist even that her faith took with Chad Daybell that, played a part in this horrible tragedy that happened to Tally Charles and JJ.
And Tammy. And
as she was parting ways with Lauren, and I'm talking about Lindsay now, and she was going to go on to Ashley Banfield, and it was apparent to Lauren that they were parting ways. She didn't want that now loose cannon relationship, as she perceived it with Lindsay, to be a liability for her. Like, oh, fuck. Like, Lindsay was like part of my team. She thought she was a more exclusive part of her team than Lauren thought Lindsay was a more exclusive part of her team than she really was. As she is explaining, essentially, as she's telling us this story, like, and she was doing work for this other podcast and that wasn't cool with us. She's about to read the termination letter, which sounds like it wasn't even necessary because Lindsay had already decided to move on to Ashley Banfield. And not obviously, but in my mind, being the producer for Ashley Banfield's podcast would be a big enough gig you'd want to pay enough attention to that you also couldn't give, partial time and energy with another large podcast channel like Hidden True Crime. I don't know if it would be humanly possible to do both, or if there wouldn't be a huge conflict of interest to do both. So it was already obvious that they were parting ways, but yet Lauren and John wrote her this extensive, stupid, ridiculous, really verbose and self-important, surprise,
real quick, just to remind people that Lauren said that she had basically connected Lindsay allegedly with Ashley Banfield and kind of urged her to go. That's what I got from it. But let's continue.
A termination letter of sorts. She's going to read in a moment. And that was all an attempt to cover her ass.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently Lindsay knows at least part of this plan that Lori had to get the exclusive interview with Lori Daybell, which did include putting money on her books, which did include making up a fake story to make a connection with her, to build a relationship with her, to build trust with her, to then introduce Lauren into the picture. So she, for the benefit of herself and herself alone, certainly not for the benefit of victims or the public, would get that interview. And that's where Annie Elise's story comes from. And now as we listen to it again, I think that is all going to make perfect sense. And yes, the source said that I got it perfect that time. So that is the story.
I have some juicy scoop for you, actually.
Give it to me.
So, a girl who used to work for me, okay?
So what we're doing is she's playing it again so you can listen with that context. And what I did was I summarized the transcript that she just read or said. Do y'all want to listen to the Annie Elise, or you want me to kind of sum it up? What do y'all think?
It's up to you. What does chat want to do?
I know. Let's see. Let me go
So
back
she's
over.
talking about Lindsay in this, and not or is it Grayson or Lindsay we think she's talking about here?
It's Lauren.
So Lauren and when Annie speaks about the girl that used to work for her,
That's Lauren's scapegoat, in my opinion, in our opinions, and according to two sources.
Right.
Yeah. It just is a backup to what my source revealed. And so it's like, whoa. So
I had seen this clip already, but I thought it was Grayson that she was talking about, but I wasn't sure. It was the Lindsay chick.
I'm going to read with the summary, what I gathered from the transcript of this 20-minute video. Okay. And so it says, it's going to be real chat GPT sounding. Okay. But it says the provided text is a transcript from a true crime podcast, Watts the Obsession True Crime, discussing a scandal involving true crime creator Lauren Matthias and a person she accused of stalking named Christina. The host suggests that the core issue is not stalking, but rather a plan. This sounds very repetitive. Lauren Matthias had to gain an exclusive interview with Lori Vallow Daybell. The host presents a theory based on an inside source. So I'm going to say another inside source, because I have not talked to that person. That person has not talked to me. That the story shared by another true crime creator, Annie Elise, on the Juicy Scoop podcast in April of 2025 was actually a preemptive cover story created by Lauren Matthias. Annie Elise had spoken about a former employee who developed a bizarre pen pal relationship with Lori Vallow, sending her money and pretending to be Mormon to build a connection. The host claims that this employee, Lindsay, allegedly, was one of the people Lauren Matthias had pitched the idea of contacting Lori Vallow to, as part of a plan to secure an exclusive interview for her own benefit. So just imagine a reporter or self-proclaimed reporter who is going through such lengths to use people as instead of just reaching out to her like normal people, like normal reporters, in my opinion. Huh?
Instead of going on her own and reaching out.
What is so top secret here?
Going to use her little employees to do the deed, so it won't come back on her, right? Like they wouldn't come out and say it one day if they needed to. So I don't know why she would go.
Right.
Well,
Keith
because
Morrison
if she
claimed it.
Well, okay. Well, see, I don't know how all of this would go down with Idaho FOIAs, but in Florida, if say prisoner and anybody that communicates, I can FOIA request the prison records, right?
Arizona,
and I can
too.
get their email communications, and I can see, like Stefan Stearns, we get all his juicy shit. We can see everything he says to mommy and daddy and anybody who's willing to talk to him. So if Lauren was to reach out on her own, because Lauren's not stupid, we got to remember that she's, very savvy, she's got style and all that. She's not going to reach out directly herself. She's going to have somebody do her dirty work for her. And these girls are ready, willing, and able.
But you don't have to be if you're a fucking journalist, is what I'm saying.
No, you don't. Exactly. But the thing is, Lauren's not the only one reaching out for her to go out and pretend like it's
Mormon
other people. Right. But Lauren's like, I would never reach out to Lori. But in reality, yes, you would. Why would you hide it if you tried?
She did.
I would I swear, if I thought for a second, if I ever reached out to a defendant, it's not going to be because I want to be their friend. You can believe that, right?
Right.
But I wouldn't be hiding that I did it either.
But
I
the
would be
gross
very
part is my
transparent.
source said that the whole thing was Lauren was allegedly going to use, or I'm sorry, use basically Colby as
A bait.
I guess, a pawn to Lori in prison, and it was supposed to be like this elaborate plan of, if I land this interview with Lori Daybell in prison, like
Mhm.
four other people did, then I am going to take, which I don't believe this, my profits from said interview, and I'm going to pay Colby. But Colby doesn't know anything. No, nobody told this to Colby. So Colby is being used, in my opinion, as a pawn. I've already talked to Colby about this, and Kelsey.
Yeah. But
And it's gross. They feel grossed out.
They should.
And not to mention that they interviewed him within days of, his of their expose, basically.
Yeah. I think she thought that using Colby would get her that direct line to Lori.
Right.
And to get that interview with Lori. Man, there wasn't nobody getting that damn interview when they
I mean,
did it was Nate,
yeah, did Nate, did Keith Morrison, did the Brittany lady from Arizona
Right.
True
Oh, yeah,
Crime?
little Brittany. Yeah.
Come on, 2 interviews. Lauren, girl, you got it.
Where's
I'm
Lauren?
no journalist.
Lauren didn't get her scoop after all.
Her no juicy scoop, right?
No, Lori's like, no, bitch, no.
But do you see the elaborate planning? That's the plotting bullshit.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me.
It's beyond measure. It's like,
it is beyond.
wow.
That shows the
People-
links she'll go to, not only to
Yeah.
use you and your mom for her story, use Colby for her story, and all of you are victims.
Her son, in my opinion, she weaponized his quote unquote mental health.
She weaponized her
believe
child
so.
the minute she spoke about him
'Cause
on a
it's a
9-hour
lie.
live. She
Because if you-
weaponized her child. You're right.
If you created a whole story and claimed stalking, you were okay with an innocent woman, a mother of 4, going to jail, you and John, and people who signed those declarations, like JoeSchmoe, like MeganConner, or did MeganConner write one? I'm sure she did.
And not that I didn't never see it. Well, maybe she.
Well,
maybe
she took pictures and videoed or whatever. She was
videoed.
running in full sprint.
Yeah, she was videoing.
And she's vouching for her steal. So, y'all can suck it, is all I'm saying. Like, ugh, I have nowhere in my life, no room. And not to mention Trisha. You have, and 3 of them, Grayson, there's 3 of them that didn't sign their declarations. We also have the lady with all the credentials. I believe that might be the Sarah. I do believe that might be the one who wrote I could be wrong. But
the way that those 3, Trisha and Megan and Joe, rallied around their friend Lauren, okay, fine.
Yeah.
But for them to come at you in support of Lauren was something I'm like, wait, what's happening here?
And
what is actually happening? Because now it was weird. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen. And, Joe jumping over there where he did at the Queen Bee of it all, and the Web Sleuth, and the mess he made there at Websleuths, and all the things that were happening. And but when you went live and got that message from Trisha, and you told, I was like, whoa, that's crossed a line. You're a podcaster, ma'am.
You present yourself as a professional.
I don't care. You're a podcaster because
She's
you have
YouTuber.
Exactly. Nothing about her has ever impressed me. I'm a hard sell. Shiny toys are the last thing that will impress me. I don't even really want to see your shiny toy. because they don't impress me. I'm looking
Mhm.
for a lot more than that, I promise you. So I never was impressed with what I saw over there the couple times I ventured. And I only ventured a couple times during Sebastian Rogers' case because of the guest on the panel, not because of the content she was pulling up on her own. It was the guest on the panel. Don't get it twisted. And I was never impressed. So I don't care about your website either. You're just a podcaster. So who the hell are you to message this woman before she goes live and suggest she do anything?
Yeah.
That was appalling to me. And then to see
Mm.
Megan come out the next day and say how you and Kay, she didn't approve of what you said and she would
Mm.
handle it behind the scenes. Did I need to hear all that?
And that we were just trying to fill a void from her dumb cousin's fucking trial being over. I'm like, no. Nope.
That's ridiculous to say. Who's trying to fill a void? Let's get real here, Megan.
Yeah.
Who's
Yep.
trying to really fill a void here? Because I feel like you're a little girl lost. Little girl lost trying to find her way. I'm not just Lori Vallow's cousin. Please don't identify me with that.
And
Or
don't forget, she's also Alex Cox's cousin. Okay, she
and a
always forgets
recovering
that
Mormon
part.
and Alex Cox's cousin.
And there's nothing wrong with that, like
But don't.
there's nothing wrong
You're
with that. But
right.
then,
But
yeah,
but
don't
don't come and tell
don't
me I don't have
yeah
empathy, ma'am.
yeah
Please. You're Lori Vallow's cousin. I can't get away
yeah
from that.
yeah.
So that's all to me is I don't get why they jealousy, supporting their friend, blind following, whatever. Is it a bunch of Mormons coming to the pack rescue? I don't know what Trisha's play in that was, but as far as Megan, Joe, because I don't know if Joe's ex anything.
Yeah.
Just one day he happened to tell me I grew up Mormon. I'm like, what? For real? Like out of nowhere, you're telling me this. We're having
Not a
we've
Utah
done a
Mormon
couple
though.
shows on this shit. Now all of a sudden you're telling me you're ex-Mormon? Are you fucking for real? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell
I
me
want to
more.
let me finish reading this
Yeah,
so
go
we can
ahead.
move on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the host presents. Wait, let's see. All right. The host presents a theory based on an inside source that the story shared by another true crime creator, Annie Elise, on the Juicy Scoop podcast in April 2025 was actually a preemptive cover story created by Lauren Matthias. Annie Elise had spoken about a former employee who developed a bizarre, so this would be Lauren's explanation of this person who is reaching out, that worked for Annie Elise, that worked for Lauren, that now went on to Ashley Banfield, and she's bizarre and psycho and all those, those words, those labels. That's what I believed. That's what I was led to believe by Lauren Matthias. Okay. On the Juicy Scoop podcast in April 2025 was actually a preemptive cover story created by Lauren Matthias. Annie Elise had spoken about a former employee who had developed a bizarre pen pal relationship with Lori Vallow, sending her money and pretending to be a Mormon to build a connection. Y'all heard when Annie Elise said that she was doing research, learning how to, basically Mormonism, but all the while there's Lauren and Lauren's friend who are behind whatever person. It's not even Lindsay, turns out. But, but it was presented to Lindsay. Lindsay moved on. And so I'm curious to know who was actually the front of Lauren's alleged operation. But okay, so sending her money, not pretending to build a Mormon connection. I mean, the Mormon connection's there. It's just, but it got pinned on Lindsay, basically. The host claims that this employee, Lindsay, was one of the people Lauren Matthias had pitched the idea of contacting Lori Vallow to, as part of a plan to secure an exclusive interview for her own benefit. When Lindsay was parting ways with Lauren to work for Ashley Banfield's podcast, Lauren allegedly told Annie Elise this fabricated story to get ahead of the truth potentially coming out about her own unethical plan to contact a high-profile criminal. The host asserts that Lauren's plan did involve putting money on Lori's books and creating a fake backstory to build trust. The host also notes the timeline of these events, mentioning that Lauren's alleged stalking incident with Christina began just 2 weeks before Annie Elise's interview. The transcript also includes an unrelated segment where the host, a professional behavioral therapist, that channel we were just on, and another person discussing, the public's negative reaction to Lauren Matthias's emotional 9-hour live stream of her grievances, accusing her of being histrionic and doing it for clicks. So now we're going to move on to, okay, let me pull it up. I just have to switch screens. Here we go.
Who has the biggest life insurance?
Now, this was April 5th, 2025. So all within the same time frame. Okay, this is probably when they talked, I would think, in my opinion.
When was
Policy.
this?
Exactly.
This is Lauren. She hosted Annie Elise on April 5th, 2025. They're just talking about Lori
April
Beller.
2025. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Same time frame as what we just went over.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Do you by any chance know if they have? I know they haven't had any direct communication, but has there been? What's going on with their dynamic?
Wow.
Like,
I-
do you by any chance know if they have? I know they haven't had any direct communication, but has there been? What's going on with their
I rewound
dynamic?
it, sorry, on there.
wow.
My screen recording.
I do think they've had some communication, not with each other because he's
Y'all
on death
see
row.
her face? Wait, let me back it up.
So
This right here.
this is around April 2025. Wouldn't that be around the same time Gigi's post appears in Reddit? Wouldn't this be
Is your
about?
phone close? Is your phone close to the
Oh.
microphone or something?
Is it? Why am I echoey?
It's like interference or something.
Oh, maybe. Let me move it.
That's weird though. I don't think they do that anymore.
Do what?
But
Is it? Was it now?
it's just like interference, you know. It's weird.
How about now?
Okay, it's not doing it now, but
I did move the phone.
oh, that's crazy. You got
That
a
is
cordless?
crazy, isn't it? Well, I was plugged in as I looked down a few minutes ago and it was about to die, and I'm using it for a hotspot to get on the computer because I got
Gotcha.
Bobo internet where I live, and so anyway, I moved it. But do I sound better now?
Oh yeah.
So this is April 2025, around the same time
Texas.
Gigi's post
Mhm.
appears, right? And
Same time that the trial is going on for Uncle Charles.
right, and your mom has
Mhm.
become aware of things being said by
Christina
Lauren.
becomes annoying, right?
Okay.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
y'all need to go.
Yeah, well,
Also,
Christina
I
became
wanna-
annoying back in Delphi, I think.
that's true.
So
I want to thank Hella from Excited Utterance too. She sent her people over here, so I know I'm late, but also y'all need to go check out the video they did tonight because she laid out a timeline as well. I'll grab maybe the mods, if any of the mods can grab Excited Utterance live stream from tonight and share it with chat, please. That would be that's a good one to go to if they haven't seen it already. But okay, so what I did, it's a screen recording, so I did, rewind it here and zoom to feel and all that crap.
Communication, but has there been? What's going on with their dynamic?
Her face.
Wow.
Like,
I-
do you by any chance know if they have? I know they haven't had any direct communication, but has there been? What's going on with their dynamic?
Wow. I do think they've had some communication, not with each other because he's on death row and she's a convicted murderer. So it's kind of complicated. Like they can't just communicate with each other. Even though
Right,
they're
they'd have to go
married.
through people.
They have to go
Oh,
through
boy.
people, but I have heard that there has been somebody in the middle that has helped them communicate. That's all.
John Pryor. You
Maybe.
know, I hate that guy.
Maybe.
I hate that guy.
How about this? This is true. This is true. I genuinely don't know who the third person is. I have my suspicions. And so maybe it's John Pryor. Maybe it's John Pryor. So
Will you
I
text
thought
me
about-
after this and tell me?
well, I really don't know. I'm being dead serious. This isn't even like, here's what's crossed my mind. John Pryor did not cross my mind. I was like, maybe Emma kind of crossed.
Let me stop every now and then so the don't strike my shit. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna push play again.
So,
She
yeah.
says it on her face, man.
I'm listening to what she's saying because I also listened to what Lori said about her communications with Chad. So go ahead. Keep
Yeah,
talking,
because
Lauren.
it's only a 3-minute clip. Let's see, I'm
She
backing up a little bit.
underestimates
I
armchair
really don't know.
sleuths.
I'm being dead serious. This isn't even like, here's what's crossed my mind. John Pryor did not cross my mind. I was like, maybe. Emma kind of crossed my mind.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm being so serious, Annie. I don't know. So like you saying John Pryor, I was like, oh, maybe that's it. But yeah, a good source hinted at them communicating through a third party. And she is committed to Chad Daybell.
How would you know that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
he is the third party going in between Chad and Lori, too. She's already talking to Lori. So why not Chad, Miss Go-Between?
oh yeah, if she's reached out to one, she's reached out to the other.
Uh-huh. And then
And
she's just making up Emma and she's making up freaking John Pryor.
well,
I mean,
here's the
she
thing:
didn't
you
look
have to
committed.
also think about it like this. We're talking about communications leaving and entering a prison.
That don't have FOIA.
Well, she can still communicate through the there's emails, right? There's ways to
Right.
communicate
That's
with
how it
them. But to get communication for Lori to pass along to Chad out of the
Mhm.
prison, that's got to be mailed. They
Girl,
can,
my
you
brother
know,
was in prison, I
all
know.
that, right?
Trust
Then they
me.
got to go and get it to Chad, right? Are they
Yep.
going to open Lori's letter and then type it into an email to Chad? Or are they going to forward it to Chad
Your
through the
code.
actual
Yeah.
mail, right? So makes me wonder how they're getting those communications too. But is she the go-between?
Is she
Oh, well,
sending
if
it to
she thought it was
Emma?
gonna, if Lauren thought that was gonna get her a secured interview with Lori Daybell, she'd absolutely pass
Have it.
something along. But here's the thing about Lori Daybell, Lori whatever, Lori with a capital R.
Poor whore.
Lori's not just going to give anybody her communications with Chad and say
And
pass it
Chad's
along.
writing it out, in public. So it's
I mean,
like,
y'all think what you want about Lori Vallow, but my evaluation of this woman I've been evaluating for years now, she ain't about to give that to just anybody.
yeah.
She's not.
But I mean, just it's like I'm worried about this one because
Yeah,
she seems to do
she's
the
sneaky enough to
sneaky.
pull it off or try.
Yeah. So I'm gonna back it. Well, let me let it finish.
Okay.
And I also had thought that maybe she and Chad would flip on each other at some point when they realized how high the stakes were. And when they didn't, and then especially seeing the Dateline interview recently, just her behavior and what she was saying, I was like, no, I really think she believes this. I think that I don't know what kind of imbalance is happening or if it's just the delusional disorder or what, but I truly think that she believes it. And that's a very scary place to be in mentally, physically, anywhere in that proximity, because that to me is somebody who is very dangerous and capable of who knows what.
I agree with you. It's a reason she needs to be locked up forever. It would increase her risk. Her risk factor goes up according to what, John does. Like he assesses risk. Like, can someone go out on parole? Can someone, not that she's a convicted murderer, but like my point is what John does, my husband, is assess risk. And her risk is through the roof because of believing in those extreme beliefs. Like, so going back to your question, would she kill again? Yeah, she would kill again if she needed to, if she was confronted with a mission where she needed to kill again, then she would. So you saw the Dateline episode.
I wonder what Lauren's mission is. That's what I want to know. That Tom Harrison, was in the same ward. I have that text from her herself.
Yeah,
telling
she
me that
seems
Tom
to have
Harrison-
Lori all figured out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just watch her. Well, look, her face is funny right here. Annie's is, but right here when she surprises it,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you by any chance know if they have? I know they haven't had any direct communication, but has there been? What's going on with their dynamic?
That
wow.
Do you by any chance know if they have? I know they haven't had any direct communication, but has there been? What's going on with their dynamic?
Wow. I do think they've had some communication, not with each other because he's on death row and she's a convicted murderer. So it's kind of complicated. Like they can't just communicate with each other. Even
right. They'd have to go through people.
They have to go through people. But I have heard that there has been somebody in the middle that has helped them communicate. That's all.
John Pryor? You know, I hate that guy. Maybe. I hate that guy.
How about this? This is true. This is true. I genuinely don't know who the third person is. I have my suspicions. And so maybe it's John Pryor. Maybe it's John Pryor. So
will you text me after this and tell me?
Well, I really don't know. I'm being dead serious. This isn't even like, this is here's what's crossed my mind. John Pryor did not cross my mind. I was like, maybe. Emma kind of crossed my mind.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm being so serious, Annie. I don't know. So like you saying John Pryor, like, oh, maybe that's it. But yeah, a good source hinted at them communicating through a third party.
Okay, well, I could buy that. I could buy Emma all day long because Chad writes daughter a letter, and
Exactly.
inside's also a letter to Lori. Emma writes Lori and inserts letter from Chad. Boom, there you go. If the prison
Yeah.
didn't open it that day and check it, we got it in until Emma gets busted. All right. So other than that, how does Lauren even get when there's a third person doing anything?
Exactly. How does
Right?
she know that Lori is just like, so hooked on Chad or whatever she said? It's
Is that an
like,
assumption, just a given because Lori didn't turn on Chad during the trials, thing,
I
or
believe it's
is it
she's the
best?
pen pal and maybe the possible middleman. What do y'all think?
Yeah, what
I want to
do
know what
people
y'all think.
y'all think Lauren's got it in her to go all middleman there and try to communicate between the two to get that
I
big
agree in that
interview?
fact.
You think she was probably going to try to get an interview with both? Nobody
Cat
wants
for
to see
Animal says
Chad's dead
Lauren
ass.
no. Yep.
Poor
Donna
Chad.
says for a fact. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. Says Danger
absolutely.
Zone.
Danger zone. Me and Danger go way, way back.
I just
Go.
remember danger. Woo woo. Anyways, get on the flow. Anyways, I'm at the club, I
Don't get.
know it's true crime butterfly. It's nice to see you, by the way. I meant to tell you that earlier.
Oh yeah, that's my girl there.
Amber, yeah, says 100%. No way Lauren's not getting the most inside scoop, in my opinion. Exactly.
Or
I'm
is Grayson
on
the
you.
middleman? Lauren's like, look, Grayson, I need you to do one more favor.
I think this was taking place
Going on
before.
already before pre
Yeah.
Grayson,
And she kinda
right?
came in, and I think she just hooked into her.
Oh God,
She
yes.
did. She did go on, Jordan and McKay, but I haven't heard anything from Jordan and McKay, so I mean, I get it, right? Here's that
Yeah,
comment
look at
again.
that. I mean, that
And
was to me, that was just the words
Correct.
that she said about you. I don't just roll my eyes at Kresha. I find her actions despicable and destructive. When I read that, I was like floored that she even had the balls to say that to someone else about Charles Vallow's niece. And why would you say
Mhm.
something like that, lady? That's what I'm thinking to
Oh,
myself as I read it. And then as I'm posting it, right? And I think I can handle it more because her brain doesn't seem to
hmm.
comprehend anything comprehensive. What is that even
Ooh,
supposed to mean?
she has nothing more than, like this is so, like, Manila to me.
What did you not comprehend is what I'm trying I
Oh,
don't get.
everything. I don't comprehend anything, but I see right through her bullshit. So, I mean,
What
whatever.
was there to
Call me what
comprehend?
you will, lady, but I'm not
What
tanking my channel.
Look, this lady is covering a case where your family members were murdered,
And
and
she claims it's for the victims. Yeah. Mhm.
she's gotta go over here and say these things about you being you can't comprehend things. Why why
'Cause
is
I'm a
she even having a
threat,
discussion about you to start with is a problem for
I
me.
guess. She's gotta have people to mind me and say that my mom put those people up to do that, to be my handlers, I guess, to keep me
But
on the rails.
the
And then
thing
Julie
about it
Strong,
is, Kresha, I never saw anything on your channel one time that spoke about Lauren Matthias in any type of
kinda
way.
you have to go back, but I need to go back in mine because
Or
people were
maybe you
like
did, maybe you
there was a
didn't,
Reddit
maybe
one time,
you might have
and
had
they
some
were like
snark or something. I don't know. I didn't see any of that stuff if you
'cause
did.
it was hard to say it out loud and, I mean, not get, like, mauled or
Attacked, right?
something,
So all
even
I
by
ever
my
saw was
parents,
you.
you know what I'm saying? Like, it's legit shit, it's a cult, in
My
my
problem,
opinion.
my guess, my big question is what her fucking problem really was. Was it your research alone that she had a problem with? Because
And
as
it's her
a
church.
reporter covering a story, and she shouldn't even be talking about you any kind of way.
Mhm.
For in any type of way to anybody other than we spoke with the family, they were great. blah blah blah. End of story. That should have been the end of it. There should have been no other conversations about you. And I don't understand what was so destructive and that you couldn't comprehend.
You
Your
know who
family,
didn't?
you
Gigi.
know,
Gigi didn't. Just saying.
Lauren didn't comprehend a lot.
No.
She
Oh,
can't.
I'm talking about Gigi didn't exploit. That's what I meant by
No,
that.
there's not. That's the thing. There's going to be good content
Mhm.
creators out there, and there's going to be bad ones. Just like I guess with mainstream media, you probably got good
Everywhere. Yeah.
intentions or whatever, channels or whatever, and you got those who don't even give a rat's ass. Social
Julie,
media, it's kind of worse because there's no regulations and nothing's going to be held accountable anywhere. But it, it's Gigi never came across as exploitive. There's a lot
mm,
of good people in these spaces that have good intentions and want to do right by family members. And that's what kind of bothers me about those channels that want to. Now Lauren gave them all a reason to call every true crimer on the YouTube a grifter. And I I I'm not a grifter. I
called
didn't
me.
come out here to talk about anything but true crime. And guess what? If there wasn't a victim, I say this every time, if there was no victim, there wouldn't be a defendant, and I wouldn't have a case to talk about if there was not that
Mhm.
victim to start with.
They wouldn't have content to exploit.
You don't need to
The
create
ones who are
content.
doing it that way. There's
You,
awareness and then there's content. And
right. Well,
mhm,
the difference is to me, the content creates itself. I didn't create that crime.
right.
Somebody else committed that crime. So I have nothing
But
to create. I can
that
bring the
does that
content, right?
wait,
How I
that
present it, right? How I
yeah.
exploit it. That's where that creation comes in. And I'm not a
Yeah,
creator like
right.
that. I don't
I
know how to
know.
create like that. Um, I just know how to talk about the cases, right? But so there's always going to be victims first because there wouldn't be a defendant to talk about or a case or anything else in between. And for a podcaster or creator, whatever journalist,
Yeah,
to be
whatever
talking
her
about you
buzzword
behind your
was.
back like that for no reason, when the interview's done, the content's out there, and now the trials are happening. So what's your problem now? You know what I mean? None of it makes sense unless she's really just upset about your content.
Well, it's also protecting her church.
Which would protect the church. Yeah, because your content is not favorable to
Well,
her.
not just that, it's Lori and Chad's belief system that they justified murder with is her belief system. Do you understand?
Right. Yeah, and
That's
they
what
don't want that to
yeah,
be they don't
it's
want that light
wild.
to be they don't want a
Mm-mm.
light shining on that. Because like I said, people wanted to miss that fact about Lori and Chad, that the basis of
Mhm.
what they first said about those kids and why they were doing what they were doing went back to that LDS core teachings.
Yep.
And then
Yep, yep.
then they wanted to make sure that we all knew Chad wasn't straight up LDS. They're doing all this other stuff too. Yeah, they
Mhm.
were
Starting his own cult,
incorporating.
starting
They
his
were
own platform.
incorporating that stuff with that LDS stuff. Let's not forget that. And
Mhm.
children are to be sacrificed in the LDS community. Look at
Yep.
Jody Hildebrandt.
They were on their way.
Did you see what she was doing to that little boy? I
Yep.
did. Did y'all watch that video? I did. And guess what? I didn't. It was hard as hell to watch what those kids were suffering through, but it was
Especially with
harder
the
on those
kids.
kids to have to live through it.
Yep.
So, yeah, I watched it for that little boy's sake and watched that grown man come to tears looking at what that little
Mhm.
boy's body looked like at the hands of Jody Hildebrandt. That the church teaches that shit's okay. If you watch Heather Gay's documentary, the latest one, and I'm not political. I don't care what your sexuality is. But in the Mormon church, there's a whole thing about turning you back straight that you must go do. And there's a whole lot about these religions that are borderline cult, because sometimes things are just what they are and you let God let people do them and let them sort it out with God. But they're over here telling you that you're going to go straight to hell in a handbasket
Yeah.
if you don't do X, Y, Z
It'd be
our way,
straight.
right? So then you got where does Jody come off get incorporating this where she can get away with all this child abuse for years?
Mm-hmm.
It's maddening, and it's not fair. There's too many kids being sacrificed at the hands of adults in the name
Oh,
of church and protection.
I forgot, y'all. I just ran across this stuff. I'm sorry. Go.
No,
Hold
you're
on.
good.
Just found it the other day, and I just haven't been able to work it in yet. I'm pulling it up. Let's see. Where'd he go? Okay, here. Hold on. I'll change my aspect here in just a second. As soon as I get it squared up. Let's see.
I agree with that comment on the screen there. It's not uncommon for journalists to reach out to
Exactly.
the
Exactly.
comments, but be transparent about it, right? Don't lie.
Yep. Oh, it might just start playing. It's just doing a circle thing right now. Hold on. Just
Did
one
it change your
second.
mind?
There it goes. Hold
Did
on.
it change your mindset? Did it change your approach to things?
I came into it with a level of professionalism, having been
Oh, it's buffering.
I came into it with a level of professionalism, having been a soldier.
Professionalism.
Yes.
Define professionalism.
That it's the worst day of your life, and I'm going to do everything I can to get you through it, and be that rock that you can fall back on. Be that stoic hero that when the winds are blowing, you can hang on to.
All right.
That's what I
like that. I
the
think
first-
we're missing that today.
The first day I went through the police academy, our drill and RTO sergeant walked in. He goes, "I want you guys to visualize the most vulnerable person in your life.
Yeah.
Your grandma, your daughter, somebody, the most vulnerable person." Now it's 3:00 in the morning and there are 4 knuckleheads trying to kick the front door.
Yeah.
What kind of cop do you want to be first on the scene?
Yeah.
Right? And what kind of cop do you want to be that person talks to after it's all done?
Yeah.
That's who you need to be. And I took that to heart.
Yeah.
I said, okay, the cop that needs to be there first needs to be fearless, which means what I'm feeling, I'm going to a situation.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so that's Jason Mao, right? He's apparently doing podcasts, but okay, I'm gonna show you another one, and then I'm gonna show you a freaky one. Okay, I'm like, oh my god, come on, it's not listening to me. Okay, hold on, it's frozen. The heck? It's like I always have trouble with my Google app. Let me refresh it. Crash of the refresher. Did y'all know that? Can y'all even hear me?
That's funny.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Under Crusher. Right. I've been enjoying that one.
Damn
Like,
it.
I've been doing that like forever. Okay, let's see. It's right. We'll watch this one and then.
Hi, guys. Let's talk about perspective for a second. Ladies, how long does it take you to get ready in the evening time if you want to go out on the town? You know, with the makeup and the hair and the dress, the whole 9 yards. Does it take you a bit of time?
Slow.
Let's put this into perspective, shall we? There are men that dress in drag that take all that time to get done up, and then they will go and dance erotically in front of children in schools. Now, here's
Jason's mouth got swabbed. Okay, he's the only person I know besides Melanie Gibb that got swabbed. But it does you no good if you're never tested.
I want to put this into context for you. Here's what's happening. They are doing that during a school day, Monday through Friday, during a work day, which means that they are not at work or doing something else. They have taken their time.
What do you think that is?
Drive all the way down to the school and then spend 8 to 10 hours at the school dancing erotically in front of kids.
What
So
the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Well, yeah. So,
oh man, I don't even know if I've.
So I've heard you guys speak of him a lot, right? But I've
Mhm.
never really known who exactly he is.
He's
That's
teaching
him.
at the TPUSA,
Okay.
basically like the 7 Mountain Mandate type stuff. That's what these are, these books, and they're in charter schools in Arizona, and that's what we've been researching here lately.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's all geared up to
He's talking about
militarize
drag queens going to the school and erotic
hardcore,
dancing.
right? Yet he's the one getting
Okay.
swabbed for murders. And
What?
okay, so I mean for my family's murders, yeah.
Yeah. But they never tested his DNA.
No. No.
We don't like untested DNA in true crime. I don't.
No.
No.
I mean,
don't.
I really that's
I
just
need,
look,
I need
I don't
good
remember that, and I
explanations.
remember making a mental note of like, okay, I remember them talking, going back and forth in Chad's trial about DNA, Melanie Gibb, Lori, and Tylee, but they never did bring up any other male subject besides Alex and Chad and JJ. You know, that's it.
Yeah.
So if anybody else knows any different, let me know. I
Not
hope
that I'm aware of.
this is weird, but it's not a video. Where's the damn video, Krisha? Where'd that
I
video
watched the
go?
trials. But it's been a minute since those Arizona trials. But
I'm looking for it's because it's freaky. It's this, but it's a video. Let me play this for now. I don't know what else.
Yeah. Here we are, 6:30 in the morning in beautiful Miami, Florida. I'm about to walk through these doors over here. Give it a try. Let's see what happens.
It says the final day of completion for the Great American. I don't know why I didn't
Catch
look
up to you in a bit.
but I will. I sure will. So where is that one? I see the screenshots. All right. Oh well.
so he has like a channel.
I mean, this is him at a school, you know. He went to Tammy's school even. And that's he's friends with Tim
So
Ballard.
it's a charter school.
Mm-hmm.
Like
And it
Mormon.
actually was actually defunded look, I'm not using the right terminology, just know that because I don't know it that well. But
yeah,
he wasn't able to teach his books and his warrior mindset or whatever at the charter school. It lost its funding or whatever, but they found a loophole and used vouchers. And I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know this business yet. So it's another business I got to learn.
Well, some states allow underprivileged children, I guess, who can't afford like the tuition, can go on a voucher program, right? So your kid could get in if you had a really smart kid, but you didn't have the option to afford that type of school, and you wanted to get in, you could get in, and it would be paid for. So I don't know if it's that type of system he's talking. That would be what that is or not. I don't know.
It's in Arizona too, so
yeah, and it's different. I'm in
children.
Florida, yeah. So I don't know anything about their charter school system. So
let me see. I'm trying to. Maybe I have it on one, which could be.
But I know in Florida we have a voucher system for like even with some private schools, and there are some kids that can go to those schools on those voucher systems. So
that tracks. And they're always loophole finders, in my opinion.
Oh, they're everywhere. They live for it.
Opportunistic.
Oh God, some of them are so good at it. And I'm like, how in the hell? Like
now I also. Oh, I'm sorry. I put this together though, and it's only because what I did was I'm like, okay, factor this, and this because it helps me to kind of put these things together.
Here's the updated and expanded.
Just listen to it. At the very end, it's going to take a huge hook to the left. Okay.
Oh, Lord.
I didn't do it. And I'm like, this is not the first time I've encountered this. It's really weird.
Version of your comment. I have integrated the Glenn Beck 9/12 project and 7 Mountains Mandate connections to show how the warrior ethos fits into the larger political agenda. The full picture version. Let's talk about JoeSchmoe, the ex-Phoenix cop who was heavily involved in my Aunt Lori Vallow Daybell's case. Law enforcement went as far as acquiring a buccal swab from him, but in my opinion, that does no good if they never actually run it through a lab. Moe's background is deep. He worked for DynCorp and is real chummy with Tim Ballard of Operation Underground Railroad, OUR, and Sound of Freedom fame. Remember, both Tim and Jason were regular speakers for Preparing a People, the Scapegoat Company, now 404 Feet D, that hosted the St. George, Utah conference where Lori and Chad first met. It really makes me wonder about the timing of the Matthiases moving from St. George to Nevada right around then. But here is where it gets dangerous.
It does.
So,
wait.
Dangerous.
Wait.
Jason is now back in the Phoenix area, incorporating his warrior ethos, Book of Mormon military doctrine into youth charter schools under the banner Title of Liberty. He is instilling these ideologies directly into the next generation. This brings us straight to Glenn Beck's 9/12ths project, which JoeSchmoe is now involved with as a speaker. This is the same project Beck, quote, resurrected after the reported death of Charlie Kirk to raise money for his supposed widow, Erica Kirk. The rhetoric Moe is pushing through 9/12ths, and his Title of Liberty program is identical to the Seven Mountains Mandate. They are using religious warrior language to infiltrate the mountain of education and the mountain of government. It's not just fringe belief anymore. It's a coordinated political agenda. Important fact-check note for you. I noticed you mentioned when Charlie Kirk died. The most famous Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, husband to Erica Kirk, is currently a very active public figure and is alive. If you are referring to a different Charlie Kirk, perhaps a local figure or someone else in the Valo/Daybell orbit who passed away, you might want to clarify that to avoid people in the comments yelling, Charlie Kirk isn't dead. If you are referring to a specific theory that he is dead/replaced, keep it as is. If this was a mix-up and you meant someone else, like maybe Rush Limbaugh or another figure Beck raised money for, let me know and I can swap the name for you. Would you like me to adjust that specific sentence to avoid?
What the fudge?
What in the actual AI shit am I hearing?
I know, and that's not the first time. That's like I've been like the Charlie Kirk shooting, assassination. They're like, what assassination? Yeah.
Rush Limbaugh, did you mean? I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, wow.
That was wild. This is another interesting. That's Andy Biggs. He's a senator.
Okay, so why was this Jason guy even brought in to be questioned, and then why go take a swab?
Don't know. Right?
We don't know. Do we
But
have?
This is wait. So this is Gabe Bonilla, and he was Uncle Charles and Lori's bishop. Bonilla is the illustrator for Jason's books. They have an actual business together. They did. I mean, I have the document with their signatures on it. And this is Nicole Bonilla, Gabe's wife, Bishop Gabe's wife. And she owns Bonilla Nicole, I don't know, like photography or something. But this is the senator, Andy Biggs. He's going to be at TPUSA this month speaking as well. And he's a real big Book of Mormon dude, along with Senator Mike Lee, who's actually Christina's husband, I think. Anyway, she's related that way, but whatever. So Senator Mike Lee, Glenn Beck, Senator Andy Biggs, and a bunch of other people are going to be speaking at TPUSA this month. So, not to mention Tim Ballard did too. And also note that Gabe Bonilla, the bishop, is who was on body cam footage with my Uncle Charles. He went and picked my Uncle Charles up from the airport because Lori canceled his flights.
Okay. So breaks right there. Because I got to make.
Thank you.
Shit's got to make sense in my head. I've already got a couple of red flags.
Oh, yeah.
Charles wasn't listened to. So now we got this guy who's been brought in and swabbed. So don't tell me he wasn't questioned too. In the Arizona cases?
Sorry, I was reading. Who wasn't
Was this
questioned?
guy?
Yeah, he did, but he minimized it quite a great
It doesn't
deal.
even matter. It was the Arizona case he was brought in on, right? Charles case.
Wait, okay, hold on. Jason Mal was swabbed by and questioned for the time frame around Tammy's murder.
Tammy's.
Yeah, it was wild. I'll have to go back and refresh myself.
And this other guy's a bishop was Charles, and he went and picked Charles up at the airport.
He did, and he's on body cam footage. You can,
On the
Uncle
body
Charles was
cam.
like, "Hey, Gabe, come
Because,
here."
okay, right. So that body cam footage with that one lady cop that came and testified, and then Nate interviewed
Brandon.
her. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Remember the male cop that was in the parking lot? There was a
The one
I
going
think
to
there
the
was
cure.
two. There was a male cop in one. He seemed very uninterested in what Charles had to say.
He had a tour at 10.
Yeah, that guy.
Mhm.
He just needed to get the fuck out of there, it seemed like. But
Yep.
she was more attentive, that lady cop. But these other guys are red flags. The fact that they had any kind of ties to Lori or Chad,
And
and
Melanie.
then
Yeah.
maybe Charles, and then Charles wasn't being listened to
If
because
you
it went
think
deeper
about it,
than.
y'all, Lauren does exactly what Melanie Gibb did. If you look at the body cam footage of her at CrimeCon, her and Grayson talking to the police, and she goes, "Oh, hey," and she's waving down one of the lieutenants or whatever, and she's a name dropper, just like Melanie Gibb did with Jason Mao. "Oh, look, there's Jason Mao. What are you doing here?" Like it's so it's so triggering, man. It is.
These guys, though, that bothers me, that because I always wondered, why wasn't Charles listened to more? Was it more than just cops blowing it off as some sort of domestic thing they'll work out in court? Or was it deeper? Was that lady cop the only one who might have believed in Charles? Were there other people in the background just shutting that down in the department?
I mean, that's what I've been looking into. That's what a lot of us have been looking into.
Right. I
But
mean, that's
no connections have ever been like made, but
of course not.
the years and years go by, and I mean, I just happened to do a Google search, and I'm like, oh, there's Jason.
Well, I
Mao.
just need to know more about why that guy was even brought in and swabbed to begin with. That's just not.
It's odd. I mean, I'll have to, and I will.
You're a suspect the minute you got a swab.
Mhm.
You're a person of interest now. Why was that ever a thing?
Yeah. So what? Yeah, because I didn't see them do that to Zalima. I mean, unless they did it in another interview, it would be nice to get all these things.
Were they trying to
It would
place
be
him in the
nice.
backyard because they didn't know yet?
It would be nice also if Idaho would release the FOIAs for, all the cases are done now, even in Arizona. So it's like, okay.
There was no gag order. All of Lori's documents were available, and so were Chad's up until just recently. They dropped off. They just got her appellate case up there now.
No, I'm talking about the FOIAs, like look, even from Arizona too.
I don't know about Arizona, but if they're giving out, they're unredacting everything in the Koberger case in Idaho. People are getting FOIA requests honored left and right. What are they not honoring in Lori's case?
I mean, I haven't gotten anything back, and I haven't seen anybody else post anything, and they will.
Have you put in? What have you put in for? Like any exhibits? What are you looking for, though?
I want the documents. Like I don't need the exhibit.
All of the court documents?
Right.
Oh, well, hell. Hold my beer. I don't know if we can still well, I don't know if I can try it while I'm on the line, because I got this Bobo internet, even though it shows I got real good internet right now. All of Lori's documents, every single one of them, and there was a bunch, were right there on the Idaho docket case of interest page. And like I said, they just fell off a while back, and her appellate case is there, because now Koberger's.
I know the court documents. I'm looking for whatever investigation.
You gotta get real specific when you FOIA request it. So I didn't know, and some of that stuff's going to be within those documents, right, as to what you want out of it. And then they should honor those requests, though. If you're looking for text messages between so and so, or if you're looking for the phone extractions of something, if you're looking for the investigative reports, right? We got all those handed to us in Idaho already. All we need to know is just know they're there and what the numbers are to certain things, and do it.
We do have. I mean, I do have access to that. But here, listen right here.
Okay.
It's real low.
Mm-hmm. She just lost connection. Okay. So has she made any statements about wanting to hurt the children or anything?
Today she said with Gabe on the phone, come take the kids. I don't care what happens to them.
Today she said with Gabe on the phone, come take the kids. I don't care what happens to them. Now, let me see Bishop. Here we go. Here's the other one.
So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
Threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. And she said,
How did she do that?
My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, I will have you destroyed. Is what she said there.
Okay, that's not a threat to kill you.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me.
Okay. What did she say yesterday?
She said, you're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Says I'm gonna kill you too. I'm gonna
Okay, here.
Conversation with her?
Oh, she will. I'm sure she will.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
Oh my God.
you
She'll
never know what
probably
she's
tell
gonna
me
do.
I'm crazy,
Sorry.
huh? Is
Forgot.
what you suspect?
You're a dark spirit. What she's gonna tell you.
Okay.
I'm a dark spirit. Gabe's with me. He's our bishop. He's gonna be a dark spirit. Whatever.
And then there's also another one where the police call Gabe and there's like a little voicemail. But anyway, so yeah, there's that part. But anyways, y'all, I'm getting hungry and my feet are cold. It's cold up in here. I'm
My
like,
feet
no
were
heat.
cold. My feet were cold earlier. No shit. I got cold earlier.
I
There's
didn't bring my
just
socks back here.
uh-oh. Yeah, it gets time to break out those big warm fuzzy socks, right? Everybody
Yes, that's the
buckle
ones
up.
I left on my bed. I should
I
have
think
grabbed them when I ran back there.
noticing chat earlier, I think everybody's dealing with this cold front we got moving across the country or whatever, I suspect. I don't look at clocks and calendars a lot or the weather. It doesn't usually
Mason
affect
tells
me.
me about the weather, and then I find out as I go along with the clocks.
Me too. Yeah, what somebody asked me earlier, well, how cold is it supposed to get? I'm like, I don't even know. It's just cold out there. But yeah, it's supposed to be like down to 30s.
Hey, it's interfering again. There it goes.
Oh,
Okay,
shit.
it went away.
Oh,
It's going
God.
blah, 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 blah.
Ugh. That's crazy. Okay. Well, thanks for having me on tonight.
Hey,
I
we'll have to
just,
do it again. I
yeah,
think.
yeah, that'd be great. There's so much more that we could talk about with it, of all of it. I just hate that, that your family was done this way and that you were done this way on the internet and used by certain people and then abused by certain people. And I think people lost sight of what it was really about when they wanted to call it creator content war stuff or whatever and drama and
Mhm.
all the things. It's just so much
And then
more than
copyright
that.
it,
Yeah,
and
it's
bad work.
it's that, but there's so much more than that, and I think that that's
Mhm.
worth taking a look at always. So, but my true crime channel does support victims, and we don't want I don't want to exploit victims. When I read court documents, right? And I've read heavy things in court documents because I talk about true crime every day. And what people do to other people is not pretty. It's ugly. And
It's bad.
it's bad. And I've read the things that Stefan Stearns was doing, and I had to stop and I thought about it. I'm like, yeah, it's bad to read that stuff, but Maddie had to live through it. So the least
Exactly.
I could do is honor her enough to let the world know what he did do
Yep.
and how he deserves to sit in the Florida State Penitentiary for the rest of his natural life. And,
Absolutely. And I am, that's
and
a good outlook to have. And I appreciate that outlook because I never looked at a victim, or you know what I mean, until I was thrust into it and I was like, oh
yeah,
shit, okay. And then I want to protect them at all costs. I mean, just their legacy. Like
yeah,
I
I mean,
get real offended. Like I get real
no,
protective when it comes to
and
that. But
we also tried to talk about the good things in those documents about Maddie and talk about her personality and who she was, right? Not to just
yes,
get lost in the horrific things done to her as a victim, but to also bring life to her in the process and try to find that balance. And I think we need to do that with all of these cases. And remember there is a family out there that's suffering. And
yeah, and not all kids, missing kids, not all of them are found dead
no.
or alive. So that's I can't imagine.
Sebastian Rogers, Summer Wells.
Yeah,
Will
there's
they ever
more.
be found?
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
um, it would not all going to have the outcome of Elizabeth Smart. Unfortunately, But yeah. But thanks for having me. Chat's been great. Sorry guys if I was trying to look at y'all and see if y'all had any real questions there, but I think everybody was kind of feeling the same thing that we're feeling. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yep. I
All right,
appreciate you coming
guys.
on too, and text me anytime.
Oh, I will. I will. I'm gonna get busy this week, try to live stream and do some stuff. So anyway, you guys
Yeah,
go
get
have a
to work.
great night.
No.
I appreciate you, and you just, stay strong, because don't let people fill your head with this jealousy and stuff, and
Yeah,
you're
it's
not
weird.
crazy, you're far from it. So you got a whole community of people behind you as well that support you and what you're doing here. So keep it up.
That's very empowering. That's very, supportive, and thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, no problem.
Oh,
Anytime.
for
All
that.
right. Well, hit me up.
All
Bye,
right.
guys.
Bye. I wanted to, let's see. I'll pull, we're going to end on, I'm looking for a video. Story of my life, huh? Thank y'all so much for being here tonight. I really appreciate y'all being here. I miss y'all so much, even though I see a lot of you around. I don't know. Y'all are my people. And I just really do appreciate the time and just the support and your opinions, your comments, your thoughts, your questions, although I don't have the answers, right? But I do the best I can with what we got. And if not, we'll figure it out along the way. Okay, Krisha K. Where's that at? I found the one of JJ. I'm looking for the one of Tylee. But let's see. That's not it. Is it? All right, let me scoot back up. You gotta go all the way back to the top. Let's see. Oh. Did I see it? No. Close but no cigar. I had a teacher that used to say that all the time. All right, I'm going to play this one. Let me share this and change my aspect.
Another fish. Little baby bat. Well, let's see. Look at that. Hey, JJ, hold your fish. Here, hold up here. There. Okay. There you go. Hold him up. There you go. Proud fisherman. Yeah, turn him sideways so we can see.
That's your second fish, JJ.
All right.
Look how big that booger is.
That's his third fish.
Oh, third fish. Sorry.
Yes, sir. All right. Another fish. Little baby bat. Well, let's see. Look at that. Hey, JJ, hold your fish. Here, hold up here. There. Okay. There you go. Hold him up. There you go. Proud fisherman. Yeah, turn him sideways so we can
That's
see.
your second fish, JJ.
All right.
Look how big that booger is.
That's his third fish.
Oh, third fish. Sorry.
All right. Another fish.
He reminds me so much of my brother. Let me put it on the screen for a little bit, and then let me go look for Tai. Let's see. I just typed in memorial, and I should have done memorial vid for Tylee and JJ. That'd have been a lot better. Okay. I don't think that one has both. This one does. I was looking for the one where she's cheering, acting silly with her friend.
Your child? My child. You thought. Say hi.
No.
JJ, say hi.
Sit down. Happy family.
Ooh, look at how handsome.
Let Kelsey do it. Let me grab my sunglasses.
A, B, C. Say your ABCs, JJ. Say your ABCs.
ABCs.
A, B, C, D.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, J, K, L, B. Q, R, S, T, Q, R,
Is it over? Oh, I've got the other one thinking. Okay, hold on. The computer's like, stop it.
No, I know I ABC's Max I will choose me.
Yay!
Oh,
Put it on.
that's Colby's. Oh, is it? Oh, come on, man.
Oh, I guess I'm gonna wear another hat.
It's so cute. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Oh, this is so sweet.
I'm gonna wear another hat.
He's got a little tear in his eye too.
From my heart.
Thank you.
JJ, do it. Give me another one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, sorry, just found this one. Oh. Stop. Okay, no music. Oh well, let me get out of it. Let me do this one then. Hopefully, I don't have music. Oh, come on. There it goes. I was just sitting there doing that, and he's like, "What?" Shut, baby.
I got him a 12-pack on the way. Oh, look at that. So when he comes
Oh,
out,
that's my son. That's my son's surgery. Sorry, Zach. All right. Okay. Well, that's all I have right now. I wish I could pull the one up on demand. Okay, I see it all the time, but I just don't see it right now. Oh, anyways, y'all, that's why we're here, man. We're here because they're not. Because they were silenced the way that they were. It's just not fair. It's not right. And they should be here. They should be in the chat with you or on here with me, or visiting and going to college and high school dances and getting married, going on a mission, just whatever it is that they wanted to do. Charles should be holding his grandbabies, and I mean, same for Tammy and Joe too. It sucks, but it's the reality of the situation, and a very unfortunate situation, especially for them. And that's what this research is all about. At the end of the day, Lauren is a nobody. She really is a nobody to me. She's just another obstacle or distraction. I don't even know what to say, but it feels good, in my opinion, to have her out herself the way she did. I mean, holy crap, because I'm telling you, like, if I were to speak out, because it wasn't like I knew that my experience was not the same that I thought that my mom and Larry had with them. It didn't appear to be the same experience that Megan had with them, or Colby and Kelsey, like it just, but I mean, again, as an outsider looking in, because I don't know what conversations they had or not, but You know what I'm saying? But she always treated me like a second class, or what did Duty Ron say? A subhuman? Yeah. Or a zombie? Or dark? That's exactly how I mean, I'm not, I'm not labeling myself as dark. I know better, but you know what I mean? Like she marked me basically. And it feels good to be on this side of it with her on that side of it. And just to know that all we can do now is just raise awareness. We can continue. We still have to continue digging. I plan on it until I know the truth of what all is being hidden by hidden true crime, in my opinion, allegedly. Text messages, did she talk shit about Tylee? Because that would be super fucking infuriating, And that's pretty sick if so. I mean, again, it's allegedly until we can see these text messages that she's trying so hard to silence, because hers doesn't like critics. Okay. But anyways, let's not get bent off. We just watched some beautiful videos. And anyways, thank y'all so much for the support and love. And thank you. He's doing good. Tanya, thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. I know. And I mean, it is what it is, Release the tags. Feed 'em Bean says. Release. We don't care about the damn Epstein. We know who's on the list. Anyways, it's the ones who are trying to stop it from coming out. Just like over here. Right? Right. Yeah. That is true. The problem is we've been polite and not pointing at bad people, and they deserve to be pointed out. I agree. It's not a witch hunt. It's not cancel culture. It's choosing to take my power back. And we do that by, like, we empower them, like the church. If you look at the church, all churches, we empower them by, giving them tithing money. We empower them by basically endorsing or empowering them. So that's our power, is to choose to not support such organization or whatever it may be, nonprofit, you know what I'm saying, organization that's unhealthy or that you don't align with anymore. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't mean you're a traitor. You're not a traitor. You're just simply moving on. And sometimes we outgrow people. In fact, I think a lot of times we outgrow people. It happens all the time. I think that's just a normal part of life. But I don't think there should be so many people in the wake, or victims in the wake. I'm never a victim. Trust me. But it's like, don't fuck with my family, man. That's what I'm saying. Okay? And my family's not your content. And you don't own us. We're not your slave. Okay? So you go on and just be a good reporter and just be a good person. You don't even have to be a reporter. Just be a good person. Start there. That's my advice. Yeah. Do the difficult research. Yeah. Yeah. Every time they would say difficult research, or they'd say difficult, because you can't, like, I sat here and thought about this, I'm like, oh my God, you can't get through a conversation or a discussion talking about murders, and not say difficult. and then it just kind of, the cult, difficult. It was very appropriate. So it is what it is. But yeah, brand flaky. Abusers do that, treat people terribly, then demonize people, pointing it out. Same thing that Lori did with my uncle. Same thing. It's like Lauren was able to, like, pull the pin on the hand grenade and then just throw it and just run off unscathed, right? Supported. And I was right there too. I mean, I'm saying I was right there supporting, and until I wasn't, until common sense and just revisiting things that she tried to, she manipulated straight up the language she used, the labels. She didn't say alleged unless it had to do with her. she said the alleged text messages that I, you know, that I wrote about victims, you know, and I'm like, yeah, no, girl, come on now. And so shame on her even more for that, because she took advantage and I allowed her. I have to be accountable there. So she took advantage of people, all of what, 11,000 people. In fact, I even thought about this too. Couldn't that be looked at as inciting people? I'm just asking, because it was a very big audience that she had for the 9 hours. I was one. I want to say up to 12,000 people, but I mean a good 9 to 10,000, 11 at times, you know, people in her live stream. I was there for all but 55 minutes of it. And yeah, it sounded pretty inciting to me. But anyways, what do I know? I'm learning right along with y'all. You know, like, is that bullying? Could one say? You know, I'm just, anyways. But you know, don't forget that there are so many beautiful people out there, and that I know, especially here, we talk about doom and gloom and just the raunchiest shit. Oh my God, you know, but their murders ended up in murder. They were egregious. They were horrific and life ending. They didn't end up at a picnic or a beach, you know, they ended up dead in the ground. Some of them, you know, like it's horrendous. And so along with the research are a lot of difficult topicals, those two difficult topics and difficult subjects, difficult people, difficult attitudes and manipulations, obviously. But I mean, that's just life, I think. And I'm no professional, but I do have common sense. So do you. And people oftentimes, I think, when they're manipulating, I don't know this for a fact, but it seems like they try to get us to discount our very own common sense. We were born with these systems, you know, like man lived before Lauren Matthias. Okay. Man lived before John Matthias. Man lived before Chad and Lori Daybell, and before the Mormon Church, and before all the things. Okay. So that's how we survived. And let's not discount those things. Do your own research. It's very empowering. And don't discount your gut intuition. I think that's I believe is where we really allow ourselves to be hurt or abused or manipulated, preyed upon. And just because they don't have empathy doesn't mean we're bad people. It just means that, you know, they jealous. No, I'm picking. Anyways. Haha. All right. Anyways, I love you guys. And I don't want y'all to ever think that I'm like talking at you. I can't stand when people talk at me. I like when people talk to me. So I appreciate y'all for being here. Thank you so much. And yeah, they not like us. I need to have that on tap. But thank you guys. Love always wins. Justice for Tyler Lee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Oh, I said that backwards. Justice for Tyler Lee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You guys are proof. See y'all later. Bye.